and I apologize for a little bit of the emotions, but when you do this business and you've covered so many big stories that this becomes one of those that you remember for a career. But Chris Lowe is saying Nick Saban is retiring in Tuscaloosa, and again, other sources are telling us that is the case as well. I remember the first time Nick Saban was being mentioned for the job in Tuscaloosa. I think I was listening to Feinbaum one afternoon, and his name was floated around, and I was the first of many people who would get it wrong, saying that why would a guy leave the NFL to go back to college? But it ended up being the case. The late, great Mal Moore was wonderful at sticking out and hiring Nick Saban. Here is what Chris Lowe reported. Again, we were on the air at 4:10. Chris reporting this at 4:08. Nick Saban is retiring, sources tell ESPN. He's won 6 national championships at Alabama, 7 total if you count the one at LSU. Saban just informed the team meeting that was postponed from yesterday by the weather was the initial reason for the postponement. Now you would believe that this was postponed to get all the ducks in a row and get things ready to go for the next coach or the hiring process. But he wanted to make sure he told the team first. Chris Lowe is a well-tied insider. The people I had heard from and was texting today also inside the program, and nobody wanted this to leak out until Nick Saban had the opportunity to tell his players. It is now a bottom line on ESPN as everyone else jumps on the Chris Lowe report and ours from 410 sent out on our social media platform. But it has blown red across the bottom of all our screens here in the Double Down Media, Disrupt Media studios that Nick Saban is planning on retiring in Tuscaloosa. I will tell you this. This day inevitably was going to come. And sitting back and watching the speculation of when, as a kid, as Bear Bryant was going through this at the end of his career, you start to just say, you hope it ends on a very positive note. Is it a storybook ending where you walk off with confetti falling in a national championship? It is not. But the 72-year-old gave it his all for Alabama this year. And there are other reasons that may be into why now is the time. But Bruce Feldman, now friend of the show, joining in, saying his sources tell him Nick Saban is retiring, 72 years old, 7 national championships, 6 with Alabama. It's one of those careers that will be told until the end of time in college football. You think about it. You think about the Bear Bryants, of course, there at Alabama, but even bigger than that, when you go to Woody Hayes or any of the great coaches from the black and white days back in the day, 100 years from now, when they're talking about great coaches, Nick Saban's name will be first mentioned until somebody can pass him at 7 times as a national champion. Again, this is live. This is 4:15 Central Time now, and this is the news. Nick Saban is retiring at Alabama, or at least stepping away. I don't know. I hate to use the word retirement because if you know Nick Saban, he will do something. He will work, whether it's on College game day or not. But again, this all happens at a team meeting today, 4 o'clock. Now, if you are making phone calls today or talking to anybody with the program, you were told this is a normal back-to-school meeting, right? School classes are starting. We always do this. But we had said all along, for every time you heard the Nick Saban rumor of his retirement, we would said it all along that Nick Saban would work all the way up until the final second clicked off the clock at Alabama. He would fold up a piece of paper, walk out, and hand it to Greg Burns saying, that's it, I'm done, with no fanfare at all. And that's what has happened today. Chris Lowe writing, one of the greatest runs in college football history is now over. Nick Saban informing his team today that he's retiring, sources telling ESPN. 6 titles at Alabama, 1 at LSU, and right now, in my opinion, the undisputed greatest coach of all time. His players were told this afternoon at a 4 o'clock meeting in the Mal Moore Center over in Tuscaloosa. Fitting that it was the Malmore Center, the guy who refused to leave South Florida without Nick Saban as the head coach. He was the guy that really convinced Miss Terry Saban first, to say, hey, I think Nick will be happy at Alabama, and I think we can make it work. And boy, was he right. Boy, was he right. You think about the first national championship. We were just in that stadium. We were back in Pasadena, this time for the actual Rose Bowl. And you think back to 2009, where Saban had arrived in 2007, inherited Mike Shula's players, then got that great recruiting class for 2008. And faster than just about anybody thought was possible, turned Alabama into a national champion on that night when, as Eli Gold called it, the roses in this Grand Ole Stadium are once again crimson. And Alabama was off and running. 2010 was an Auburn national championship, which seemed to only motivate the Alabama machine a little bit more. Then in 2011, the game of the century against LSU, his old school. And they lose that game on campus, but later get a shot in New Orleans to win the national championship, and LSU barely makes it across midfield. So there's 2 national championships in a 3-year span. And you back that up with the blowout at Notre Dame 2012. And that was really the first time you started to hear Nick Saban possibly leaving Tuscaloosa. It was 2012. That is when the Texas rumor started, when we were in South Florida. That is when you started to hear one more shot at the NFL. Or is he going to go to Texas? Was Terry Saban shopping for houses there in Austin? But he hung around. The tornado devastating Tuscaloosa. The Sabans were a big part of that rebuild during this period of time. And then it comes on to the start of the playoff era in 2014. Alabama wins it in 2015. 2016, they got a chance with one defensive stop to win it again. They win it in 2017. They're in the title game again in 2018. 2019, with some injuries, they don't beat LSU, one of the great teams of all time. They win it again in 2020. And since then, a national championship loss. 2022 with 2 tough one-possession road losses. And then this year, with the loss to Texas, an SEC championship against the great Georgia dynasty. And then it was the semifinal game against Michigan. Just that quick recap there just shows you how great and how fast those years have gone from 2007 through 2023. I will tell you this. From the moment I had a chance to do his coach's show in 2008 until I stopped doing it, those moments will go with me until my grave, just getting to spend moments after every game with him still in the arena and seeing how he attacked everything inside that program. It did feel a little different this year. He was a little softer around the edges. He seemed to enjoy everything just a little bit more than he did in years past. And you would say the same thing about the family. Terry Saban, Kristen, they seem to enjoy everything just a little bit more inside their box at Bryant-Denny or on the road as well. Just a magical run for Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. Again, I know some of you are just joining us on our variety of platforms, including those of you who are watching on X, on our YouTube channel, or anywhere else you're getting us right now. Thanks for being with us. It is 4:21 here in Birmingham, Alabama. Emily Grace McWhorter, our in-the-field reporter, is on her way to Tuscaloosa to get reaction from students, from hopefully maybe some players, or from the university. Instantly you start thinking, who's next? What is next for Alabama? Nick Saban has got a wealth of talent inside that program. He just recruited a great, unbelievable recruiting class that was heralded as one of the best in the country. And he is the guy that really believe, had a plan on who was going to be next. Greg Byrne will be in charge of hiring that guy, and you hate to hold him to a Malmore standard on who that next guy can be, but the first name that pops to mind is Dan Lanning at Oregon, who has ties in Alabama and also with Georgia and Athens. A young guy who is a dog of a recruiter, and some has said that that there are parts of Nick Saban that Saban saw a little bit of him in Dan Lanning. There'll be other names mentioned as well. Right now, I do not see a progression plan or any coach in place. But it's a next chapter that Alabama fans of my age have lived through before. If you were with Alabama as a fan back when Bear Bryant retired, Ray Perkins leaving the Giants to come there, and then you go a long way from the 1979 national championship until Gene Stallings in 1992, and then when Stallings stepped away in the late 90s, it felt like, you actually wondered, would Alabama ever be back? And Nick Saban took the job, and Alabama got back. Ryan Brown will be here momentarily. Lance Taylor a little bit later on, and we're going to be on with you throughout, and we will get everything fired up and going. But here are some of your reactions joining us on Twitter. Is he leaving or retiring? Aaron writes in. I will tell you on the tweet we sent out, and I was part of the wording of that, is I just hate using the word retiring when there's a good chance, you may see Nick Saban right there on College Game Day. He really enjoyed his time with Pat McAfee this year. He loves Kirk Herbstreit and Reese Davis. So to me, retiring is I'm not going to have another job. So we chose the word leaving instead of retiring. We'll leave it up to Nick Saban whether he retires or not. We were just concerned with him leaving, Aaron, Alabama. AU Tiger, the first Auburn fan to jump in, the freeze warning was just too much. I would say that this was probably in the works well before the season had even started. William says, who are your sources? The players have been told this now, according to some of the players talking to reporters, that Nick Saban actually made this announcement inside a team meeting today at 4 o'clock Central Time. So, William, that would be the sources there. Jeremy writes in simply the true GOAT, Nick Saban there on that report there. So, Aaron Suttles from Bama and Bourbon. I covered every second of the Nick Saban era at Alabama. I documented a historical run in his book. Legendary became normal, and it's with zero hyperbole that I confidently proclaim he's the best to ever do it. You echo those sentiments 1,000 times, Aaron Suttles. Well put there. The best to ever do it. And really, he made doing the day-to-day important. I've never been around a coach that made whatever you were doing on February 12th to be as important on what you were doing on June 17th or what you were doing on August the 1st or what you were doing in week 1 of the college football season. What you were doing in June was just as important as you were doing inside the stadium on a Saturday. And his attention to detail is the thing that I will take away. And he's funny. He was a funny guy away from the cameras where most of you got a chance to see him. He had an unbelievable sense of humor. And if you ever had a chance to see that, it was one of the great things. But if you're just joining us now, 16 minutes into this program brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We appreciate them being on with this historic announcement. Chris Lowe, the first to report it, we were shortly after that, saying that Nick Saban has stepped around. People who were around the program, inside that meeting today, saying, as you would imagine, that it was a very emotional Nick Saban talking to the folks inside that meeting. And I can only imagine in that meeting, a guy who has given his life to coaching and making players and those around him better. I mean, it's a lifestyle with Nick Saban. We all know about his work ethic, how he shows up and stays late, and there are very few days off. It was almost like days off were was a it's almost like days off was a sin to him. He was always working to be better and to make other people better. And now you get to see him at whatever he decides to do moving forward. Whether it's just in that beautiful mansion in Florida playing golf and spending time with his lovely wife and his family, his kids and his grandkids, or whether he does all that during the week and then on Thursday through Saturday he moves into the role of a college game day host or an analyst for ESPN. I don't know if that's what he'll end up doing, but Nick Saban, his time is done in Tuscaloosa, and all you can say is job well done. And I really think that'll be the reaction. I'd love to see your reaction over on social media, whether it's on X or whether it's on Instagram. I would love to see I mean, obviously there's going to be some sadness. I'm trying to do my emotion in real time here with you. Obviously there is some sadness that, heck, we all get a little bit older. Nick Saban has got to 72. I've gotten older since this run started. We all have. And you just hate to see it end. But when you put that sadness in a compartment and then you start to relive in your head just all the good moments that we've had together in great places from Pasadena to Baton Rouge, even some at Jordan-Hare, not as many as Alabama fans would want, but even some there, and all those Saturdays in Tuscaloosa. You know, that's the good stuff, man. That's the memories that you'll talk about for the rest of your days. And how do you say thank you to the guy who helped make that happen and all the players? And I can't wait to see the players' reactions, because you just think about the first guys, the first real recruits, the big guys who said, I believe in Nick Saban and what he is and what he's doing. And I'm going to not go to another school that wants me. I'm going to go do the rebuild with Nick Saban, the Mark Ingrams, the Julio Jones in that class. And every great player who came after him. Amazing run. An amazing run. And I'm old enough to remember Bear Bryant. I'm old enough to remember people when Bear Bryant retired saying Alabama had it good and they would never, ever have the years they had again for the length of period they had under Bear Bryant. And then God gave Alabama Nick Saban, and it was even better. 4:30 now, 20 minutes into this, and if you're just joining us, this is the next round presented by our friends at Bud Light. Nick Saban has stepped away. Chris Lowe, the first to report it. We were right after that on our social media platform. Danny Cannell. I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Saban gave the NFL another shot, this time as an owner, he says, on the ownership side of that. We're going to bring Ryan Brown in here momentarily, and we'll start breaking this down again. I've done about 20 minutes of reliving it, and I will just personally tell you, as Brownie gets hooked up here, that I did this in 2021, and then I made a point to do it again this year when I was on the coach's show. And that was just to tell him thank you in the commercial break. And the first time I did it in 2021, it wasn't as much about his retirement. It was about me just knowing that I was putting kids through college on money I'd made because Nick Saban was really good at his job there in Tuscaloosa. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I did. I said, thank you. And he's like, why are you thanking me? And I was like, you have been so good at what you've done here at Alabama that I have absolutely made a lot more money in my life than my skill set would have allowed. And thank you. Thank you for everything I got in my life, including the money to put kids through college. Your success has done that, and I think businesses all over Tuscaloosa could say the same story. All right. It's number one on, pardon the interruption now, Nick Saban is retired, 432. Let me bring in Ryan Brown now. You hit your own button to turn your mic on right there.
Thank you. Thank you. Got it. Thank you.
So Ryan's in now. So Nick Saban is official. He's retired. He told his players in a meeting at 4 o'clock that his time for leaving Alabama, again, I don't mean to say retired, leaving Alabama. So he's leaving. Your initial reaction is what?
In a sense, Jim, surprised, and in a sense, not surprised. So, to cover both of them, number one, surprised in that, and I'm not sure, I listened to you a good bit on the way in, but don't know everything you've said, that the word kind of started circulating, or at least the speculation, during the day today. And you and I and Lance and a lot of other people up here that have connections reached out to some of our connections. And the feedback we got was, hey, this is business as usual for Nick Saban today. He's interviewing other coaches for open positions. There could be an announcement soon on Travaris Robinson as defensive coordinator. All those things that, a coach would normally do. As you know, about an hour ago, I spoke to someone that I would consider pretty close with Nick Saban.
Right.
And he basically said, if it happens at this 4 o'clock meeting, as everybody is speculating, it is coming out of left field for a lot of people in this building. And
it's the way, though, we thought Nick Saban would do it, right?
Yeah, well, I kind of thought maybe some people a little closer to him might know. I have heard from numerous people in that building that said this came out of left field today. So I'm surprised in that sense. I am not surprised in the sense that you knew, every year Nick Saban coached, he's a year close to retirement. It was going to eventually happen at some point, and you just this is kind of the way I thought it would happen is there's not going to be a victory lap. It's not going to leak out before a game. It is going to he's going to announce it, and that's going to be the end of it. And I have thought all along there would be a succession plan in place, and I would say I'm pretty confident there probably is. I don't think Nick Saban just does this randomly without a succession plan in place of some sort.
Dan Lanning is the first name that you have hovered around for a little over a year now.
Yeah, I've said that pretty much from early in the time he was at Oregon, that I thought Dan Lanning would be Nick Saban's replacement. And I joked a little bit about it, during the Oregon-Washington game, but I am probably more confident in saying it now after some of the conversations I've had today than I was even then. It was just speculation then. I've seen I've talked to people that have connected his name to this job, people that were telling me Nick Saban's about to retire, which is one of the reasons we started making phone calls today and reaching out to people. So that one would not surprise me. Now, it's a big buyout. I think it's about going into this year after that contract extension, I believe it was like a $20 million buyout.
I would tell you that $20 million is a big buyout.
That's a large one, but it can be managed.
Yeah, you don't know who's responsible for that buyout. If you work on, Dan pays 10, Alabama pays 10, Dan pays 5, Alabama pays 15, or if there's a clause in the contract.
That's right.
We've got agents who are friends of ours. Sometimes you don't get all the lines in the contract. Maybe there's a buyout or an out of a buyout if you go to a particular school or something. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, he could have had, in other words, you're saying like an Alabama clause or something like that, or an SEC clause. Yeah,
that could have happened. We've got the chat room up in there now, and you guys' comments. We'll keep rolling on. Clem 37, Lane Kiffin ? Elaine would love the job. Don't think he'll be in the mix, but we'll wait and see about that.
I think he would crawl to Tuscaloosa for that job. Absolutely. That is a primo job that I think Lane Kiffin would take in a heartbeat. I don't think he is at the top of Alabama's list by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not sure the end of his time in Tuscaloosa left a good taste in a lot of people's mouths. But as we've frequently said about that, there are a lot of different people that are in Tuscaloosa now. Some of those people that it left a bad taste, they're not there anymore.
Right.
But, in a lot of ways, the line has to start at the door, right? I mean, this is
for some people,
primo job.
For some people.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to follow a legend.
I mean, there are pitfalls to that. I mean, you try to think of guys that have succeeded doing that.
Yeah, but some people don't want to do that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying you try to think of guys that have succeeded doing it, and it is far, far, far more fail to meet the expectations than guys that are able to pick up the reins and continue to run with it.
Yeah. And for those, I mean, instantly, it's thank you, Nick Saban, and all that. And then every Alabama fan quickly flips to, well, what's next? Okay, so coaching is one. More importantly, maybe than coaching, is initially the roster. And we're in a wild, wild west time of roster management. And here is what I think I understand.
Okay.
Recruits who signed on the early signing period, which was the second best recruiting class in college football, if they have not triggered their attendance, they can be released from that signing class. Now, and I don't understand triggering of attendance. Maybe you can get somebody that we can answer that question for us, Browning.
Sure.
But if you've triggered the attendance, then you're locked in until a portal window opens up.
Right.
But again, even the players who are on the roster at Alabama, all of them, from Caleb Downs to Jalen Milroe, have a 30-day transfer window because the head coach is retiring. Again, we are in a place where player movement and power it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
So there's really not one person that is really tied to that program by the time you kick off next season.
Coaches included. I mean, you got to think, if I'm an assistant right now, the job openings are shrinking, and I don't know who my next boss is going to be potentially. So do I want to, risk working for a guy I don't see eye to eye with, or do I want to go take a job that is more comfortable? But I will say whoever takes this job, Jim, is going to, I think, very quickly be able to build a staff. Alabama's got all the resources in the world. It's a good job. I think people will, assuming the head coach is a guy they can work with, flock to work there. So, I don't think, and anymore, as you know, Dunaway, used to, head coach movement would wait until after this second signing day, right? You have a second signing day that's coming up in a couple of weeks. And a lot of times coach movement would wait until after that. You would get the players in you wanted, and then the assistants would start shuffling around, right? So, I mean, Alabama, I think, would have a coach in place by then. So I don't think it would be too late to build any sort of staff there. I think you would be able to do that. No matter who is hired to get this to replace Nick Saban or be the next coach at Alabama. I'm going to hesitate using the phrase to replace Nick Saban. You're not going to do that.
That's
Whoever
right.
is hired to be the next coach at Alabama.
And I'm not going to use the word retiring. He's leaving Alabama because it's hard to imagine Nick Saban not working. We're going to bring in some guests as we move throughout this. Bud Light bringing you our extended coverage here. We are live. It is 4:41 Central Time. At 4:10, we started this show. It was shortly after 4 o'clock, around 4:05, when Chris Lowe was the first to report that Nick Saban was leaving Tuscaloosa. 17 consecutive winning seasons, the 11th longest streak in college football history. We confirmed it with someone inside the meeting minutes after Chris Lowe's actually got the text before Chris Lowe, but I was double trying to get the second source when Chris sent it out there.
So let's talk to a former player of his on some of his early championship teams. A longtime friend of ours, Barrett Jones, who played for Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa, is with us now. First of all, Barrett, hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. Hope you and the family are okay.
Well, I was okay. I'm a little shaky now. So I will say, I know you probably have some questions, but jumping right in, to me, the fact that it was Chris Lowe, like everyone's asking me, oh, do you think this is real? I guess if I can give any inside scoop, which I have no real inside scoop, but knowing Jimmy Sexton, his agent, the way I know, if he were going to break the story, he would use Chris Lowe, most likely.
Yep.
So I think that's not by coincidence that Chris tweeted it out. And I do think it's interesting, Jim, I'll only, contrary to what you said earlier, Chris Lowe said Nick Saban is retiring. And so because I know how close Jimmy and Chris Lowe are,
right,
I think that wording was not by accident is all I'm saying. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I do think the wording was probably planned out and chosen very intentionally based on the way that I know Jimmy Sexton likes to release information, that kind of thing. So anyway, that's just one little, that's one thought as you're processing all that. Certainly that I can't, I haven't talked to Chris, but I can tell you almost certainly that's where that came from. It's straight from Jimmy, who obviously was talking for Nick there.
Well,
so,
yeah, we as words started to kind of leak out on this today, Barrett, and we've had a lot of calls about it, and we've called a lot of people. We were saying the same thing. Is the name to watch here is Chris Lowe, because Chris was actually on our show last Tuesday, right after the national championship game. We actually even talked about this subject with Chris. He is very, very close to Nick Saban and very, very close to Jimmy Sexton. So I don't know that there's a better confluence to get this story right than be tight with Jimmy Sexton and Nick Saban.
I think there's no doubt. And, look, knowing those guys the way I do, and the fact just knowing Nick Saban and how he obviously is one of the most tactful, thoughtful guys around. I mean, there's a lot more to it. Not as far as him retiring. I don't mean there's any kind of negative thing there, but I'm sure there's been other things already in the works now that, by the way, it's miraculous that it was kept as quiet as it was, but I can almost assure that there's something going on. That doesn't mean that any kind of deal is done, but I would be shocked if there haven't already been some things going down in that direction. So anyway, it'll be interesting. I mean, I'll go ahead and answer a question that I'm sure you guys will ask. I mean, I know this is not a hot take or going on a limb, but I would be absolutely shocked if Dan Lanning is not already been contacted and is not already involved in this process. Now, look, Oregon has got a pretty big stick, so I think anyone who just says, "Hey, oh yeah, he'll definitely come to Alabama," I mean, Phil Knight's got a lot of money, and there's a lot of power over there, especially with them going to the Big Ten. So that'll be very interesting if that is going on right now. It'll be a good day, however it turns out for Dan Lanning, because regardless, he's about to get paid more than he already is.
Yeah,
I can assure you. So anyway,
I want to ask you some memory stuff first, but I want you to put your mind, having played 4 years at Alabama, I want to put your mind in that room today if you were still playing, and you had the option to have free will to move on. And to your point, I think it would be very important for them to stand up in front of you and tell you who your next head coach is going to be. You would want to know pretty quickly, right? To just try to you haven't had to go through this, but you were a player and you played for Nick Saban and that coaching staff. Can you imagine the emotions of what seemed to be, by all accounts, a normal back-to-school team meeting that they have every semester? And then this is the announcement today. What do you think the emotions were like for the players? I mean, I can see it on your face, and you've been gone a long time.
I would say probably shocked. I imagine some guys were certainly frustrated. I mean, it'd be hard not to be, especially if you were a freshman or something and you came in and thought that you're about to be playing for Nick Saban for the next 4 or 5 years, and then this happened. I guess some of the older guys maybe would be happy for him, but it's a mixture all across the board. I'm sure of how everybody's feeling about this based on, because look, I mean, I'm sure that some of these, Nick Saban probably legitimately didn't know when he was retiring, until I don't think it's something he's planned for a long time. I know there was some family meeting they had in the off season or something where they all kind of talked about it, from what I've heard, but I don't think this was like a foregone conclusion that he knew he was retiring after this year for a long time, I guess. And so, I'm sure there will be some guys that say, "Oh, he told me he was going to be there for another couple years and he had no visions of retiring," or whatever. So I bet it's all across the board, but overall, it is shocking. And because I think the older you get, you guys will appreciate this, the more you feel like he's not that old,
Yeah.
Like when you're a kid, you're kind of like, man, like if I was 70, like I just, take me out. That's so old. But then the older you get, you're kind of like, that's not that old. 70, 72. I mean, yeah, he could, and he's still at the top of his game. He's in the semis this year. He's a couple plays away from maybe winning a national championship. So it's certainly not a situation where he's fallen way off the map. And obviously, got us a number 2 recruiting class. So all the signs were pointing to the machine still rolling. So yeah, I think it's shocking, and certainly now should begin a period of appreciation for all that's happened, because there have been so many unbelievable moments. I mean, a decade and a half of the most has there been any better fanhood to be a part of in the last decade and a half than being an Alabama football fan?
No. In fact, I was before Ryan and you came on, I was sitting here and just processing the emotions myself, going from when I remember the rumor that he's going to leave Miami and come, I'm like, he's not leaving the NFL to come to college. And then he does. And then I was like, all right, how long is he going to stay? And then it gets things rolling, and you guys win 2009, 2011, 2012, and there was those Texas rumors then, or back to the NFL, and then it just kept going, and the dynasty going. And when you think about it, from 2007, there were even good moments that year, until just the other day at the freaking Rose Bowl with the sun setting on the San Gabriel's. Those are the stories we'll talk about to the end of our lives. Just the great Saturdays we've spent with each other, or Monday nights or Thursday nights of championships, and just great times. I mean, those are the stories we'll tell our grandkids about.
I agree. And, my feeling, other than just surprise, has been appreciation, and feeling so blessed, like that I was, born when I was born and went to Alabama, which, I mean, it's one of the greatest gambles in a way that I've ever made, was the fact that Alabama was very unproven. 2007, they had just an okay year his first year. And there was something special about this Nick Saban guy who came to my house versus all the other coaches. And it was a good decision. And it was, I never could have dreamed that it would have worked out the way it did. And even to have been a part of it by proxy these last 10 years have been fun also. So it's I feel so blessed to have been able to have been a very tiny part of this journey, and to have played for a guy like that, because he made a big impact on me. And I don't want to get too cheesy, but he had a huge impact on me, not only as a football player, but as a person, and as a dad, and a husband, and an employee, and all the things that he taught me and the way he shaped my life, have changed me forever. So I'm very, very grateful for the time I spent there. And, I don't think there's really much debate that I got to play for the greatest college football coach of all time. And I would be shocked in this era if anything like that ever happens again, where there's so much continued success, and there's a guy who reinvents himself over and over and over. And just, that, I think if I had to boil it down to one characteristic that makes him so special, and I've said this on your show many times, but it's just the humility to always get better and always figure out what's next. Whereas so many guys had an era where they were good for a couple years, they maybe won 1 or 2 national championships. He just continued. I mean, we left him for dead many times. Maybe not us collectively, but the media in general said it's over. It's finally over. The game has passed him by, and he was reinvented himself in an era where you could say college football changed. It didn't really change much for like 20 or 30 years, and then in his era, it changed drastically. Think about how different things are from when, you had a 360-pound nose tackle when he first got there, to now, you have nickel and dime on the field the entire time. And obviously all the off the field stuff with transfer portal, NIL, and all these things that have changed so much. And he was successful in every single change they made. And not only was he successful, he was a forerunner in how to do things and how to handle the new eras and everything that came his way. So unbelievable career, and just honored to be a part of it.
Listen, I know Brown's got more questions, but I'm not going to let you just say by proxy the last few years. And I teared up when you say that, because absolutely, those of you that chose to go to Alabama early on, everything after that was built on y'all's shoulders. I mean, Nick Saban doesn't do it without you guys, and I know y'all trusted him, but those first couple of classes, you don't get 2015, 2017, 2020 without the guys who came there and got 2009, 11, and 12. So by proxy, I understand what you're saying. You didn't play in the games, but, dude, you were holding it up. I mean, you were the reason why it happened.
Well, thank you. I think I'm sure Coach Saban will be the first one to say it took a ton of people and, unbelievable people around him. And, I mean, one of his other great abilities, we could spend the whole show talking about, was his ability to hire people. I mean, think about how many people he's had to hire over the years, and there's always turnover, and there's so many great people. But that first full class was very special. That 08 class that I was a part of with, so many awesome guys. And I don't think any of us will ever forget that, with Julio and Mark Ingram and Dante Hightower and Marcel Darius and Terrence Cody and many, many others that were a huge part of, kind of setting the tone there with his first full class of getting things done. So, yeah, maybe I hear what you're saying, but this day is about him, and I'm sure that we'll have a lot more time to wax poetic about him, and he'll, as long as he wants to come around, I'm sure they'll have him as involved as he wants to be. But it'll be very interesting to see where things go next.
Barrett Jones is with us, former Alabama great on Nick Saban's very early teams there in Tuscaloosa. So when you meet somebody or you go to a speaking engagement for the first time, and they know you played for Nick Saban, they know you played at Alabama, and they want your best Nick Saban story, give me the one Barrett Jones leads with.
Man, that's funny, because I've never had like the very best one, but I think there's so many that come to mind. I think I always say I love playing for him. I always make sure to tell people that he really is different than maybe you think. He loves practice. Like, he absolutely loves going out there and coaching and teaching. At his core, he's still a teacher. He loves teaching people the game and kind of crafting who they are and helping them get better. But I think the one that comes to mind that maybe defines his career to me is the story of 2011, after the national championship game. So, quick refresher: 09, we won the championship. 10, we had an unbelievably talented team. Went 10-3. A lot of guys were kind of maybe not quite as focused. 11, we won the national championship in the rematch against LSU. 3 days after the game, we're there. We still have confetti in our hair, and we haven't even had the parade yet. And he calls a team meeting with everyone except for seniors, and he says, "All right, we're about to have the parade tomorrow. That's great." He said, "I don't want to hear one more word about 2011. We were ripping off the rearview mirror. We're moving on to 2012, and we were locking in. We're not going to let what happened last time happen again." And we were on the 12, and there wasn't much time to have fun and enjoy. But the idea was we could do that later. He wanted us totally focused on the year to come. And by the way, it worked. We won it again in 12 and responded much better that time. So, yeah, I think that to me is the story that comes to my mind and, kind of defines. He was the most focused human being I've ever been around. I mean, I've been around a lot of coaches over the years, and nobody had the focus and the intensity, that people say, what's the secret? Like, he's just consistent. Every single day, he had the same focus, intensity, and drive, and there was no let up. And he did things the right way over and over and over, and recruited a lot of great guys, and that were coached up by a lot of great people, and we won a lot of games because of it.
I know it's not true, but this is what I've done breaking news before, and this is one of those breaking news moments I don't want to end. I don't want to say goodbye to you, because I know when this show ends, it feels like an era is over. The more we talk about it, it seems like it's still alive. I don't know how long Brown said. I would love to keep talking to you basically for the rest of my adult life, but at some point we got to say goodbye here with you, and we're going to continue our coverage for everybody. Most people don't like to follow legends in this sport. The next guy, whoever it is, what do you think he can inherit at Alabama? What does Alabama sell that the next guy has a chance, not to the degree of Nick Saban, but by any other program standards, to continue to be successful? Why would you take the Alabama coaching job?
That is a great question, and I hate to even almost go there, because it is hard. It'll be very, very difficult, and it will take the right kind of person to approach that and want that challenge. And maybe look, it'd be hard to fault some of these guys that are already so established and getting paid so much money that have maybe somewhat of an easier path, certainly pressure-wise, than coming in and following Nick Saban. That's that's a tall task. I think the Alabama fan base is as committed, if not more committed, than any fan base in the entire world. So that's a huge benefit that you have that. I think that certainly there's as much support from any university as you can have. I mean, I think basically he's been given a blank check every year, and I'm sure that would probably continue to a certain degree to do whatever he feels like needs to be done to be successful. I think that, the Alabama powers that be had the foresight to realize that, hey, if we spend a lot of money on this, it could have a huge impact on our university. So that couldn't, all that had to work together too. So that's a huge factor. But I will say, on the other side of that spectrum, there probably are better setups in the current world of NIL. I know that's not something we love to hear and think about, but with money centers like Atlanta for Georgia or Houston, Dallas for Texas A&M, I mean, those schools, there's a lot of money being poured in, and in an arms race that is mostly right now about who can pay guys. When you lose just a tiny bit of that tradition history, once you have the best coach gone, it'll be a little bit tougher. There's no doubt. It'll be a little bit tougher when you lose Nick Saban. So I think that somewhat, obviously look, the boosters, they'll do a great job. This is not a critical thing. It's just that functionally Birmingham and their surrounding cities are not the same size as some of these other big cities. And so I think it'll be a little bit harder when you lose, again, the greatest coach of all time. So I don't know. It's going to be super interesting. I wonder what's already been done. I'm very interested to hear what comes out over the next couple of days. I'm sure there'll start to be some rumors. I've already seen some things floating around, but it definitely will take the right kind of personality.
All right. He is Barrett Jones, the Alabama great, played for Nick Saban, of course, who today has announced, or at least reports from Chris Lowe currently, that he is retiring. Barrett, thank you very much for the time and for the memories. We always appreciate our time together with you, and look forward to continuing that in the future, whether Nick Saban is the coach or not. You're always welcome.
Well, basically, Dunaway just told me I'll never be on the show again.
I kind of thought that, but that was out of bounds.
Signing off, it was a good run.
Well, I guess
my voice is no longer relevant.
No. I mean,
Alabama universe stuff.
No. We just cycled through. We'll talk to you again in 2029, 2031, and 2032 on the anniversaries, right?
That's right. That's a good point. So I guess I'll say I bid you adieu for the final time. I'm kidding. No, it has
yeah, please don't go AJ McCarron on me here.
I'm not. I don't care that much. It was it's the end of an era. There's no doubt, and they'll be. I've already thought, just your natural selfishness. I'm like, man, it'll be a little harder for me to go back to stuff now. It's like, I can text one of 20 people and be like, hey, I want to go to this. They're like, oh yeah, sure. And things are about to change, and that's part of life. There's always change, and there'll be a lot of change afoot here in the next few years. But there's a lot of good people in place to navigate that change, and I'm sure Nick Saban will continue to be involved to some degree in that change as well. So that'll be interesting.
Wouldn't surprise me. You guys are using retirement. There'd be no better guy to be in charge of college football than Nick Saban as the commissioner if they ever decide to have one. He's great on television, maybe game day, or maybe he and Miss Terry just want to travel the world, and he has earned that. We've been doing this for an hour now with Nick Saban retiring. I'll leave you with this, Barrett. And Aaron Suttles, who you know very well, wrote this, and I think it's the perfect line. Legendary became normal under Nick Saban at Alabama. Legendary became normal.
That's a good word. It was a lot of legendary times, and man, it's been some great memories. And again, look, new chapter. We can have some more great memories, but it's hard to imagine it will ever be quite like this again. And I think certainly if you're a fan right now, I hope you're taking a second to just appreciate all that has happened, because it's been a wild ride. It's almost been hard to appreciate one year, because then you're on to the next and other great things are happening. And now there'll be a second to sort of exhale and reflect. I felt that way when I got done playing, that I just was like, oh, wow, that was crazy what happened the last 5 years. And now we'll feel that way about his whole tenure. So anyway, thanks for having me on, guys. Enjoy navigating these times, and appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Barrett. Talk soon. Barrett Jones, the Alabama great, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hugh Freeze has tweeted, hard to express how much Nick and Miss Terry have meant to Jill and I as friends, and you have forever set the mark for many to chase in this profession. Enjoy your retirement. The Auburn head coach tweeting his thoughts. First coach I've seen to respond. Perhaps actually now I see Coach Prime, Deion Sanders. Wow. College football just lost the GOAT to retirement. Wow, I knew it would happen one day soon, but not this soon. The game has changed so much that it chased the GOAT away. College football, let's hold up our mirrors and say honestly what you see. Interesting response from Deion Sanders there.
Yeah. I would tell you that is the response from a lot of my Auburn friends talking about the changing world that coaches find themselves in, which is the NIL, the never-ending calendar. I don't know if somehow this changed the timeline or anything like that. I am being told that by someone very reliable that they believe Dan Lanning would be the first person that would have the opportunity to say no to this job.
Yeah, Brett McMurphy has reported it, and Brett's pretty well tied in. And I am telling you, when the word first started filtering to us that this could go down today, it almost immediately was accompanied by the Dan Lanning rumors. These were coming to us kind of in tandem, to be honest with you. And
so much so that there is some belief that Dan Lanning may be in Tuscaloosa either as we speak or before the night is over.
I mean, it would that would be fast moving. There is no doubt that would be fast moving. But I have never believed that this would happen without some sort of succession plan. I've never believed that Nick Saban just retires and then Alabama has to say, okay, well, let's get a search committee together. Y'all start gathering up resumes. Let's read about this. I will say, though, there are a lot of people in the Malmore football building that were taken by surprise here today. So I'm not saying Greg Byrne is one of those by any stretch of the imagination, but I am saying there are a lot of people that are in that football program that you and I have talked to that did not see this coming today.
They did not. Including the first text I sent when we first heard about it from some folks who are in the representation business was the first rumblings we heard. And so I started texting people. You started texting people. And the first thing I got was, no, it's a normal meeting. He says, why do you ask? And I said, well, there's some rumblings from the management side of this that suggests today may be the day that he tells the players that he's retiring. And then instantly when the meeting started, I get the text, holy crap, he just announced it.
Yeah. So there were a lot of people caught by surprise across this country with this. Aaron Suttles joins us now. Yay, Alabama. We have read Aaron's tweets a couple of times. He has been here for every single step of this with Nick Saban. First of all, Aaron, hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. You know a lot of people inside that building there in Tuscaloosa. Would you characterize it the way we did, that a lot of people maybe were caught by surprise that this happened today?
Complete shock. Look, you guys are like I am. You're aware of all the stuff that's going around this program, and I'm sure you noticed an uptick in people reaching out to you over the weekend and Monday about, hey, is you hearing anything? You hearing anything? And I sent a couple of bobs out into the water to see what I could get, and even today, Ryan, people there thought it was a normal meeting.
No doubt.
Because I'm telling you, they were interviewing people. And in my mind, I'm like, well, what kind of person interviews someone else when he knows he's stepping away? That doesn't seem like a right state of mind thing to do.
Nick Saban does.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, I was told, it's so strange I had this conversation with somebody that I would characterize as very close to Nick Saban, who told me, and I had this conversation, I think back at earlier in December, who said, I don't know when it will happen, but I will tell you this, he will be on the recruiting trail the day he announces his retirement, if it's in recruiting season. I mean,
And look, if you're a fan of old school, there's a couple things you got to love of what Nick Saban just did. One, he told his players first. That's really old school.
Yep.
And it speaks to how much he cares about his team. Two, and listen, I don't have a problem with a retirement tour, but he didn't seek that.
No.
He could have. So Nick Saban went down old school to his very core.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it best, and I've repeated this line in 1 hour and 6 minutes now. I've repeated it. This is the fifth time, I bet. Legendary became normal. I mean, that is just 3 words perfectly sums it up. And you're a great writer. That may be the best 3 words you've ever written. Can you expand on that? You don't need to. It says it all. But legendary became normal from 2007 on.
I want you to, and it's difficult because it's been a long time, but I want every Alabama fan that's old enough to think about where this program was in 2006, in December of 2006, the end of November, whenever it was that the former Coach Moore fired Mike Shula. It was about as bad as Alabama's ever been, and it was depressing in this state. And there was a yearning that we will do anything we possibly can to get back on top. And Nick Saban comes in first year, goes 7-6. Next year, he gets Alabama to number 1 in the country. Classic SEC championship game. This will never be topped again. I feel confident saying it. Never be topped again. He reached number 1 in the country at some point in every season from 2008 to 2022. That streak broke this year. But even this year, how damn close did they come to extending that streak? Because they beat Michigan in the semifinal. They're going to beat Washington, I believe. And that streak would have continued. This is the best way I can sum up the legendary became normal. If you simply sat down like a telephone book and just read his accomplishments, you would become numb to them because there are so many of them that stretch so many different areas. Like the one I just read will never be topped. You understand how stupid it is to be number 1 in the country for every year from 2008 to 2022 in today's college football? And all due respect to Coach Bryant. All due respect to Coach. Listen, I wasn't around when he died, but I've read enough stories. I've talked to enough of his former players how the state stood still. Yep. As I'm driving, having left Mal Moore facility today on I-459 when that news broke, I have to imagine that's sort of what that state felt like back in 1982. That everything stood still, and that's where we are right now. It speaks to the things he did in college football. Today's college football will never be topped.
Yeah, I mean, I just, it is like we made a big deal and should have about the Bobby Bowden streak. They were top 5 in the nation. Was it 20 straight years, Dunaway? Do you remember? Aaron, you may remember it. And I remember us talking about that. But the streak you just gave to reach number 1, I mean, it's just incredible.
It's mind. Like that's why I say it's mind numbing. Yeah. It's numbing. You become numb to his greatness. I mean, how many number 1 picks did he put out? And how quickly he turned our Alabama around in the SEC. 1 year, it took him 1 year, and he had Alabama number 1. In year 3, they won the national championship, and then every year since then, they're generally in the conversation for a national championship up until the very last day of the season.
I will tell you that this is a weird time in college athletics. Alabama fans with sadness, then with appreciation. But now you also go, okay, what about this roster? Aaron, we live in a time when virtually every player in that meeting today can leave and go somewhere else by the time they play week 1 next year. And I know it's your job to help raise money to keep those people there. Yay, Alabama, you can support that there. But that's why having the next coach in line as soon as possible has to be a priority.
It has to be. And look, it's open season, and we know how this works. There's supposed to be no tampering, but you're not doing your job as a college football coach if you don't have your player personnel guy print out Alabama's roster and start making phone calls. I mean, that's just the way college football is. And now with the portal, it's, if there is mixed feelings on Coach Saban leaving right now, is if he knew he was leaving, you kind of get the sense of why would you do that to the players that just committed to you, who just made really life decisions based on you being there. But that's the nature of college sports. And Nick Saban may truly not have known until after the last game, after that signing class was signed. But we're going to have our work cut out for us at Alabama, and we're probably going to get blamed for a lot of stuff. A lot of people have expressed their displeasure with NIL. I think they're going to see now that it's more important than ever in keeping Alabama's talent around. And you start identifying coaches, and a lot of those coaches have buyouts. So now you're going to have to come up with buyout money to get them out of their current contract if that's the route that you want to go. And then you would have to sign them to, one would think, a somewhat long-term deal to get you to commit to being and who wants to follow Nick Saban?
I know,
I don't want to follow the Rolling Stones. Yeah. I'm not if the Rolling Stones are opening for me, I'm not closing the show, guys. but that's just me. But if you're going to get in the coaching profession, you got the ego that wants to accept that challenge. And just like Larry Coker at Miami, whoever inherits that job or gets that job, however you want to describe it, they're going to have a loaded roster. Because not everyone's going to leave. And Alabama's still a roster that's got a lot of really good players on it.
Can I now? Dan Lanning is the name we all gravitate to because he has ties to the family, to Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa, to Kirby Smart in Georgia, SEC recruiting. That's a great place to start. But he is in a job that is in the Big Ten. He's being paid well. He's got a $20 million buyout. I would say that another place that you should start looking, if not Dan Lanning, to me, it would be a job that is not currently in or about to be in the SEC or the Big Ten. Is there an ACC coach?
Yeah.
Or a Big 12
coach?
coach?
You guys more privately. I think Mike Norvell. I mean, he's got to be looking around thinking, I just went unbeaten in a Power 5 conference and I can't get into the college football playoff. I got a school that's suing my conference. I think he's a place that you would look. And look, he has rebuilt Florida State because Jimbo Fisher drove them into the ditch. And he had to rebuild that. And it's easy to think because Seminoles fans were so active on social media and think, well, yeah, they've always – guys, there was a point in time you were thinking, are they going to be able to get this car out of the ditch at Florida State? And he did it, and he's done it the right way. And he's a good recruiter. That's one area you got to look. Whoever's going to replace from Nick Saban has got to be a good recruiter. And look, the reason just like you guys, the reason I gravitate Dan Lanning, I like the fact that he's brash. I think you need that with today's recruit. I think he stared down Dion. He ran the score up on Dion. I think there's some things that may not look like Alabama culture, that may not feel like Alabama culture, but I think now's the time. I think the worst thing organizations do is they try to replicate success exactly and emulate from what came before them. There's nothing wrong with taking that blueprint, but you have to be authentic. You have got to put your stamp on it. I like the fact that Dan Lanny's going to tell you what he thinks. And he's kind of brash. I think that goes a long way with today's recruits.
Yeah, absolutely. And there have been people that say, people like Nick Saban and Kirby Smart see a little bit of themselves in Dan Lanning. That's why he fit in with that group. Lance Taylor joined us now as well with Aaron Suttles. We've been on the air since just after 4 Central Time when this news became official. First reported by Chris Lowe of ESPN, who is very well tied to Nick Saban and to Jimmy Sexton, the agent. We've heard rumblings all afternoon, and we're trying to make phone calls. We got confirmation slightly before the Chris Lowe announcement, but I couldn't get a second confirmation, so Chris is the first to report it. But I will ask you this, Aaron, being around the programs every snap of Nick Saban's time there, and Randall wants the answer to this question. Does he have a hand in naming the replacement, or is he the kind of guy that says, my job is done, I worked up until 4 o'clock Central Time, and I am done. It is on you guys now. I don't want to influence and make an impact for something I'm not going to be around for.
I talked about old school. I mentioned the phrase old school. That's very much what I think Nick Saban is. I think he would give his recommendation if asked, but I don't think he's the guy that wants to name his replacement. I don't think he's that was I want my guy to get it. I think he would be happy to sit with Greg Byrne or the board of trustee members who are going to be influential in this decision and give his recommendation about a list of candidates or his opinion of various coaches they may ask him. But I don't think that Nick Saban is the sort of personality that has any interest in being the guy that wants to name his replacement. That's why we never saw a coach in waiting at Alabama. It's just goes against sort of the very nature of who he is.
There we go. I don't know if you guys got into this or not. I know you mentioned Dan Lanning, so you guys were talking about potential replacements. I would assume, though, that they will let Nick Saban have his time where we can reflect on Nick Saban before they would announce a successor.
Not with the portal. You can't do it. Everybody will leave.
This day of college football, unfortunately, I'm not sure that's possible.
I was
got
saying
30 days. They can leave tomorrow.
No, I get that, but I mean, you're not going to do it immediately.
Oh, I think you have to.
And
Listen,
here's the thing about Dan Lanning, though.
Guys, how about this? If you have to, just because he's so well liked in that building, you know what I do? My interim coach right now is Travaris Robinson. Not with the understanding you're not going to be my guy, but we're going to pay you as our head coach until we get one, and you're leading this ship because he's well liked, he's respected, players love him. He's an excellent recruiter. I know he's an Auburn guy, but I think he earned a lot of respect from around the country with what he helped do with this defense this year. If I have to place an interim tag to keep my roster together, I'll pay you as my head coach until we get a head coach. Because I think Jim's right. You can't afford to listen. You can't afford to rush, but you can't afford to just wait it out either. If you identify your candidate, go identify your candidate. Greg Byrne likes, he's known as the ninja, right? I think we all learned that in the Nate Oates coaching search for men's basketball. If you're trying to get a quality coach that's somewhere else, the last thing you want is this stuff being leaked. We're gonna see that tested this time because agents love to tell reporters stuff. They love to leverage stuff for their current clients to get a better deal where they currently are. So I think Greg Byrne's going to be tested in that regard, but they've got to get someone fairly quickly. But in terms of keeping your roster together, I think there's one guy in that building that could help you do that, and that's Travaris Robinson.
All right, he is Aaron Suttles, at Aaron Suttles, yay-alabama .com online, and yay_Alabama on Twitter if you'd like to make donations there. Aaron, thank you for your thoughts and putting some perspective on this. We always appreciate the time.
All right, boys. Hey, it's a good time to be you guys to have a sports show in Birmingham.
Well,
in the middle of the week, too.
I know.
We got 2 more days. We got 2 more days of this, baby.
Yes, we do. Absolutely, we do.
All right, take care.
Thank you. We're working at 5:18 tonight.
Y'all please catch me up, and I apologize. I was in the middle of a Peloton.
Yeah.
We talked about this. I'm sure you guys kind of recapped that we talked about it a little bit in the lobby. And I thought there was zero chance it was going to happen within an hour.
You're the guy that has been predicting this all along.
I know. Well, I didn't think, really, after in the middle of my interview with Brock Heward, when I came out to the lobby and we all started talking, that's when the Pete Carroll news broke, in the middle of that. And so when we started to speculate and talk about this, I was like, you know what? I just don't see 2 stories, 2 legendary coaches breaking within 30 minutes or an hour. I thought it could happen sooner than later. That's crazy. And the way they went out,
Yep.
I just didn't think it would happen today. I had a feeling, but everybody close to Nick Saban said it wasn't going to happen. That's why I was kind of back and forth on this whole thing.
We'll reset everything for you here. This is live as you watch us at 5:19 Central Time on a Wednesday. Nick Saban is leaving Alabama, retiring as the Alabama coach. He told the players that at 4 o'clock today. Just a little behind-the-scenes stuff, though. Of all the people up here that stuck to her guns that it still could happen, was our 2 youngest employees who have never, ever gone through anything like this.
That's right.
But Taylor and Emily Grace, Taylor refused to go home. She's like, I've just got a feeling. She had the tweet ready to go to send out. Chris Lowe and us, I think, reported it bang, bang. And it was on me that we didn't report it first.
Did you guys expect it today, though?
Emily Grace, let me finish the story. Emily Grace, so much so that when I brought back a late lunch for everybody because we'd planned to stay up through 5 o'clock just in case something happened, she left at about 3:40 Central Time to drive to Tuscaloosa just in case this happened. So she is in Tuscaloosa as we speak.
Okay, well, I got something done behind the scenes just in case this happened, but there was no way this was going to happen today.
Yeah.
And, and what's weird is I had this weird gut feeling, and I typically keep my phone on me all hours of business hours. And I had put it on the charger, and I was on the Peloton, and before I continued the workout, I got off the Peloton, I was like, you know what, I need to go check my phone. And I had more texts than I've ever had in my life. Like, it was like the Rams had won the Super Bowl again.
Every time I look down, it's back to 20. I keep trying to just read them and get rid of them. It's back to 20 again, including Greg, who writes in, January 10th, 2024 is the day none of us was looking forward to, but what an incredible feeling I have in my heart for what this man brought to this state and to me and my entire family. No fan base will ever be able to live what we lived through. Roll Tide, my friend. We've been on a 2-decade dream ride. That's Greg from Pell City.
He's right. I think we all remember the day Nick Saban actually took the job. We weren't doing a show together. I never thought, I don't think anybody thought that he would even be close to the run that he went on. He was as close to perfection at one job that you can have. We knew this day was coming. We didn't know when. Just because I predicted it, I didn't want it to happen. He has been so good for the state of Alabama, for the university, for businesses all over. He has made so many people so much money. I will say this, and I truly believe it, we would not be sitting here doing this if Nick Saban wouldn't have taken the Alabama job.
Alabama's Terrion Arnold is with us now, the defensive back.
I was just reading his tweet and getting emotional.
Oh,
and
really?
He popped up on the screen here.
That's weird timing. First of all, Terrion, I hope you're doing okay.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm dealing with it, but I'm fine.
Yeah, I am, and I apologize for this. I'm not sure where you are. Were you in the meeting, or are you elsewhere getting ready for the draft?
Nah, I'm elsewhere getting ready for the draft.
Yeah, so word got back to you, and just your reaction when word got back to you. Did this catch you by surprise? Is this kind of something you expected?
If I'm being honest, I told y'all that he was going to die coaching. And when I said that, obviously it's just one of those things. He's been in it for so long, but I just remember him saying a long time ago, if I ever feel like a liability or my health when it comes to the game and different things like that, then I'll be done with it. But I think what people can't really fathom is the fact that he's retiring. But at the end of the day, he's 72 years old. Like Coach Saban is 72 years old, and being a head coach is stressful, it's hard, it's gruesome, and he just makes it look easy. And it's hard to obviously see him let go. But at the end of the day, man, that man got to live, man. He got to take care of him and Miss Terry, enjoy his family. You only got so much life to live, so.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to work till 72, but he was never a liability. I mean, you guys were one of the best teams, obviously, in college football. But one of the reasons I kind of leaned that this was going to happen was just watching. He seemed a little different, just the way he reacted to certain things, the way his family was all in all of the time this season. But you were around him for years. You played under him. Did he seem different at all as a coach?
As a coach, he was more personable this year. I'll even like share like a story, like as far as having team meetings or having team settings with him. It was always, man, this team is very special to me, which we were very special. I mean, great group of guys. And you can just tell he enjoyed all the little things versus kind of like last year. And even with us, like our relationship and different things like that, Coach Saban and I, we've always been pretty tight and things like that. But I mean, he smiled more. He cared more, as they would say. But I mean, that's not a testament to knowing that he's retiring. That's just a testament to just knowing like the bond and the relationship that was there. And I feel like even this year, looking at like the way like he handled the media and stuff as far as it came to us, like the whole thing with Lane, man, you know, a testament in life. Let all naysayers know, like him just being supportive among that, man, Miss Terry, different things like that. Like I don't think it's a testament to like knowing that he was geared to retire, but just him carrying it and like connecting the dots, looking backwards, you would say, nah, that's not normal for him doing that.
I've said a couple of times throughout the year that Terry and Kristen seem to have enjoyed every game experience a little bit more this year than they have in the past. And you've said it on our show before. But just the influence. Yeah, just the influence of what Terry Saban has meant to this program as well.
Miss Terry, it's crazy because when I went in there, obviously I was telling y'all how I had my team meeting. I had my team meeting, not my team meeting, but I had my meeting with him before I was deciding about the draft and different things like that. So when I had my meeting, obviously we talked about what we talked about and stuff. And after that, Miss Terry called me. So she calls me. When she calls me, she says that she had a surprise for me. So I go over to their house. When I go over to their house, Miss Terry, she's right there. She hands me a book, and it's a book that her and Coach Saban read on the daily. It's kind of like Greek mythology, and it's just a quote for every day. And this is just a testament to her. And nobody knows this, but I'll just share it. When she gave me the book, she said you can start reading it. It began at the beginning of the year, but I couldn't read my book because it was ripped out all the way until January 19th. So I'm like, Miss T, why is it ripped out all the way to January 19th? Miss Terry said I had to rip out some of the pages and I had to send it to Henry Ruggs. Because when you're incarcerated, she said you can't send books in, so you have to do it by pages. So she took out some of my books, some of other books and different things like that. And that's just a testament to how she is. Miss Terry has really, really been there. Former Bama players, current Bama players, and just been that heartbeat. And I really mean it a lot when I say, man, she's like a best friend to me, like a true friend. Like even when I left their house, she said, thank you for everything you've done. You've done more than enough. And just thank you for being a great person and a great friend. And it's kind of crazy because I told her about Pro Day. She was like, I've never came to pro day while Nikki, she called him Nikki, while Nikki has been coaching. But I consider you one of my best friends, and I'm going to come to yours. So I'm like, hey, Miss T, you come to my pro day. I'm going to show out. Like, hey, I'm going to show out. So, I mean, I don't know as far as everything retiring with all that going on. But, I'm that type of person. If you tell me you're going to do something, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to still call Miss T like, hey, Miss T, Coach Saban not going to he's not coaching anymore, so you definitely can come. So.
Terrion Arnold is with us, the Alabama defensive back. I asked Barrett Jones. Barrett played a long time ago, like when he goes on the speaking circuit, and they asked for give me your best Nick Saban story. Now, years down the road, when people know you play for Nick Saban, what's going to be the best story?
Obviously, the one that everybody's seen, Mississippi State, that one right there. But I mean, that's just a testament to itself. I don't think that's my best one. As far as stories, I would say it's it's a lot of them. Man, I got a lot of Coach Saban stories, but I mean, I just share one off the top of my head. Last year, get ready to play Tennessee, and not last year. I'm sorry, not last year. My freshman year, actually, we were ready to play Tennessee. He comes in, he says, guys, we're going to take control of it. And one thing about it, when people come in, you can't let people take over your territory or piss on your grass. I'm like, what does that have anything to do with us going out here and being Tennessee? But anyways, he says that. When he says that, he's like, I'm gonna actually like, cause one thing about me, you can ask on my teammates, when I tell stories, I want to make it feel like you're actually there. So I'm gonna tap into character and become him for a second. I'm not Terrion, Coach Saban. Here you go. How's everybody going? Good. Okay. Guys, we got a tough challenge amongst ourselves. We got to go out here. We got to execute. And we got to take the game over. Me and Miss Terry, we got this dog. We got a little dog, little Chihuahua. I mean, I don't know what kind of dog it was, but he said little Chihuahua. It's a little dog. He says, we always had this German Shepherd come in our backyard. And when the German Shepherd came in the backyard, he would knock over Miss Terry's plants. He would knock over the flowers, piss on our grass. And that little Chihuahua used to be in the house going crazy. Miss Terry, her being the loving, nice person she is, she'd always say, oh, Nikki, it's okay, it's okay. Well, anyways, one day, this German Shepherd continues to come in the yard. And when he comes in the yard and does what he does, the little dog is going crazy. And Miss Terry isn't at home. I'm at home. So I let that son of a gun out. And when I tell you, when that little 3-pound dog went and pounced on that German Shepherd, bit it in the neck, German Shepherd crying, went away, never saw it again. More of the story is, guys, you don't let them come in and piss on our grass. We gonna bring the fight to them. I mean, that one right there. And then, I mean, Coach Saban even got one as far as like just him going back, like talking about I never actually really thought I was going to be a head coach. The only reason I became a head coach is because me and Miss Terry, we wanted to get married. And since we wanted to get married, she had another year of school left. And I had to find something to do because I had already graduated. So I just took the little GA coaching job. But I really just took the job because I wanted to be with Miss Terry. And her dad and her mom, they were going to accept the fact that she was just with a nobody. So, I mean, that's why I took the GA coaching job. And now we're here. Like, I could literally come on here. Even if you talk to anybody like my teammates and stuff, I like to say it like, I remember everything. Like, I got a really, really good memory. And it's just one of those things I was blessed with. And like people tell stories and stuff, but I always say, like, as far as acting and stuff, I feel like when I tell you this story, I need to make it feel like you were there in the setting. Like, even the fans and stuff watching. Like, maybe I might just come on the show one day and just tell y'all about 3 Coach Saban stories. I mean, we're still kind of dealing with the emotion and stuff and different things like that. But I got to be able to tell y'all like a unfiltered version of his story. I mean, Coach, how Coach Saban.
You give us the day. You give us the day. We'll clear the schedule.
Would love it. With your great memory, though, and it's been a while, what was the first thing you remember, the first meeting ever with Nick Saban, one-on-one, when he was recruiting you?
A one-on-one meeting? Coach Saban, it's two encounterments. The first one, we was on Zoom. So we're on Zoom or whatever. he was just talking to me about as far as I'm going to John Paul. I'm at a little high school. My high school, we don't really run much. We run cover 2, we run man to man, and we ran something just called funnel the ball to Terrion. He in the middle of the field. That was the school I was at. But Coach Saban, he in here, he breaking down cover 7 to me. Obviously, it's Coach Saban. He's telling me like, hey man, to the front side, we play a form of clamp. We're gonna play clamp. Clamp. You read 2 to 1. If 2 comes out in the first 5 yards, then boom, you're gonna trap the flat. It's gonna turn into cut. That's basically cover 2. If he doesn't come out, then it's like quarters. So it's quarter, half. So with that being said, I'm a little 16-year-old. I'm like, oh yeah, coach. Yeah. He's like, and you get what I'm saying, man? Because you could come in and play the star position and you could play the corner position. Like we got Pate right now. He's not really familiar with the star position, but normally your best cover guy plays star. And I'm like, yeah, coach, I got it. In my head, man, I ain't know what he was talking about. Like I did not know anything. And he's like, I just like talking to people like this who really can understand. I feel like you can come in and contribute. So boom, Coach Saban, he ends up coming to my school because obviously, in high school, all the recruits and stuff come. Man, when he came to my school, I'm Christian. Like I believe in Jesus. That I was going to a Catholic school. So when Coach Saban comes to the school, I'm in mass. So I'm in mass. Man, just imagine like you being at a school, boom, you in mass. Next thing you know, you feel a tap on your shoulder and you look back. Coach Saban is in mass with you because he's Catholic. Like he's Catholic. Like Coach Saban, before the games on Saturdays, we got pregame. We're going to the Christian service. He'll be in the Catholic service. After the Catholic service is over, he'd come into the Christian service. So, he do a little bit of both. But like that right there just caught me off guard. Like everybody in the school, like, dude, like Coach Saban was just in mass with us. Like, that's crazy. And I'm like, hey, man, like, yeah, it is crazy. Like, it's wild. So then when I get to Alabama, man, I'll never forget it, man. He came to us as freshman. He said, and I just want to let you guys know, you guys have been superstars everywhere you've been. I know you guys are used to being the guy, but you at Alabama, everybody's good. And this is like a testament to how humble he is. He said, at the end of the day, if I leave the school right now after everything I've done, they still going to bring in somebody to replace me. Alabama doesn't need you. You need Alabama. I'm like, dang, coach, like, hey, that's a pretty tough pill to swallow. And actually, I had just graduated the next day, so I had got there a little late. Man, as I'm sitting in there, he talking, I'm like this. trying to fight my sleep. I'm trying to wake back up. Coach Kelly, who was still there, Coach Kelly came to me. He said, man, Coach Saban really does like you. I said, why you say that? He said, he was talking about how you was asleep the whole time and he didn't want to get on to you because he didn't want to embarrass you. I was like, dang, he really said that? Like, that's crazy. So, man, he a legend though, man. They would say, like, he just made it look so easy, made it look so effortless. And like I say, we didn't come out victorious, but at the end of the day, he blew out his last candle with us, and I'm ready. I entered the draft and stuff, and I walked out. Man, you walked out too, so we walked out together. So hey.
And this is what you wrote: the waves of your influence will be felt for years to come. That's Terrion Arnold. Perfectly said by you, man. You're one of a kind.
Man, it will, yes, sir. It will.
Yep.
So if I would have anything to say, I would say, for the people who are believers and stuff, I would just say, just keep like the guys in your prayers and stuff. Like even as far as talking to like Caleb Downs, Jalen Miro, different guys like that, man. Like this really does like hurt because obviously I just think about it like if I was there in that situation right now, like man, your head coach gone. This is like Alabama. This is all we know. Like people saying we should celebrate, we should do this, which we obviously should. But at the end of the day, man, this is a sad day in Alabama. Like, it's a sad day. And, just the respect for him. Like, because I was talking to Jalen earlier today. Coach Saban, they were supposed to have a team meeting yesterday, but it got canceled for the storm. And I'm actually still in the group chat. It's crazy. I can't leave the group chat. They're my brothers. I'm like, they're going to have to kick me out. So, with that being said, they were supposed to do that. And so they were supposed to do that. It got canceled, and they had it today. So while all this was going on in my head, I'm calling. I'm like, dang, what's all this going on? Because my first thought, I'm like, let me call Jalen, and they not answering. So when they not answering, I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, so if we seeing these sources about him retiring, he must be telling the guys right now because that's the type of person he is. And after getting confirmation and stuff, while all the sources were saying Nick Saban possibly retiring and stuff like that, it was going on. So he had told the guys. He was in the middle of telling the guys.
Yeah,
so.
I don't want to open the door, but if you really do want to help out the guys in Tuscaloosa, it's not too late. I think you can resend that paperwork and go back and lean on the brothers.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You know, once you enter the draft and you sign like the NFL thing and they put your name in, it is actually too late. So I mean, as bad as and you know me, like with that being said, me like I can't tell y'all like what went on in my exit meeting and stuff like that as far as talking to him and stuff, but I wouldn't say like I knew he was retiring, but the stuff that was said and like the stuff that we discussed, I was like, yeah, okay. Like, yeah. So, I mean, with that being said, like, I can't, like, as bad as I want to, because I'm tied into Bama. Like, man, I'm from Florida, but my relationship with Miss Terry, my teammates, my guys, like, we had an iconic season. Like, I always used to tell Caleb, like, even if they made a movie on this, they wouldn't even be able to reenact this. Like, they wouldn't be able to because the stuff that went on this season. Like, we need to come out with a 30 for 30 on Bama 2023 because we had a lot, like, based on the Texas game, that you end up playing Michigan, like, hey, man, it's crazy. It's been surreal, but it's been a blessing at the same time. We learned a lot of life lessons that have carried on. So, man, I just thank him.
Yeah. Well said. Terrion, thank you, man, for jumping on short notice. We really do appreciate it. You've been fantastic with us. We wish you all the best in the NFL. Cannot wait to watch you on Sundays.
Man, I appreciate you guys too, man. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Terrion Arnold. The departing Alabama defensive back headed to the NFL on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with his thoughts on playing in Nick Saban's final game. I mean, you heard him say it. We walked off the field together for the last time.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to disagree with you, and I think most people will disagree with me. Like, you don't have to immediately tomorrow name a successor. Because as Terrion said, Nick Saban told them, Alabama doesn't need you, you need Alabama. This isn't Texas A&M, where when Jimbo gets fired, they're flushing to the portal.
Listen, we can sit there and discuss that as long as you want to, but in this day and age, since 4 o'clock, how many times do you think Caleb Downs' phone has longer been
nonstop?
Some of these guys are going to leave, but if you get, as Aaron Settle said, like a T-Rob, call a team meeting immediately. Look, you guys know you're in a great spot. This is Alabama. We're going to hire the right guy for you. I mean, look, a lot of these guys are already being paid. They're going to get solicited. There is no doubt. But I just think Nick Saban gets his moment or longer, then you hire, because you need to hire the right guy.
Yeah, but see, Nick Saban is going to be celebrated forever. So,
I get that.
So you got to take care of the program and celebrate Nick Saban at the same time. I guarantee you that's the way he would want it done. Our show being brought to you extended time. We're live. It is 5:39 p.m. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy Bud Light. The Cleveland Browns have tweeted, congratulations to our former defensive coordinator on an incredible coaching career. Nick Saban dressed in Browns gear, the younger Nick Saban. As we've seen earlier, Steve Sarkisian, who worked for both Pete Carroll, who announced his retirement today, and Nick Saban, the picture of those two together, Forrester had it earlier, from Steve Sarkisian using that picture. The two GOATs would not be where I am today without these two men as mentors. Thank you for everything. And you've got to think Steve Sarkisian is just blown away today because he's right. The two biggest influences in his professional life are those two men right there, and they both go out on the same day.
I mean, that's one of the things that we never would have been able to predict, and boy, how they went out different ways. And one of the reasons that Nick Saban probably wanted to get back to the college job, we knew Nick Saban was going to call his own shot. Very interesting the way Pete Carroll went out.
Coach Prime, Brown gave you this one earlier. Wow, college football just lost the GOAT to retirement. Wow, I knew it would happen one day soon, but not this soon. The game has changed so much that it chased the GOAT away. College football, let's hold up our mirrors and say honestly what you see. Hashtag Coach Prime there with that one.
Well, the a lot of what he's referencing there, the train has left the station. I don't think there's going back on a lot of that. But I mean, a lot of people are putting two and two together, saying Nick Saban, he finally just found the challenge he wasn't willing to tackle with everything college football has become. That he's adapted. He's adapted to the change in offense. He's adapted to the change in recruiting. He's adapted to the transfer portal. He's adapted to all those things. But when you add up everything that college football has become now, he's done adapting.
Well, it's one of the reasons that, before the season we talked about this, and I said, I've just got this feeling. It was when, right after they bought the house in Jupiter, I was like, you don't buy a house like that right now. I know he's got a ton of money. unless you're thinking about something. The way, as you mentioned this to Terrion, that Kristen and Terry, they were kind of portrayed, and you saw him on social media, the way he was interacting with players, the way he was doing press conferences, it just seemed like it was kind of building up to that.
Yeah, I will tell you this, David Hale of ESPN pointing out that the kids who are signing at Alabama right now are the ones they don't remember any memory of Nick Saban not at Alabama, right? 17, 18 years old. He was there 17 years. And he points out the people that are playing college football right now have no memory of what Alabama was like before Nick Saban got there. And I'm not talking about Bear Bryant and before that. And he sends out the decade before Nick Saban.
Oh, it was rough.
And for those that don't remember, 1997, 4-7, 7-5, 10-3, 3-8, 7-5, 10-3, 4-9, 6-6, 10-2, 6-7. 3 10-win seasons, some losing seasons, which are hard to even imagine now. And that was the Alabama program he inherited, a team that in the previous recruiting class had lost 24 games in a 4-year period. He did not lose 24 games in his entire time at Alabama. Am I right about that? Was he 28 losses or 21 losses?
I would say 21, I think.
I think he's 201-29 maybe. That's the number, something like that he goes out on. So almost more wins in the 4-year period before him than his entire 17 years.
So, Terrion just said that was the first time that he said in exit interviews, he was like, okay, well, maybe this guy is leaning retirement. Do you think Greg Byrne has known for days? Because I do think that the hire goes down a lot quicker if that is the case.
I have nothing to back this up. I would say people on the coaching staff did not know until this meeting started. I would say I can't even give you an answer. If it was me, I would have gone to Greg and I would have said, here's what's happening in the next 48 hours. And you owe me enough that this does not leak out. I'm telling you and you only.
Oh, and then Greg Byrne would have abided by that for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then you do what you got to do to get ready at 4 o'clock Central Time. But, and Barrett Jones brought this up. In this day and age, and just the three of us, the number of people we have inside that program, and there are people that have got more people inside the program than us, and more people who are around agents like Jimmy Sexton than us. And then if there is a search that was going on, the number of people that are around that person, and then we'll just use Dan Lanning as an example. If before this went down, Dan Lanning was approached, well, the first thing his agent is going to do is like, okay, how much money? And it's just being a good agent to go back to Oregon and say, well, hey, we've got now Oregon has no knowledge of it. I think it's impossible in this day and age for us to make it to 4 o'clock Central Time to only hear rumblings that it could be happening, that it wasn't already being reported. So I'm going to say he did not. I'm going to say he did know it, but not for very long.
Yeah, I mean, and you heard Aaron Suttles talk about the Malmore building was shocked by this, and that's. Everybody I've talked to inside that building has said the same thing, that they did not really see this coming today, that this was a huge surprise to them. And, in a lot of ways, I thought that's the way he would eventually go out, right, is that he would just do it, and he was not going to do any sort of victory lap or anything like that. And that's ultimately the way it went down, even probably more of a surprise than anyone thought it would be.
Interviewing coaches to fill out the coaching staff today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that weeks ago when we brought it back up. He will work until the last minute, and nobody will know.
Yep. We did not know it at the time, but former Alabama receiver Slade Bolden played in the final national championship game Nick Saban coached at Alabama. He is with us now. Welcome in, Slade. It's good to see you again. Hope you're doing okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope y'all are doing well as well, man. I never thought this day would come. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you recently played for him, and just watching Alabama and keeping up with it, and I know you had to do that from a distance. You
Right.
You just didn't have the feeling that this was the year? There was nothing you saw that you thought this is the year?
Well, I think a lot of people was hoping this was not the year. And what's funny is like I always joked and laughed about. I was like, Coach Saban is gonna, go until he can't. Well, he might. I thought maybe he'd go until like he literally fell out on that field. Obviously, we wouldn't want that to happen, but he just loves it so much, and he's a machine. I feel like he's just so passionate about coaching that I don't think it would have been so hard for him to step away. But it's funny, we were talking today, I think it was Paul Tyson actually brought it up in a group message we're in, saying that me and him and a bunch of our friends were the last national championship team to play for Saban. So I thought that was pretty cool.
What is your lasting memory on? We just had Terrion Arnold on, and Brown asked him, do you have a great Nick Saban story? If there's one story throughout your career with Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa, what is it?
Oh, man, there's a few. There's even from when I was a freshman, or trying actually when I early enrolled, and a lot of it's him getting on me, getting a little chew out. You always remember the butt chewings more than you do anything else. But even from that, and I remember just like after my first touchdown, I threw a touchdown pass to Miller in my sophomore year, Miller Forstall. And we had like I think it was Thanksgiving, some family dinner, the parents for recruits, or it was maybe coaches' wives and stuff. And we went up there to eat, and I remember like coach just saying, "Hey Slade, good game the other night." Like, and mind you, like usually if you're not playing or you're not a significant contributor to the team, like normally like. It's business. Like it is what it is. And that's one thing that's helped me for my future. So I just remember that like, okay, now I'm in his eyes. I know he knows me, and now that I'm a contributor, it's gonna be good. I just remember that specific moment for some reason.
Can you just put into the emotions, because being a guy that's covered him his whole career in Tuscaloosa, I'm sad, I'm thankful, I'm happy that I got to experience it from a fan or a journalist perspective. From a guy who played, can you put it in a box of just how much emotion and different emotion you're feeling right now?
Well, one thing that's certain is college football won't be the same without Nick Saban. I think that anybody can agree on that. For me personally, I was able to play for the greatest coach of all time for 4 years. The things I was able to learn, and the knowledge I gained from him and the people that he surrounded me with, and just the opportunity that I was given, that essentially has changed my life for the better and forever. So it is a mixed emotions. I have so much respect for Coach Saban and the whole Saban family, and I love them. And obviously it was tough sometimes. It was some tough love here and there, but that's what made us great, and that's what made me the man I am today. Besides, my grandparents raising me as well, but he also contributed to that, and the many other players that he coached. So it's sad to see him not coach the Tide anymore, because we always love watching him coach. But if this is what's best for Coach Saban, then we have to support and honor that. So, but it is mixed emotions for sure. I'm happy that I was able to spend the time with him during his last 4, 5, 6 years. But I am happy that he's able to make a decision that's best for him.
Football. You've played the game. Slade Bolden, the former Alabama receiver, with us. Can you imagine being a coach having to? And I said this earlier. I'm not going to say replace Nick Saban, because you don't replace Nick Saban.
Oh,
being the next coach at Alabama. Just the expectations you inherit, the shoes you have to try to fill. It's remarkable. Yeah, I can't imagine it.
I can't either. I don't think I'm ever going to be in that position to imagine it. So, but you're right. There's no one that can ever replace Coach Saban. He's one of a kind. He is in my opinion, the GOAT. And I don't know how many people can beat that record that he has. But whoever's willing to take on that challenge, they better get ready, because it's they're coming up with a lot of success, a lot of winning with the Tide and the fan base. So they better come in and be ready to take that position. But hey, I don't know if I could do it.
yeah, I don't think anybody. I'm not sure who's prepared for that. Slade, I know it's short notice. We appreciate you jumping on with us and sharing your thoughts on the career of Nick Saban at Alabama. It's always good to catch up with you.
Same here, guys. God bless y'all. I appreciate it, and I enjoyed our little conversation.
Yep, you too, man. Take care. That is Slade
Roll
Bolden,
Tide.
the former Alabama receiver, on what turned out to be, we didn't know it at the time, in Indianapolis, Nick Saban's last national championship game. It's hard to
believe.
That.
And, back to your point to Slade, whoever the next guy is, I mean, you got to have a constitution to be able to take this job. And look, I know a lot of people are going to say it's going to pay a ton of money. It's Alabama. You got a chance to win championships, but you are following the best coach of all time in any sports.
Yep.
At least you can make that huge argument there. And I think a guy like Dan Lanning's got the ego that he would try to attack it. Like, I think Kalen DeBoer is a better coach than Dan Lanning. I don't think it's close. We saw it twice this year, but I don't know if Kalen DeBoer would take the job. Alabama's 10 times the job Washington is, but some guys are content in their spot. It's like Dabo Swinney. I don't think Dabo, and I've seen it in the chat room, and we've talked about this before, I don't think Dabo would take this job. He's done something at Clemson nobody's ever done before. If you take this job, I'm not going to say you're set up for success, but at the same time, there is no way you're going to live up to the expectation of Nick Saban.
I will listen. The game continues with or without Nick Saban. This is just part of the story here, but it is being reported by On3 Hayes Fawcett, who covers recruiting for them, that the 5-star wide receiver Ryan Williams from the state of Alabama has announced he is decommitted from Alabama tonight and will reopen his commitment. So on the heels of that, not only did Nick Saban retire, but Holman Wiggins, the wide receiver coach, is going to play, and Ryan Williams says this is a major factor. He's going to Texas A&M. So, that'll be something that's followed. It as a much smaller story than the retirement of Nick Saban, but it is obviously an offshoot to that.
Holman Wiggins is going to Texas A&M. Ryan Williams is an open recruitment.
Correct.
But Auburn fans have felt long, even before the Nick Saban retirement, that they were eventually going to flip Ryan Williams to them as he continued the recruiting process there. This may be the final thing that gets another 5-star wide receiver to Hugh Freeze's coaching staff, our current roster down at Auburn.
Do you guys think there's any curveball to a hire? And by that, it's an off the board that nobody's talking about.
Well, I mean, I do think, I mean, part of me is inclined to think the hire's already been made.
Well, that would be the perfect scenario.
Yeah.
But to a point I made with Aaron, as I think you were coming in, because Aaron had told us privately that if Nick Saban ever retired, one name to keep an eye on, everyone would focus on Dan Lanning, was Mike Norvell.
Yep.
And to the whole Dabo conversation, back in the day when we said Dabo would never leave Clemson for this job, there was a different world then. Right now, there are how many solid situations in college football as far as conferences are concerned? There's the Big Ten and there's the SEC. And then there's everybody else. So Dan Lanning has got a job in the Big Ten. Kalen DeBoer's got a job in the Big Ten. Not saying Dan Lanning won't come. He could. He's to me, he's an SEC guy, but he may come. He's really good at recruiting. It's easier to recruit down here because a lot of the great players are down here. Not saying Dan Lanning won't come. Not saying DeBoer won't come. But to me, if I'm Mike Norvell, if I'm Dabo Swinney, if I'm anybody that's anywhere not in the Big Ten or the SEC, my agent got a phone call from me at about 4:04 today saying, get me on the radar because I want some security.
Just float it. But here's the thing about Dabo. Not only would he be leaving a place where he is recognized as a god, basically, but if I'm an Alabama fan, I think Dabo's put past his prime. And I think one of the reasons, and you brought this up, that Nick Saban is leaving is because college football, the atmosphere is completely different than it was a couple of years ago. And you've got to be able to have guys on your own roster shaking you down the very next season for more money. And Dabo hasn't bought into NIL, and watching his offenses over the last couple of years, they have been horrific. So if I'm an Alabama fan, I don't want Dabo.
Yeah, I don't know that would excite Alabama fans the way maybe it might have at one point. I've never felt like that would occur. Dabo Swinney, the coach at Alabama, I think it's further now from happening than it ever has been. And one reason is if you believe that a lot of these things are what drove Nick Saban away. Dabo Swinney, in a lot of ways, has approached this the way Nick Saban has. He has been vocal about his distaste for the transfer portal. He's been vocal about his distaste for NIL. If you're coaching in this world anymore, you better embrace those things.
You have to.
Not just grin and bear it. You got to embrace it because it's the way the world is going to work.
And the more I look at this, I don't think you can hire, like Nick Saban came to Tuscaloosa already winning a national championship. You know, when I start to think about the guys that are being mentioned right now, the Dan Lannings, the Lane Kiffins, the Dabo Sweeneys, well, Dabo aside, like Dan Lanning hadn't won a big game yet.
He's not. In fact, some of his coaching decisions can be circled as questionable. But Aaron Suttles was making a case that his aggressive nature in play calling and decision making in those games and his brashness in the Deion Sanders situation
Got him beat.
would be got you beat, but that would be the kind of brashness that would make you think you could go in and follow up a guy who won 7 national championships.
I'll tell you this:
in Tuscaloosa.
If you guys were in charge of the hire, I don't know where you would go, and we'll get back to it in a second. I know we're about to go to Tuscaloosa, but boy, I don't know if I'd want to be in charge of this hire.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. There's no doubt. Our own Emily Grace McWhorter is just outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium with the Nick Saban statue in the background, and it appears, EG, some people have gathered around the statue.
Yes, they have. I'm going to try and get close enough. They're playing Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh, my.
Let me switch this around.
Yes.
So this is the setup we have going. We've got oatmeal cream pies,
Yep.
Coke, Dr. Pepper, some roses, some buttons.
Okay. It is important, I think, at this moment to point out Nick Saban has not passed
Nope,
away.
he is not.
Yeah.
He has only announced, or he hasn't even announced, but word has broken from Chris Lowe that he is retiring.
well, from people inside the meeting too.
From people inside the meeting, yes.
Yeah, so it is it's an official thing with Alabama. I don't know if Alabama's actually seen anything
I have not
out.
seen anything. I've tried to watch that.
So I will tell you first off, inside joke, we tore up the sack that you signed before you left. So you're on official business now. And I complimented you and Taylor Korn for being the two people that have never experienced this, that never gave up that this was happening today. And that's why you're already in Tuscaloosa. So just the mood of the people that are coming out outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium, it is not it's not a passing of life. It is a guy who's just retiring. But is it somber? Sort of describe the mood of everybody.
So here specifically, it is very somber. There's a certain excitement, though. I just heard that they are all planning on wearing black tomorrow. And I did see a group of girls that came sobbing. But it's a good energy right now. Obviously, people are a little confused, a little shocked. I think we all are. There was a swim and dive athlete coming out of the Malmore Athletic Facility, and he had no idea what was going on. So in real time, I got to ask him, Nick Saban just retired, what's the reaction? He was floored.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a wild night in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
I don't think people are sleeping tonight.
Yeah.
Our friends at Innisfree, do they all? Is there really a drink called Sabanades?
Yeah, there is. I saw that they're doing them for $3 tonight. I guess that's
Did you
a
see that?
discount. Yeah.
I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if Tripp and Nick are like, "Hey, drinks on us."
Drinks on the house. Thank you, Nick
For
Saban.
the record, speaking on Tripp's behalf, that is not the case right now, as far as we know at Innisfree. It's not.
No. It's not. But that place will be absolutely wild tonight. And you talk about people dressing in black tomorrow, and I do, man. I mean, this hurts. I don't care. Well, Auburn fans are going to celebrate. If you are a business owner in Alabama, you recognize the greatness, you appreciate it, but this moment hurts for a lot of reasons. I mean, we have witnessed the greatest coach in the history of sports. Now that has come to an end, and I think it's going to be an awesome celebration for a while, though.
Yeah. So I am going to head down after this downtown to get just some overall feel of what's going on, especially with Auburn rolling tumors. We'll see what people have to say about that. But I'm
Has
excited.
that happened again? Because it did when Bear Bryant retired. Has that happened again tonight? Okay. Maybe we can get a live picture, Forrester or Rockstar, of when EG's gone, of what Tumors Corner looks like today. There is a live cam available online of Tumors 24 hours a day. Go ahead. Now, you're heading where?
So I'm heading downtown after this. I'm going to hang out here for a little bit longer. Oh, here comes Xandalite.
Oh, wow. They're playing all the hits, huh?
They are playing all the hits. I talked to some fans. They had been Alabama fans for 58 years. And they were very torn up, but very appreciative of all that Nick Saban did for this program.
Yeah.
Well, they get the alternate lyrics, too.
Yeah.
I am watching the live footage from Toomer's Corner. There is a very, very, very sad effort to roll it. Only a couple of people. So it's not a full-on.
So it's not like it was in 1982.
No, it is, in fact, assuming this is 100% live, which I think it is, in fact, there is some toilet paper being thrown at trees, but this is far from a large effort here.
Yeah, early in the gathering.
Early, yes.
But I will tell you, though, if I'm another fan base, I'm like, hell yeah. Like, good for you guys. It was a nice run. We are glad he got the hell out of there. And, boy, for Sark and Brent Venables coming into this league, they couldn't have had it any better.
We'll let you go, EG, so you can go do the rest of your stuff. I will tell you, keep sending it. Taylor's going to eat it up, anything you put on the platform. Follow us on all at Next Round Live, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, whether it's TikTok or anywhere. We'll be pumping this stuff out all night long. Taylor's got a Diet Coke back there. She is drinking.
She's ready to go.
She's caffeined up, ready to go. Yeah. Thank you, EG, and thanks for sticking to your guns and going to Tuscaloosa. You can tell that story. Right. I worked with this old guy one time. We thought he knew everything and told me not to go, that it wasn't happening today.
If only y'all could have seen me trying to get here on whatever road that is. I was saying a few things I probably shouldn't have, but I got here.
That's okay.
Hey, and for the record, the old guy was Reed. It wasn't me. I was like, if you want to go, you
take
go.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you, EG.
We'll be in touch.
Okay, good job.
Let us know if you get anything else you want to jump on here with. We'll take it.
I will.
All right.
I will.
So when I left and got something done behind the scenes, I called Reed, and it must have been an hour before this thing broke, and you guys were sitting in the lobby when I walked out. Did y'all just talk yourselves into this was going to happen? Because I thought you reached out to somebody in the program, and they were like, it's not happening.
I did.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it took them by surprise.
Yeah.
You were on the road, weren't you?
Yeah, I'd gone back home. I was like you in the middle of a workout when the Chris Lowe report broke and my phone
unlike me,
up.
you kept your phone on you.
That is correct, yes.
I will tell you the text thread. I think I can read this without.
As you're pulling that, Toomer's Corner is live. Scotty just pulled that for us.
I told you, it's not a.
Oh, Brown, that's a lot more than.
No, see, that's from the. I think that's from the basketball game last night. I was just judging by the actual people.
Live.
Well, I know it's live. I'm saying the toilet paper you see.
Yeah, I don't see anybody throwing anything.
Yeah, there were only a few.
Give me
throwing.
lunch first, Mike. Pretend we got mics.
No, somebody in the chat said something like 30 minutes ago, and I've been watching them do it all. That's all from
so
tonight.
that was nothing. They didn't roll after last night.
Nope.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I'm sure they did, but that's all from tonight.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure they rolled it after the basketball.
Well,
game.
I have no idea. It's the last thing
I don't know what crazy
Taylor and I
kids do.
drove by it. Ask Taylor. We drove by it. Did she see things up there last night? I don't know.
Everybody's looking for a party, though, and if you're an Auburn student, would you not go down there just to celebrate a little bit?
Just to be part of history.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, here's the text thread I had earlier. I said, is anything roughly these words, anything about Nick happening today? All good right now. Just hiring some new guys. Interviews were going on.
Yeah, I heard that from multiple people, and Aaron Suttles confirmed it a little while ago when he was on with us, that Nick Saban was interviewing. It's been an active day and coaching moves. One of those may or may not have been a Nick Saban interview. Bo Davis, a former Alabama assistant, left Texas and is going to LSU.
Right.
Bo Davis is a really good defensive line coach and an exceptional recruiter and was on Alabama's staff. It was not the best departure for Bo Davis when all of that went down, but Nick Saban's looking for coaches. I think Tavares Robinson, without being named defensive coordinator, would draw a ton of interest on open coaching jobs. And if he's not retained by whoever the next coach is, will be unemployed for about 2 seconds.
Right. By the way, Auburn looking for a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Auburn looking for a defensive coordinator. Yeah, so, I think that's why Nick Saban, up to the wire,
okay, without saying the name,
was trying to find people
without saying the name or anything. So 405 from inside the meeting.
Yeah, he just retired. Holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah. So somebody inside of the meeting
had no idea.
Yeah. So I don't know if program. I don't know if Greg Byrne knew or not. I would assume, kind of like you, I think that's probably the way Saban would play this, but who knows?
Yeah. I would have a hard time believing he did it without alerting Greg Byrne. I know a lot of people in that building were surprised, but Nick Saban, again, if the succession plan is in place, Greg Byrne was obviously in on this, right? I mean,
yeah.
If there is a coach announced in the next couple of days, you'll know how quickly Greg Byrne knew about this.
I don't think there will be one tomorrow. I think you might disagree with that. I think you've got to get this hire right. If he knew, then they're already on a path and they've got that short list put together. I do, back to what Aaron Suttle said before your point, when we asked him, will Nick Saban be part of the hiring process? And I agree, like, if you ask Nick Saban, what do you think about this guy? He's going to give you the honest opinion. I don't think he's going to go out and endorse anybody because you don't know what's going to happen next.
That's right. I mean, Bear Bryant did not publicly endorse Ray Perkins, if I remember correctly.
I thought he was the athletic director. I thought he hired him.
Did he?
He was.
There was somebody else who was the athletic director.
I mean, I remember now. I was very, very young, but I do remember photos of Bryant sitting at the same table with Perkins in the introductory press conference.
Maybe
if I
so.
remember.
Maybe so. He left the New York Giants, by the way, to come back, and then he passed shortly after. Coach Bryant, Coach Saban. Pull up the all-time. We got a phone call. We'll get to our next guest here. He won 11 SEC championships in Tuscaloosa, 6 national, 11 SECs. Just think of how many really good SEC football programs that are sitting there with 14 all-time, 13 all-time, 11, 12 all-time, and he won 11, 12 in counting another conference championship, but he has 11 SEC championships between his at LSU and in Tuscaloosa.
And this is the best, the SEC's ever been. And how about this? I mean, 13 games against AP number ones at Alabama. He's 9-4. I mean, how many active coaches have wins against number one teams? Not a lot. He's got 9 of them.
One of the guys that won a national championship and SEC championship for him is quarterback Jake Coker, who is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is going to join us via the phone. First of all, Jake, welcome in. Hope you're doing all right today.
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, is there a background noise y'all can hear? I'm sorry, I got a on hold song going on. Y'all not hear that?
I do not hear that. Do you want to hang up and try this again?
We don't.
Is it a good song?
I'll call you right back. I don't know what's going on.
We don't, but as Jimmy Buffett once said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, buddy.
I hear you. I'm going to call you right
All right, we'll reestablish with Jake Coker, the former Alabama quarterback there.
I hope it's not on our end. But here, 7 national championships, 6 at Alabama, 1 at LSU. 12 conference titles, 11 of those in the SEC. This is just mind-boggling. 109 weeks as the number one team in the country. 109 weeks, more than any other program in college football history. Never had a losing season. 15 seasons in a row. He had the team ranked number one at some point in the season. And the only head coach to win a title in 3 different decades.
Let's try it again with Jake. And as I mentioned, Jake was part of one of those titles. I hope we've cleared up the music. Jake, has the band stopped playing?
Oh, yeah, the band stopped playing. Sounded like y'all are at the Floribama.
We've been there. You know that.
Yeah, that's right.
You could see Jake over on Roll Tide Pods. He and Mick Gillespie do a great show over there all the time. They're having a blast doing it, killing it for us. We greatly appreciate that. You had an unconventional path to Alabama. We've talked to guys that were recruited and signed with Nick Saban. You did not do that. When you watch Nick Saban from afar, you were playing, obviously, at Florida State. You saw him doing it. What was appealing to you about leaving Florida State and coming to play for Nick Saban at Alabama?
Well, I think my experience at Florida State, I loved it there. Have lifelong best friends there. But when things didn't work out for me there, I felt like I had a calling to go back home and play for my. It was my dream to play at Alabama, and I went to Florida State. It's a long story, but when I was leaving Florida State, I knew the place I wanted to go to fulfill that dream was Alabama, and I was just lucky enough that it's crazy. The timing worked out just perfect, and Coach Saban was there, and it was nice to have the best coach of all time recruit me, and so it was just one of those things. The timing was perfect, and I can tell you that that all the hype that is built around Coach Saban, he lives up to it, and he's just to me the best that's ever done it.
You know, there were ups and downs when you were there, and, you know, it ended on a big up. But early on, I think it was the Ole Miss game you didn't get to start, and Nick Saban's a hard ass, but how did he help you deal with adversity?
You know, Coach Saban and I, we didn't meet eye to eye on that, to say the least. But you know, I understood why he did it, and I think you know, from that moment on, I knew if I got the opportunity to play in the Ole Miss game, I'd go in there and play with no fear. I didn't care if I threw 10 interceptions that game. Didn't care if I got benched after that. You know, I could care less what anybody said or thought. You know, or if we lost the game, depending on my performance, you know, out of being fearful of throwing interceptions or not executing the play properly. And I think that's what he wanted out of me the entire time. And, you know, he told me he wanted that out of me the entire time. I was just, I guess, too dumb to listen. And that finally got the message across. And, you know, Coach Saban and I met a lot throughout my time at Alabama. And most of it was not really X's and O's talk. Most of it was, you know, how to manage personnel, how to get the most out of my performance on the field, how to manage relationships with coaches, and you know, really just manage my time and play to the best of my abilities based on my approach to the game. So, I mean, just a mentor that really led by example, and you know, when he told you something, you knew he meant it.
I'm going to ask you this, and this is my takeaway of Nick Saban. And I want you to expand on what it meant playing for him. It always felt like to me when I was covering him that whether it was February 10th, June 12th, or week 1 of the season, that day was just as important as it was whether you were playing in a championship game or not. How was he able to make those days in February and April and June and July seem as important as when you guys were playing for a trophy? Was that one of his strengths, you think?
Yeah, he was nonstop. If we, you know, coaches aren't allowed on, you know, to be around when you're working out during the summer, and at other times throughout the year. But you always had this weird feeling that he was peeking out the window with some binoculars through some tinted windows, you know, somewhere, had somebody filming it. Because every now and then, Coach Cochran would stop a workout, and then you'd see Coach Saban just strolling across the field with a pissed-off look on his face, and everybody looked at each other like, oh, hell, what have we done now? And he would just rip us apart, you know. It never ended. You felt like he had his eye on you or had a beat on everything that was going on at all times. And the accountability, no matter what time of year it was there. And everything you did, whether it was a squat rep or a 7-on-7 rep, you know, during the off season, he was there and he was going to confront you about it.
Jake Coker is with us, former Alabama quarterback. You can catch Elephant in the Room on Roll Tide Pod. He and Mick Gillespie do a great job there at Disrupt the Media. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline as we continue our continuous coverage of the retirement of Nick Saban, presented by Bud Light. I would ask you to go back to that locker room out in Phoenix after the national championship. I mean, rarely do you get Nick Saban savoring the moment. Did you get Nick Saban savoring the moment then, or was it just on to the next year already?
Man, I tell you, I was after that game, I was too busy decompressing myself and trying to find a Miller Lite. I was so excited that I was kind of hanging out with my teammates, smoking a cigar, having good times, and I remember being on the stage after that game and just thanking him for the opportunity that he gave me, just giving me a scholarship and the ability to play at Alabama. And, you know, when I thanked him, I know it meant a lot to him, but, you know, just looking at him, I could tell it was like he had next year on his mind already. So I mean, the guy's just nonstop, and it's always a process, and it never ends. I truly don't know what he's going to do when he retires. I've got a conspiracy theory that there's going to be a college football commissioner, and he may be the guy. But again, I don't know what his plans are in retirement. I just can't imagine him stopping anything.
That seems like an awful job. I just got to be honest with you, Coker. I mean, that's one of those jobs where nobody
thankless.
You can't make everybody happy in that way.
It's all the work and no wins.
Yep.
Trust me, I wouldn't want it. But I've heard, I never heard him say it, but I've heard through the grapevine. Sometimes when he might think about retiring, he'd be interested in like an SEC commissioner job, and so it kind of makes sense with the nightmare of a college football landscape we have now. That if there was someone to do it, it'd be him.
Yeah, I would retire and sit on that dock. Yeah, what was it? I don't remember if you played with Rob Ezel, but his old imitation of Saban.
Yeah.
I would sit on the dock and watch the geese, in the yard, right?
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, Ezel. He was there. He was at Alabama when I was there, and he still had the impersonation down pat.
Yeah. Jake, thank you, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us real quick to share some thoughts. It's always good to talk to you, and we encourage everyone to go to Roll Tide Pods and watch you and Mick. Y'all are doing a great job for us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Jake Coker, the former Alabama quarterback. Took a different route to Tuscaloosa. Not like some of the guys we've talked to who were recruited by Saban, committed to Saban, played their whole career for Saban. He was a guy that kind of looked at it from a distance there initially.
Vegas has chimed in.
We got the odds.
Can I say one thing first?
Yeah.
Y'all know our friend Sean, who we met at Ocean City.
I do.
Coach Sean and his daughter Bryn. We won't put the picture on the air, private family moment. But, I mean, we know how emotional when you're, final years of high school. Life seems to be changing a lot anyway. Picture of her when she finds out that Saban is there, a big Alabama fan, tears falling down for a lot of people.
Well, the years that we've done a show together, I think I've teared up once or twice, but I think you almost lost it when Terrion came on.
When you guys weren't here yet, when I was talking by myself in my own little head, back and forth, and really not a lot of things were even on in here, and I didn't know if I was going out or not. I was fighting back tears then because, I'm getting older, and they told me the Bear Bryant years were the best years, and we would never live through it again. And then we had the Nick Saban. There's no way I'm going to live long enough to see this again. And I just started thinking back that.
But how fortunate were you to be able to see both?
That's what I started thinking back. Forget the Bryant years, just on what we're dealing with today. From 2007, dude, I got to host the Coaches Show.
Yeah.
I got to host the Nick Saban Show.
And you got to tell him this year on the Coaches Show, and I regret not doing it over the last couple of years. I wish I would have got one more, but you did get to tell him, thank you for what you've done for us. And I think there's a lot of people that kind of miss what Nick Saban, and I know we were kind of rushed going to a guest, but would you guys agree with me? We would not, I don't think we would be on this platform doing what we're doing if Nick Saban would have never come through this door.
No, I don't disagree at all with you. The University of Alabama looks completely different than when you were in school there. And a lot of that has come during the Saban years, which is because enrollment has increased drastically during the Saban years, which is because that happens when teams are good. And it's not just Alabama. I mean, Gonzaga, Butler, basketball teams that go play for championships.
Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I mean, when they get good in sports, they're on TV a lot, and people are like, that's a fun place to go. And it is increased. I mean, the city of Tuscaloosa looks different. I mean, he's the guy. Look, I mean, football means a lot in this state to Alabama and Auburn fans. It is a way of life for a lot of people. So when your school does well, you feel better about yourself. And people can laugh all they want about people's, identity being based on whether a football team wins or not. But it is what it is in our state. I'm not going to laugh at it. It's the people I live next to. It's my neighbors. And when Nick Saban was winning at Alabama, a lot of people felt good about themselves. They probably spent more money. They bought more things. They went on bowl trips. I mean, It was an economic boost. I don't think there's any doubt.
And just think about it, though. You say it's tied to football, and it is in the sort of the sun and everything else is orbiting around football. But just think about the trips that families took just recently to Pasadena. They went to Pasadena in 2009, to Glendale, Arizona, to Miami, to Tampa, all the places that you've gone in the playoffs, even when you lose, like Indianapolis, or how you've enjoyed your trips to Baton Rouge or to Auburn or Knoxville a little bit more since 2007 than you did before that. It just made you're not going to know it until it's gone, and whoever the next coach is, it'll be impossible to live up to. But you will think back, as I said earlier, the rest of your life to these days that we've just experienced about just how it was just continuous year after year after year. And as Aaron Suttles wrote, and this will be the 6th time I've said it since 405 now, for Nick Saban, he made legendary become common. Legendary became common.
Yeah, I mean, that was the expectation. And as Cinderella said, you just kind of summed it up. You don't know what you got until it's gone. And, and unfortunately, I am trying now to live in the moment and to not take things for granted. But because of what we do, and I know you got into this business because you wanted to be able to go to games.
I wanted to go to games.
Yeah, you couldn't afford it as a kid.
To this day, I mean, you guys looked at me last night going to a basketball game in Auburn on Tuesday night.
I thought
at
you were
8 o'clock.
insane.
And it's just being in the arena, and I had a blast. Just going to the games were important to me, and just look at the games I've gone to.
Well, I think I got really spoiled with Alabama, and I probably took a lot for granted. We had the opportunity, multiple times to be honorary coaches for the 8A game, and to have that access. I wish I would have really enjoyed that moment more. To be at the Rose Bowl, I thought he might retire. I leaned he was going to retire, but I just thought to myself, you know what? We'll be back out here. We'll be somewhere next year. And now, back to the Vegas point. Vegas has dropped Alabama from 6-1 to win it next year to 8-1, which is not a massive drop, but I think that number will continue to trickle down, and it will depend on who they hire
and who they lose in the portal.
Yeah, and who they lose in the portal. And
keep in mind, and I think, and again, there's whenever attendance is triggered on the signing class, but if attendance hasn't been triggered yet, and I don't know if we have a definition on that yet, if the attendance hasn't been triggered yet, every guy who signed his National Letter of Intent, NLI, back on signing day, that is, if he is not attended, if that hasn't been triggered, those players are available to sign anywhere else now.
Yeah.
And every player that is currently on the roster can leave. They've got a 30-day window now to transfer.
Well,
and play next year.
There's going to be attrition, Brown. You know that.
There's no doubt.
It doesn't matter if, let's say, it's a Dan Lanning. If he's named the head coach tomorrow, you're still going to lose guys.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to lose somebody, and it only takes one certain one to drop it from 6-1 to 8-1. It takes a second one to drop it from 8-1 to 10-1. A third one, and then all of a sudden you're not even picked to win the SEC or picked to play in the SEC championship or make the 12-team playoff.
I don't know if we're going to be here another 30 minutes, another 5 hours, but at some point we need to pull that schedule, because not only are you following the greatest of all time, you are inheriting a freaking
the hardest the SEC's ever been,
of a schedule. And, that's one of the things that, and I don't know if somebody that's deciding whether or not they want to leave a place and come follow Nick Saban, but you look at that schedule, and even with Saban there, they could have possibly gone 9-3 in the regular season.
Here is the schedule. You open with Western Kentucky. Tricky first game, a group of 5 team that likes to sling the ball around.
Keep going.
Here comes USF, revenge game. They sort of embarrassed Alabama last year.
Okay.
Then on the road at Wisconsin.
Keep going. Are we still going to that game now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That was not about Alabama. That was about Wisconsin.
Okay.
Georgia at Alabama, already announced in prime time, September the 28th. Right now,
I had Bama favored with Saban. I've got Georgia favored. That thing is flipped.
Hey, by the way, the folks at ESPN, wondering if they wrote that in pencil or ink on whether that's going to be prime time Saturday night. If Alabama drops one of those first 3,
wow, come on,
and don't say it ain't possible. Gene Stallings, 1990.
It ain't possible.
Not with that roster.
Then Bama at Vandy, really improving stadium up there, could be a tough place to play.
Yeah.
South Carolina,
keep going.
Alabama at Tennessee.
That could be a really tough
game. Yeah, I don't know. Nico played in the bowl game. Was it terrible? I think anybody was going to overreact either way. I thought you saw a lot of promise out of him.
Missouri at Alabama, Alabama at LSU.
Missouri's going to be good.
Yep. Alabama at LSU.
LSU's reloading on defenses as far as coaches go.
Here comes Mercer. Then it ends with Alabama at Oklahoma and Auburn at Alabama.
I mean, it's just it hits different. Like used to, you would look at that schedule and say, I'll try to find the loss, guys, but I don't know where the loss is.
It was almost a given every year that Alabama's win total, at least the last decade's been 11.5. You could pick, they're going to go undefeated, they're going to lose a game. I think that number comes at 9.5 next year. I know that sounds crazy, but I think
some of it depends on, like Jim says, who hits the portal. And I am not suggesting that he will, but in the event a Jalen Milroe hit the portal, now you're talking about losing your starting quarterback, right?
Or if Julian Sayin is able to, and if you can't do it instantly, I don't know, can you hit the portal after you've gone a semester?
Yeah, you're getting me in some deep waters I'm not really familiar with.
Zach says the fall off isn't going to be that bad next year, no matter who we hire. It's the future years that get dicey, and I agree with that, but I still think even with Saban, you could have gone 10-2 with that schedule. And I think the difference between Saban, and I hate to continue to use Lanning, but Lanning will lose you a game, so it would be 2 or 3 losses. I mean, Larry Coker with Butch Davis's guys was able to win back-to-back.
Can I make a quick point, though? There has never been a better time to replace Nick Saban or to be the next coach at Alabama after Nick Saban than now, and here's why. Had you taken over after Nick Saban any of the previous 16 years he was there, you're in a situation where one loss could knock you out of the playoffs. And do you know what Alabama fans' reaction is going to be to you not making the playoffs? They're so accustomed to being in the playoffs. Now, they've missed it some. There's no doubt. One loss is going to knock you out of the SEC championship game, and those are going to be hollow years. You now have an expanded playoff where 2 losses for a team like Alabama is going to get them in. It's probably, even though the SEC is getting more difficult, it's probably the most forgiving time overall to be the next coach at Alabama because the path to the playoffs is going to be there for a little while if you just continue to recruit anywhere close to where Nick Saban is recruiting.
But 3 losses is that dicey line.
It is.
And if somebody comes in and goes 9-3 and misses a 12-team playoff,
they're going to hear it.
Yeah.
But 2 losses with Nick Saban as your head coach, it was made for TV and you were in. 2 losses without Nick Saban, you see what the field looks like.
You're
3 losses.
3 losses is where it gets dicey. You're in with 2 losses.
You say it's a good time, but you've also got Texas rebuilt and good coming into the league. You've got Georgia. They're not going anywhere unless Kirby, there's rumors that the Falcons are trying to double his salary to take that job.
Oh, get out of town. Kirby would be crazy to leave for the Falcons.
Oh, he would. He would.
I mean,
Kirby's a redneck with the same haircut. The money, he can't spend his money now. You don't want to take that job.
This has all happened, and Michael is pointing this out. We were getting to this. This has all happened in kind of an odd fashion here, and Terry Saban has released a statement before even the University of Alabama has released a statement on this. So,
okay, let's get to the Terry Saban. How does she release it?
It is through the Nick's Kids Foundation Facebook page, which is not exactly where you would continue or would go to look for a statement, but it is from Terry Saban, and I won't read the entire thing, but she does say, it has been an incredible run these last 17 years at the University of Alabama, and we take with us many amazing memories. So obviously her talking in the past tense, this is the first statement from anyone inside the Saban family, tells you all you need to know there. The rules for the game of football may change, but the process, quote, of process, and Scott is showing you the quote now, or the statement now, will never go out of style. Hard work, discipline, relentless pursuit of a worthy goal, not cutting corners and doing things the right way for the sake of constant personal improvement, not for the scoreboard. Alabama will always feel like sweet home to our family, and we'll be cheering Roll Tide, Miss Terry Saban. So this is the first statement of any kind from anyone either within the Saban family or the University of Alabama. So this is happening in a little bit of an odd order so far, but that is the first actual statement we've seen from anyone remotely connected with the inner workings of the Saban family or Alabama football right now.
That picture of them, man, it's a good picture.
Oh, it's a great picture.
Well, the great thing is, in retrospect, you look back, and if they could have closed this thing out, if they beat Michigan, they probably go on and beat Washington and win another national championship, and it is the perfect ending. But at the same time, this was probably Nick Saban's best coaching job. From where they were in September to where they ended up, I think he had the most fun he's ever had as a head coach. I don't know him personally. but he seemed that way on the sideline. So this is one of those incredible years that we talked about at the conclusion after the loss to Michigan that I think Alabama fans will reflect on, and they will appreciate this season as much as some of the championship seasons.
You guys that was with us out in Pasadena, y'all thought I was crazy walking that walk with him all the way to the locker room.
Yeah,
in
hindsight,
when I did it, I did it for a reason. My old TV days, I was like, this is the piece of video we will play on the day he retires, because this will be, if he retires this year, this will be his last time leaving the field. So I wanted to get that. And so I was standing at the tunnel waiting for Nick Saban losing that game, walking off the field at the Rose Bowl. And this is the walk. I'm inside, right behind the state troopers. Most of the team is behind us. And this is Nick Saban leaving the field for the final time.
Was he like security?
And usually I stop here. And then I realized the moment, I can't tell you why, Brown, but it just came over me like, keep walking until somebody stops you.
Well,
I kept walking.
I get destroyed for a lot of things I say on here. But, boy, I got more backlash about saying I thought Nick Saban was going to retire than maybe anything I've ever said.
You did. A lot of people took shots at you and told you how wrong you were, including Nick Saban's own daughter.
For the record, you guys know this. I wanted Nick Saban to coach another decade. I wanted him to out career us.
Yeah.
Wherever we end up stopping this show, whatever time that is, if we're fortunate to do it for another decade, I wanted him around. I mean, he's great to cover. The program is going to be relevant. And unlike these other guys that go out like your Bobby Bowden and your Joe Paterno, Nick Saban. His best coaching job.
Yeah, my memories of Coach Paterno is he's sitting in a press box, and I think it was because of an injury he had, but not even wearing a headset. They kept showing him on TV after big plays. It looked like he didn't even know what game was going on. That guy was so disconnected. Even on the sidelines, he would walk around without a headset on. You're not participating in coaching anymore if you're not wearing a headset.
Nobody wanted to see that.
No.
Not at all. 54 different SEC head coaches, not counting interim coaches. These were 54 hired SEC coaches who came and went while Nick Saban was the coach at Alabama.
He won Brown a steak. Didn't we reset that bet? Our 30A bet?
I can't remember.
I think we did.
Or not.
Yeah. I think the 30A bet came down to I took Alabama like minus 50 at LSU in 2020. You remember that?
In basketball?
Yeah.
Or
No,
football?
it was football.
Yeah.
They needed to cover the 50, and they came dang close.
Yeah. Just an emotional day. I've got, I don't know how long you guys want to keep going. We'll keep churning. I don't know if we got more guests lined up.
Yeah, we were working on a few here.
Okay, you guys tell me when we're done. I'll keep throwing out content here. This is Adam Rittenberg, who is always charged with doing what? He's the first guy to put out a list of who are the candidates for the next job.
Yep.
He does it whether it's New Mexico, and in this case, Alabama. I'll just read in the order he has them, and it is not alphabetical. So,
and you guys tell me if you think it would be a good hire.
Well, I want you to give me one line on why it would be a good hire and one line on why you don't think it'd be a good hire, okay? The first name he goes to is 48-year-old Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin.
It will never happen. I think Lane's done a really good job with Ole Miss. I think this would be an overwhelming job. I think it would be a disaster.
Yeah, I just don't think Lane Kiffin has shown you a couple things. Number one, I don't think he's shown you he can handle a job the size of the Alabama job. And number two, I think Lane does a lot of things that Alabama fans do not want mixed in with their coaching.
He's too immature. I mean, look, he's great for Ole Miss. But we've heard. I mean, look, he's not getting this job.
Now, why? Am I supposed to give you a sentence of why it would work? Is that what you asked for?
Yeah. If you got anything on why it would be
I
positive.
mean, I think Lane Kiffin runs an offensive style that with Alabama's personnel would be very, very good.
And he can recruit.
He can. I think when locked into recruiting, he can recruit. I don't think it'd be the worst hire you can make, but I don't think it'd be the best hire you can make.
Yeah, I need to know some massive wins for Lane Kiffin.
There are not many.
A lack of championships as a head coach hurt Kiffin's candidacy, and his personality certainly would represent a departure from Saban's, is what Adam Rittenberg writes.
Well, and that's what I meant by saying, he does a lot of things that Alabama fans don't want mixed in with their football coach. I think I've lived here my whole life, and I think I'm not speaking for Alabama fans. I'm just telling you my perception of Alabama fans, and I think it's an educated perception, having lived here my whole life. They want a coach that is a football robot, a guy that eats, drinks, sleeps football 24/7, and it's what drives him. It's what wakes him up in the morning. It's what he's thinking about when he's going to sleep at night, and he wins a bunch of games.
Yeah,
So
I
that's what
remember
they want.
our old colleague Matt Murphy came in studio, and I don't think it was we were doing the show. I think it was Ian, and Rockstar might remember this, but I remember him bringing up, and this was when Mark Richt was the head coach at Georgia, and Matt Murphy's a huge Georgia fan, and he's like, his priorities are wrong. It's God, family, and football. We need a Nick Saban. And you know what? They got a Nick Saban now in Kirby Smart.
Yep.
They're hard to find, but I'm with you, Brown. I want my coach nothing but football.
Yeah. The next guy Rittenberg has on the list is Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney, age 54, if I remember correctly there, somewhere around there for Dabo.
Yeah.
His distinct methods to program building, including a reluctance to take transfers, might not go over well at Alabama, but his credentials certainly put him on the list. I would dare say that coaching the University of Alabama would have been or is a dream job for Dabo Swinney at some point in his life.
Yeah, it would have been, but I would say the good is you're not going to get a coach with a better resume than Dabo Swinney. It's not going to happen.
I would tend to agree with you.
And the bad is I think he's lost his fastball with today's climate of college football and what you've got to do in recruiting and NIL and transfer portal, and even on the field. And maybe there's a correlation between the two. But if I'm an Alabama fan, I don't want Dabo.
I would just say that I think
that's the name Richard's talking about that I don't think he would take the job, but D'Amico Ryans is a call that I make.
I would make the call myself. I just don't know why. You've got such a good-looking future in the NFL right now.
Here's the only thing I would tell D'Amico. You got to deal with pain-in-the-ass players, but he's young enough to be able to handle that grind. And I would just say that I saw a national show talking about, is Nick Sirianni coaching for his job on Monday night? The guy was just in the Super Bowl, and they're in the playoffs, and he's got 11 wins. Yeah. So in the NFL, it can flip on a dime.
That's right. It's a good point.
But D'Amico would be my number one, actually.
For those that don't remember, Ray Perkins, with Bill Parcells as an assistant, built the Giants from bad and got them, I think, to a wild card game or a game to get them in the playoffs. The Giants from bad to being right on the doorsteps, and then Ray Perkins leaves and takes the Alabama job. Parcells ascends to be the head coach, if I remember history correctly, and then Bill Parcells takes the Giants into being what they became.
Yeah, he wasn't great. He had one good year at the Giants, and it was his next to last year when they lost in a divisional game to San Francisco. The year he left to come to Alabama, I think he left during the year.
He did.
They were 4-5, so they had a losing record. Yeah, he had a losing record in 3 of his 4 years with the Giants.
But it was a build that he was doing there. He and Parcells and them were rebuilding the franchise, and they laid the groundwork for what Parcells took over and led into a pretty good run there.
Yeah, and I doubt Ray Perkins would have ever won a championship because he's not Bill Parcells, but who knows? But I would say this about D'Amico. He's got what looks to be a franchise quarterback. So it's going to be really difficult. The only way I would say, obviously the ties, but you mentioned that you believe at one point, and maybe still Dabo's dream job is Alabama, if D'Amico got into coaching thinking that's his dream job, maybe you could talk him out of the NFL.
Yeah, what I would say about Dabo is that I think you've got to be very, very careful if you're Greg Byrne and the power brokers at Alabama in hiring a guy that has not come up or has not cut most of his teeth in the college coaching game, especially as a head coach, in the environment in which we live. And Dabo is old school, Gene Stallings style, and probably older school than Nick Saban. That concerns me in this era of college football.
Well, the difference is, like Nick's older, coached longer than Dabo. The difference is Nick continually adjusted to the changing times, and Dabo does not want to do that. Would he be willing to do that? and maybe leaving Clemson gives him a breaking point to where he can arrive and say, you know what, I was wrong there. I have seen the light, and I know here I should do it this way.
Yeah, I don't know if I would believe him.
The next name.
Well, before we continue that, I will say Alabama has now made this official. It's something we've known all along, but they have announced Nick Saban has announced his retirement after 17 seasons at Alabama. Very long statement put out with a graphic of Nick Saban, and this is a one heck of a graphic. Nick Saban holding up every trophy as part of the graphic that Alabama won with him as the head coach in Tuscaloosa.
Wow.
Yeah.
For sure, have that for us in a second so I can see it too.
Yeah, the quote from Nick Saban, I'll just read you the main quotes quickly. The University of Alabama has been a very special place to Terry and me. We have enjoyed every minute of our 17 years being the head coach at Alabama, as well as becoming a part of the Tuscaloosa community. It is not just about how many games we won and lost, but it's about the legacy and how we went about it. We always try to do the right way. The goal was always to help players create more value for their future, be the best player they could be, and be more successful in life because they were part of the program. Hopefully, we have done that. We'll always consider Alabama our home. Greg Byrne adds, simply put, Nick Saban is one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport, and the University of Alabama is fortunate to have had him leading our football program for 17 seasons. Throughout his career as a head coach, his teams have won 7 national championships, 11 conference championships, and 312 games. And he's developed an NCAA record 49 NFL first-round draft picks, and most importantly, hundreds of college graduates. He is the consummate coach, mentor, and leader, and his impact is felt far beyond the football field. So that is the University of Alabama making it finally official a couple of hours after Nick Saban has told his team.
Yeah, and that's another amazing number that he included in their 49 first-round picks since he took over in Tuscaloosa. The record was 33, Joe Paterno of Penn State.
Yeah. Joe Paul with 33, Bobby had 32, and he's got 49.
49.
That's incredible.
People
really
in the chat room saying Sarkisian, there's zero chance Sark would leave Texas.
I'll say a
1% chance.
Yeah, I will tell you one reason why is Texas, you're in the SEC already. Again, if you're not an SEC or Big Ten school, I am finding safe havens in one of those two conferences.
Yeah, and I get that's a great point.
Yeah, if I'm Mike Norvell, if I'm Dabo Swinney, if I see a 205 on my phone, I am jumping on it, and somebody may want me wanting to be changed my health care or car insurance, but I'm going to answer that phone call.
Yeah, I think if I was an Alabama fan, I'd be a little more excited about Mike Norvell than Dan Lanning. But I do think that either one of those coaches would jump. I think Sark was given an opportunity at Texas. You've got all the resources. You just went to a college football playoff. Your fan base is buzzing. Your approval rating's through the roof right now. You come to Alabama, you're going to be judged on that immediately. And he can do everything at Texas. He could do at Alabama without I don't want to say without the same pressure, but without having to follow a legend. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, really interesting. More on the list here. Oregon coach Dan Lanning, Washington coach Kalen DeBoer, Florida State coach Mike Norvell, Texas coach Steve Sarkisian is on the Adam Rittenberg list. And I don't somewhere along the way, this guy I think he owns part of ESPN.com to be mentioned in these stories all the time. And you know who I'm about to say?
I don't.
Penn State coach James
Oh,
Franklin.
my gosh. Not again.
Any coaching opening in the offseason, somehow he gets his name in there.
The last time I remember a revolt, it was partially, or a lot of it was Clay Travis's fault.
I think he led it, yeah.
Yeah, Greg Schiano was supposed to get the Tennessee job. I think you would see 10 times that if James Franklin was about to be named the Alabama head coach, I think there would be a revolt.
Not even going to entertain it. LT.
You can't. I mean, it's laughable.
There are Vegas odds now, and I presume at some point you'll be able to bet these at mybookie.ag, code next round. I will say they are from Bet Online. They're the first ones to put them out, and Dan Lanning is the favorite 3-1. Dabo 4-1, Kiffin 5-1, Primetime, Coach Prime 6-1 with Kalen DeBoer at that number. I could not tell you why this is included. Pat Shurmur is 9-1.
What?
Did they accidentally cross over one of their NFL lists with the Alabama list? Urban Meyer 10-1, Billy Napier 14-1. That you want to talk about a revolt? I'm going to stop now.
Yeah.
I mean, they got Derek Dooley in front of Mike Norvell. Derek Dooley? I know he's on the staff right now, but holy.
Doesn't have to move. Brownie.
Yeah, he does not, Jim. You're correct on that. He does not have to move.
Urban Meyer wants. I mean, he's one of the. Somebody described him earlier today as a. How did they put it? Oh, it was a Mount Rushmore college coach of all time. And I don't know if you go there or not.
Boy,
he literally left the SEC because of how recruiting was and how competitive it was to go to Ohio State. I just don't see him wanting to get back in it.
If I was going to do my top 3, if I could hire anybody, it would be Kalen DeBoer, 1A, 1B, D'Amico Ryans, and then I would go Mike Norvell. Those would be my 3.
Keep in mind, D'Amico Ryans is at his franchise, so it's almost like being at your school. There would obviously be a tie for him to be in Tuscaloosa, but he is with his Texans too, so there is something to that as well.
Yeah, look, I mean,
they trusted him.
Loves that town, but again, it can flip so quickly. It was just a couple of years ago where Bill O'Brien and the Texans had Kansas City down double digits in the first half, and then Bill O'Brien was quickly let go. So the NFL, it changes so quickly. It just depends on what D'Amico wants. I mean, if D'Amico called Greg Byrne and said, I want the job.
Oh, yeah. I think Greg Byrne listens very, very closely and does a deep, deep dive on that.
I mean, if you guys could have Dan Lanning or D'Amico, who do you go?
Dan Lanning, only because I know Dan Lanning knows the recruiting game and is willing to dive into the recruiting game. And I suspect D'Amico would too, but I don't know that.
Yeah, it is a different animal, right?
Oh,
this guy he's successful right now in the NFL. He's done an amazing job in his first year. And I would love it. I love D'Amico Ryans. Can he recruit? And for all the things you say about Nick Saban, it wasn't as much what Nick Saban did on Saturdays, though there were some great calls along the way, onside kick against Clemson. It was what he did in building an organization and in the recruiting process. That to me is part of the legacy. Now, don't get me wrong. I think D'Amico would kill at recruiting. I'm just saying I've seen Lanning do it at an elite level, and I know he would do it at that elite level. And I would dare say X's and O's, D'Amico's the better coach than Dan Lanning. I don't think that's that controversial an opinion, is it? I mean,
no. I mean, you look at what D'Amico did as a defensive coordinator. Look, I don't think he'll take the job.
No.
Yeah, I'm not wrapping up. My computer just died. So
my iPad's on the way here.
That is a shutdown there for me. So I'm going strictly phone now, returning the returning some texts as we do
good
this.
luck on that.
Yeah, I mean, are we just going to plan everything on the fly?
Yeah, we got a couple of guests potentially joining us here in the next couple of moments.
Thank you to our friends at Bud Light. Just to re-update you, if you're joining us, we're the Next Round, based in Birmingham, Alabama. We cover the SEC. We've had the privilege of covering Nick Saban for the last 17 years, as Alabama football has officially confirmed now that Chris Lowe first reported, and we were very close after confirming that from a couple of sources as well. Nick Saban is leaving Alabama, and he is moving into the next chapter of his life, whatever that ends up being. Terry Saban has released a statement, and the University of Alabama social media account and their SID office has released a statement now from Nick Saban and from Greg Byrne, the athletic director, that includes that photo there and simply the words, "Thank you, Coach. Thank you indeed." And that is just it's a flex of holding up those championship trophies.
I mean, that photo is incredible, really, because that is not like some sort of artist rendering. That is actual Nick Saban holding up trophies. I mean, really puts it in perspective when you see him holding up each of those trophies that his teams won while he was the coach at Alabama. It's it's a remarkable run already, but when you see that photo there, or that that picture, that sums up his run at Alabama, man. If anybody ever said, all right, tell me about Nick Saban's days at Alabama, I show him that photo and I said, there you go.
Yeah, I still vividly remember us being in Newport Beach the day after his first national championship there.
Yeah, you did not think it would turn into this. Nobody did.
No. I thought, hey, he won one pretty quick. Maybe he'll win one more.
Yeah. Let's get a national perspective of this. We've talked with a lot of former Alabama players over the last couple of hours. We've been live going on 3 hours now. Our buddy Brandon Marcello joins us, 24/7 Sports, who covers college football on a national level. And I think Brandon, there he is. Hey, Brandon, welcome in. How are you tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm in Nashville. Was at the coaches convention, and Nick Saban calls me to miss my flight tonight. Huge news, and been on the phone ever since.
Well, was there? So you're at the coaches convention. For those that don't know, pretty much every coach in America that is not playing for the national championship, if it's not Jim Harbaugh and Kalen DeBoer, they're at this convention. Was there any scuttlebutt of this going on among the coaches?
I mean, listen, there were rumors, listen, for the last few weeks, but also here at the convention, like everybody, it came up. Is Nick Saban going to retire? When's he going to retire? Is it going to happen? And but no one knew for sure. But it just this year felt different, didn't it, guys? And it felt different to the coaches of the industry. It's so interesting, not interesting, but the timing of all this. If this happened in the morning, it'd been interesting because I was talking to Dabo Sweeney for a while this morning, and no one had any idea this was coming. And of course, the tenor of my conversations with these guys would have been much different had this news broken, and because we're talking about potential candidates here. But I think everybody was wondering when the GOAT was going to hang it up, because it certainly seemed like things have been changing and changing. It seemed like the writing had been on the wall for the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, Brandon, I think we could talk accomplishments, for hours and hours with Nick Saban. But I think the fascinating thing is the potential candidates, because obviously it is one of the top jobs in all of college football. They've got the resources, they've got the money, they've got the history, the fan base is incredible. But you are following the greatest of all time. So I do think it takes a special person to take that job.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Listen, the top two names that I've been hearing just talking to people, industry sources, of course, is Dan Lanning and Mike Norvell. Dan Lanning, of course, at Oregon, Mike Norvell at Florida State. It'd be interesting to see if Alabama really is interested in paying a big buyout. Dan Lanning has one right now. But talking to people close to both of these guys, the thing with Dan Lanning is of course, the last 2 years he's voiced, "Hey, I don't want to leave Oregon. I'm not looking to leave Oregon." I still believe that's the case. But if Alabama comes to him and goes, "We're going to settle the money. You don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about paying taxes on your buyout and all this stuff." His buyout's $20 million. I don't see how he would say no to that, and I think he would take it. Mike Norvell at Florida State, I think there are plenty of reasons why he would take that. And unlike the situation back in 1990 with Bobby Bowden, the former Florida State coach in Alabama, I think Mike Norvell would take it, and it would be done deal overnight if they were to go after him. His buyout's only $4 million. And as much as Florida State is a player nationally, and it's going to be a playoff contender next year in a new 12-team playoff, there's only one Alabama. And yeah, you're following the greatest of all time, but you're also inheriting the top roster in college football as it stands right now in the 24/7 Sports team composite. You are built to win a national championship this year and the year after. Florida State, as well as Mike Norvell, has built that thing, complementing high school recruiting and his own development with the coaches with the transfer portal. This coming year, there's going to be a down year for them. And he's got to rebuild that thing back up. It's going to be easier than it has been the last 2-3 years. He's got to build that thing up. And the other thing is he could take the great players he's got at Florida State with him to Alabama if he needs them. To me, this is not me saying this is what I'm being told. To me, Mike Norvell makes the most damn sense to me, guys. Right at this moment, I would, if I was Alabama, I'd kick the tires a little bit on him because the guy recruits his ass off. He develops. He has figured out the transfer portal. He can coach. He can recruit the South, and he's built tremendous coaching staffs. I think he would be a home run.
Two things, and if you don't know the answer, I apologize for putting you on the spot, but this is breaking news, developing story now. One, does Mike Norvell, does he call his plays? Does he call his own plays? See, tell us a little bit about
for the
Mike.
most part.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Mike Norvell is a guy that comes from a tree that, I mean, you're looking at a guy that, number one, his offense is multiple. He can move guys around. He's not stuck in one system. I think the thing that gets underrated about Mike Norvell is that he is a great developer of coaches and a great identifier of coaches who will help his program.
Sounds familiar.
You look at the tree, exactly. You look at his tree, the guys that he's put around himself and what they have gone on and done themselves. Kenny Dillingham, for example, now at Arizona State and was killer at Oregon. I think Norvell is a guy that just kind of fits that situation. To me, the hot name, of course, in coaching circles is Kalen DeBoer. What he was able to do at Washington. He's a hell of a coach. He's won 90% of his games. And philosophically, I think he's a very similar guy to Nick Saban. The issue there is that he never coached the South. He's never recruited the South, and that would be a big issue. But if you're looking for a DeBoer type, to me, with Southern ties, Mike Norvell's that type of guy. And I know some Alabama fans go, well, he had a slow start there, but he inherited a dumpster fire there. Jimbo Fisher had gutted that offensive line, had not done a great job recruiting. The staff was in turmoil. And he came in there in an inflection point for that program, but also in college football history where the transfer portal was opening up, NIL, no one knew how to figure it out. And he put his finger on the pulse and figured it out and won there and turned that thing around. And I think he's a calming force that could really help Alabama right now.
I'm going to ask a question only because I don't know the answer, and you usually provide me with the answer. Everyone is concerned about the roster. How fluid can that roster be? And let me first ask you about the kids who signed in the early signing period, and then the kids who are on the roster, from Jalen Milroe to Caleb Downs and everyone in between. How fluid can that roster be? How much freedom do they have?
They're free. You got 30 days into the transfer portal now when your coach leaves, including that 24 class. They're going to be sharks in the water. Programs like Miami that have been throwing money around like crazy, as you guys know, and have been jumping in the 11th hour with players that they didn't really have a chance at, but they're trying their best to get, including number one receiver Jeremiah Smith who went to Ohio State, and he didn't turn in his NIL paperwork or whatever, his NLI, I should say, and they had about a 6-hour window where they're trying to convince him money-wise to come to Miami. There are going to be people trying to go after these players to get them into the transfer portal. But the thing is, you got to be a calming force here in the next day or two if this coaching search goes long for a week. When I say long, a week would be long to me. I think this is something that could be settled here the next 3 to 4 days because of just how crucial the calendar is. I don't see why, if you're a kid in the 2 deep at Alabama, you should leave. Why would you leave? There are going to be probably some guys who leave. There's already guys decommitting or whatever. That's the natural stage of progress of this. But once they get a new coach in there, they're going to stabilize things. They are not going to have a mass exodus, guys. It's just not going to happen. And I've seen the rumors already about NIL situation in Alabama. Maybe it's not as great as it should be or whatever. Still damn Alabama, guys. They're going to contend for championships. So you want to go take a payday and go somewhere else and be on the depth chart and not win games for just a few extra dollars? It's not going to be that wide of a gap money-wise. Again, simply put, just don't see that there being a mass exodus.
You have to look, and you mentioned, Lanning, I don't know how Oregon fits in the Big Ten yet. But if I'm any, go ahead. No, because I was going to say, Brandon, if I'm any coach of any worth, I want to be in the Big Ten or the SEC. Those are the two conferences in college football now. And I know what I was about to say is Oregon is in the Big Ten. Norvell is not, obviously. I just don't know where they fit in the Big Ten, and that is a huge question if I'm Dan Lanning.
I also think this is also doesn't get talked about enough. We're about to find this out. Maybe I'm wrong, but again, OU and Texas had more time to prepare coming into the SEC. They changed their recruiting to fit the style in the SEC in the trenches. This isn't the big freaking 12. Oregon and Washington have not been able to have the time to change and recruit to prepare for the Big Ten, playing in the cold weather, dealing with injuries, playing games that it ends up actually being a time of possession game. As much as it isn't anymore, it does become that in the Big Ten and November games. All that travel, that is something to consider. And as good as Oregon is and what they've built there in Dan Lanning and the recruiting, I still hear stories from people that recruiting to Eugene is an issue. And that's always going to be something that's always in the back of people's minds.
He is Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, and he gives us some great insight from the side of the Coaches Convention. I can only imagine what the Coaches Convention might have been like had this broken 2 days ago.
That's the thing. I mean, again, all I can think of as a reporter here is that I was standing in front of Dabo Sweeney having a casual conversation like the world wasn't ending, and the world's ending in a lot of ways. Instead, listen, this has all been rumored for a while, and you prepare yourself for this day, but it's still mind-boggling that it just happened.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, who's watching our show right now, makes a great point. I don't know if this has ever happened in the history of NIL, but by rule now, officially at 4 o'clock today, Nick Saban is able to donate to Yay Alabama the NIL
Good point.
in Tuscaloosa. Yeah. So
I'd hit him up.
If you want to give a little back. Hey, can I go ahead and do Brown's job? When a new coach is announced in Tuscaloosa, will you make plans to join us?
I would love to, guys. Yeah. As long as there's bourbon.
There'll be
we'll
bourbon.
always have bourbon. Yeah. Enjoy another night on Broadway. I'm sure that's exactly what you wanted.
I did. Listen, I have not gone out all. It's been all work, and I hate saying that, but man, I missed my flight by like 5 minutes, and so I'll fly out about 4.
Go pour one out for the goat, man. Everybody else is.
Yeah, I will tell you, if we were drinking bourbon tonight in the situation we were in that night when we went to look for my first tattoo, Alabama has tweeted out the picture I would get put on my body part tonight. Nick Saban holding 6 different championship trophies.
I'll pay for it.
If I had enough bourbon in me tonight, that maybe I'm glad I'm not in Nashville. That may be what I come home with on my thigh or something. Outer thigh.
What do you guys I know you guys probably have talked about this because you've been on the air for a while, but like what's Saban's next move?
I think, I saw somebody in our chat room, Brandon, they were talking about, does Corso retire? He had this relationship with McAfee all throughout the year, and Dunaway heard, how important that interview was for him, and you wonder if he was building rapport to end up being on College Game Day.
Yeah, I'll say this. Earlier in the year, in September, I was talking to some people close to Lee, and they were saying that they thought this was his last season on the show, and of course, that ended up not being the case, at least announced publicly. So, maybe this is, maybe Lee goes, hey, I will gladly step aside and hand the baton to Nick Saban, but I'm with you. I think he's definitely on TV next fall.
He's he's really good at it. He's really good at it, and
fantastic.
And I think you've seen, Brandon, some of these guys that are so competitively driven find a little bit of that in their TV work because they get to still break down film and they still get to talk to coaches and be around players, and it doesn't replace coaching, but it allows them to just get a little bit of a taste of that.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, you talk to all these TV commentators when they go in on those Thursdays or Fridays before games, they get to sit down and talk about the roster and everything. They love that stuff. They eat that stuff up. I could see Nick doing that as well. It's kept Urban Meyer going, and he's always part of the conversation on the Fox broadcast. And, Nick was – Nick, at anything he does, he's probably going to be successful at. The guy has never tweeted in his life, but I'm sure he could become an influencer if he put his mind to it too. The guy's just, he's got that brain.
Loves cars, 6 Mercedes dealerships, 1 Ferrari dealership. And the Ferrari dealership was blessed by the Ferrari family when he was over there this year. So it's going to be hopefully a sweet retirement, and whatever he and Terry decide to do. And Terry Saban, this is an unbelievable quote from Terrion Arnold on the show, just to tell you how the Sabans were feeling after this Pasadena Rose Bowl. When Terrion was leaving the Sabans' home after the conversation about going to the NFL, Terry told him, quote, "You've done more than enough, Terrion. You've done more than enough." And what a great sentiment to send a kid off to his next chapter than just say, "Thank you. You've done more than enough for us." And that's what Alabama fans should be feeling and saying to Nick Saban tonight. You've done more than enough, Nick. You've done more than enough. I don't know why I'm ending the show with you on here, Brandon.
Yeah, wow.
But that felt like the ending of the show, yes.
Brandon has seen it. Brandon, you see that side of Dunaway about 6 bourbons deep. But
that's the thing. It usually takes some shots to get to, man. What's going on?
He's almost cried a couple of times, man.
It's emotional, man.
Well, listen, guys, in this new era of college football and whatever it's going to become even 10, 15 years from now, no one's going to match Nick Saban's output. No one ever. Never.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, as close to perfection as you can get as a coach.
Absolutely. No one will ever come close to it.
Yep. Brandon, thank you for jumping on. Sorry you missed your flight. Enjoy another night in Nashville and safe travels home tomorrow.
Love chatting with you guys. See you.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. That is Brandon Marcello. You can follow Brandon on Twitter at @bmarcello and read him at 24/7 Sports. Greg Byrne, I read his statement within the Alabama announcement of Nick Saban's retirement. He has released an additional statement that simply says this: as with any coaching search, our goal is to be thorough but expedient. Our ideal candidate will be strong in recruiting and relationship building, player development, excel in X's and O's, and have the overall ability to lead this historic program. There will be plenty of rumors out there during this process. Next time I talk publicly will be to announce our new coach. If you don't hear it from me, don't believe it. Roll Tide, from Greg Byrne. So Greg telling everyone, don't pay any attention to reports. Unless you hear from me, it's not official.
By the way, Greg was at the basketball game last night, in person in Coleman Coliseum. So however you want to read into it, whether he knew last night or not last night, he was still doing his job as the AD and in person, and everyone who saw him in Coleman said it was business as usual. It didn't look like the weight of a coaching search was on him at that moment. We've been doing this now since just after 4 o'clock. We went on the air at 4:10. Chris Lowe reported at 4:05. We followed that up at 4:08 with the announcement that Nick Saban was retiring as the coach at Alabama. John says, roll Tide, to be continued. Listen, if you're an Alabama fan, I will tell you this, that the most moving thing that was happening after a loss in Pasadena, and Brown was with me, I started giving it back to everybody. One person just said when I was leaving the Rose Bowl, they said, roll Tide. And I said, roll Tide back to them. And then it became sort of a half joke with Brown. Every time I saw all the way to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to Birmingham.
Throughout the airport.
Every time I saw anybody in an aisle that had Alabama gear on, I told them roll Tide. And they were roll Tide back. So I would just encourage you Alabama fans to find comfort in just telling another Alabama fan roll Tide tonight.
I'm sure that will happen plenty.
Yeah, just roll
I would
Tide.
think, we talked about the bars, and I would think the bars all over the state are going to be crazy tonight. This is like, I don't know, is January 10th a national holiday now in the state of Alabama?
Could be Saban Day.
Ben says, don't be sad that it's ended. Be happy that it happened.
Yeah, you kind of have to approach it that way. You knew it was going to end at some point. Speaking of bars, Lance has to get to one soon. Josh Pate has gone live, and there are people saying that Josh Pate says he knows who the coach is going to be. Josh will come on with us in a few minutes and clear up what he said on his show live.
Really?
He will. Obviously, I did not get to see his show. We were on live, so I do not know what Pate said. But many of you in the chat room, and I've had people text me that said Pate either said or indicated that he knew who the next coach was going to be. So we'll get it straight from Josh Pate. And then that might be a good time to wrap things up. I don't know what more we can say after that, but we will continue unless Josh stokes the fire here. And or I wet my pants. One of the two.
I'm sure you guys
I'm in the same way.
You guys are getting the same text that I'm getting, and I just don't believe some of this stuff about potential replacements.
No, I mean, I'm getting a lot of text, and there are a lot of people who I trust, I'll just say it that way, that believes this thing is already buttoned up and done, that Nick Saban was not going to tell people he was retiring without the plan being in place and ready to go. Not necessarily that he had to bless it, but that he was not going to leave it undone and that this will happen very, very quickly. Whether or not, Lance, it's already signed, sealed, and delivered, that this will happen very, very quickly. And I know you wanted a couple days of celebration of life for Nick Saban.
Well, and I think more importantly, you got to get the hire right. Now, look, if you've already got your guy in place, then maybe it makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, Dan Lanning looks the part. Does that translate to championships? I don't know.
I do think, though, one thing that concerns me, I was talking to somebody, one of the first people that tipped me off on this today, much, much earlier today, brought up Dan Lanning to me. And I don't know who this person's specific source was, but I know where it came from, if that makes any sense. So this was a natural conversation to have with him. And I told this person, he said, how would that go over in Alabama? I said, I think people like Dan Lanning. They know he's led a major program. They know he's got SEC experience, Alabama time. But Dan Lanning does a lot of things I think either Alabama fans would be resistant of or would have to grow to like. And he said, what do you mean? And I said, like going for 4th down and 2 or 3 from his own 30 with a game on the line. That's just not Alabama football historically. Scoring a touchdown, Lance, and going for 2 rather than just kicking the point and taking the point. That's just not historically Alabama football. And I told this person I was talking to, I was like, I'm not saying Alabama fans couldn't eventually come around to that, but I'm saying a lot of Alabama fans would have to come around to that.
I think a lot of us, it was rehearsed. It was premeditated. What he said about Colorado, they're all about hits. We're all about wins. The shit-eating grin, I think some people would get to like that, but it's going to be different. It's obviously going to be different whoever you get.
I will tell you, if you win, that stuff plays terrific. If you lose, it gets you fired really quick.
That's why I'm a little surprised people are mentioning Deion Sanders. That's not going to happen in a million years.
I know he and Nick Saban have a relationship, but I just don't see that at all.
Yeah, to your point, and I believe this to be the case, and Colorado had a reason to do it, but you become more about Deion than you become about Alabama at that point. And one thing you will say about Nick Saban is he was proud to be the Alabama coach, but he always tried to put the players, their progression, and the program above his popularity. He never really wanted to be that popular.
Yeah, look, nobody's going to be bigger. And Nick Saban, wasn't bigger than the script today. And if you're a program like Colorado, it makes sense to hire a guy like Deion Sanders. He has earned his money 10 times over just with the exposure that program's gotten. But that ain't what Alabama needs.
I will tell you, Kevin, I thought this, Kevin. I was like, why is Dan Lanning sitting in Nick Saban's seat when Alabama's not playing in the national championship game? Usually he's the guy that they have analysts on College Game Day, and Dan Lanning was sitting there, and I was like, why is Dan Lanning sitting in Nick Saban's seat? Obviously, Nick Saban was taking care of wrapping up his time in Tuscaloosa.
I do think Lanning is one of 4 or 5 names that would excite Alabama fans. Again, you don't have to win the press conference. Pete Carroll is an example of that at USC. But I think Alabama fans would be extremely excited. I think Dan Lanning might be number 1. I think Alabama fans would be excited about Lane Kiffin. I don't know why, but I think they would be.
Some would be. I think some would be uncomfortable with that. What about Mike Norvell, though?
Mike Norvell, I think they would be excited about Mike Norvell. I think D'Amico Ryans would excite him. I think Kalen DeBoer, after those 5 names, I don't think anybody would excite him.
Well, I will tell you that if it, and I don't think it is, but if it ever was D'Amico Ryans, you would have to wait until this NFL playoff is over before that happens.
And that might be Saturday.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be before Saturday. No. And I don't know. To me, if the players were told already who the next coach was, then I'm not sure it would be kept a secret. It's 100 people in that meeting.
Oh, yeah, you would have heard by now.
100 people do not keep secrets.
Oh, no.
No.
2 people don't keep secrets.
Yeah.
So, I don't think the players were told. And I don't think Greg Byrne puts that out if it was already a done deal. That being said, done deal by our standards and done deal by legal standards are 2 different things. I don't think it's a done deal by legal standards. Maybe the decision has already been made.
Bald bearded builder says, after whining from Norvell this year, I'm not interested. Man up.
That was a bad look.
Oh, I
mean, no, initially, like the moment of when he was just basically scorching earth on the committee, I got that. You got to allow that guy to be upset in that moment.
Yeah, I think, this was a guy that had the toughest moment of his coaching life and had to go to bat for his players. And, I thought he handled it well. I mean, I don't know what you want the guy to do. Just say, oh, yeah, Alabama deserved it. I mean, he's not going to say that. And I had no problem with the way that Mike Norvell handled that. I thought he had his players back and his schools back. And, when the time came to talk about the Orange Bowl, he talked about the Orange Bowl and told him we'll talk about something else later. And then you never heard him bitch and complain about a bunch of guys bailing out against Georgia. He just said, we're going to go play with who we got to play. And he took it he took his beating like a man. It's the only way you could take it. All right, Josh Pate is always so good with his time. He's already joined us once this week, but you can never get enough of Josh Pate. 24/7 at Late Kick Josh is where you find him and follow his work the way we ask you to do for us. Welcome in, Josh. How are you tonight?
What time do you guys have to wake up in the morning?
That's
Are you doing a morning show?
We're doing our normal 9 to 12 is what the plan is right now.
We are less than 14 hours before live show time.
But who's counting?
Yeah.
Okay. So this happens. You go live. What kind of feedback have you gotten? What has been the reaction from the masses since you've been live?
There's been a mixture of emotions. Early on, it was sadness, happiness for the years that they've enjoyed. And then, as you know, that lasted about 50 seconds. And they go quickly, well, who's the next coach? Can Caleb Downs leave? Is Jalen Milroe going to leave? Can all the recruits leave? Oh, Ryan Williams is already decommitted. And so it becomes instantly, thank you, Nick Saban. There will be time enough to celebrate you for the rest of my life. Now I'm worried about who's going to be on the field against Western Kentucky. So that's been the emotions.
Yeah, it's essentially the mentality that he would have has been ingrained inside every fan. So I don't think it's overstating things to call him the most feared and respected entity that has existed in the history of this game. At the very least, in the modern era. I told this story earlier tonight when we went live. When I grew up, I think I've talked to you guys about this before. When I grew up, I would hear stories about Bryant, but he was gone before I was born. So I viewed him the way normal people view Greek mythological figures. He was like more than a man, less than a god, but he was someone I couldn't imagine being around. I used to always idolize these sports writers who got to cover him, but I always thought to myself, I hate that I came along after that because I'll never get to witness that. I'll never get to experience that. And then January 3rd, 2007 happens, and Bama hires Nick Saban. And it's not like it took a little while. It was a bomb that went off the day he was hired. Everyone knew it was going to work. The only question was how long will he stay there? Because he hopped from Michigan State, hopped from LSU, hopped from the Dolphins, and he gives you a decade and a half. That would have been well over the total that Vegas would have set on the day he took the Bama job. But when he took that job, shortly thereafter, they did that Crimson Caravan speaking circuit. And he came to Columbus. I think in 2008, he came down to Columbus, and I had to borrow $50 to go listen to him. But man, it was the first time that I had ever heard someone who I looked up to preach the message of being process oriented over result oriented. And at that time, I had no clue, no direction, no idea what I wanted to do in life. Trust me, it was a bleak situation. And it was like instantaneously that night. I will never forget this night. It lives very vividly in my memory. Hearing him and the way he put it and the way he presented that message, it was totally life-changing for me. And then you hear it over and over from him in his time at Alabama. That's how he impacted me. That's how him being at Alabama impacted me. But then because of that and a few other tumblers falling into place in my life, I get the privilege years later to not only watch him like everyone else, but cover it and sort of be behind the curtain and get to see the inner workings and be around him in Alabama. And I don't know if I'll do this 5 more minutes or 50 more years, but that right there will be the highlight of my career. Being able to be around college football and covering Nick Saban at the apex of the dynasty that many people thought would never be able to be built at Alabama again. And that's the other big takeaway that I had. As soon as I heard this, I thought to myself, 16 years in, there's a whole generation of people who don't remember Bama pre-Saban, and they don't know how lost that program had become and how chained to mediocrity that program had become. And he walked in, and he was probably, guys, the only one in football that had the gravitas to be able to look Bama in the eye and say, you can either have that person or me. You can either have that group of folks or me. You can either do it this way or have me, but you can't have both. The Bama way of doing things had grown stale and sour, and he wasn't going to settle for it. And he wasn't going to come and do things the Alabama way. Alabama was going to have to do things the Nick Saban way. And man, it was the terror of the rest of the SEC and the biggest blessing in that program's modern era history that they checked yes instead of no on that. And then the other thing that I'm sure you guys have talked about a lot tonight, but the other thing that I will never forget about him is how many times he had to reinvent his program on the fly, and he never took a step back. Program never took a step back. Dabo right now at Clemson just went 8-4 because he's having to redefine some things about his program. Saban did it 5 or 6 times. He replaced coordinators every other cycle. He had an army of guys go to the draft. He had an army of assistants elevate to coordinators and head coaches elsewhere, and he never was removed a single year as the apex predator in the sport. That program was the standard bearer in the sport for a decade and a half. And even as the sport changed, he was always one step ahead of it. And it was what a pleasure to be able to witness that. And what a bombshell now it is for the rest of college athletics, because this thing will impact everyone in some shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, it's very, very well put. And, a lot of people spend a lot of time saying the game had passed Nick Saban by. This is the end of the Saban dynasty. That dynasty got shot a lot of times and never once bled out. So it is interesting that he retired the way he did to me, because there were so many people that started writing the obituary of his dominant coaching career, not his coaching career, but his dominant coaching career. And right up to the very end, me, you, Jim, a lot of us stood on that field and watched them lose in overtime in the college football semifinals. His dominant coaching career never really ended, and we just don't get to see that a lot in coaching.
No, you don't. It's all. How do you exit gracefully? How do you do that? The longer you're at a place, the longer you do something, the longer it can come to define who you are. And Nick Saban, when you ask people about him, and even in his free time, his leisurely time, whatever that was for him, it always got back to football pretty quickly. So, we witnessed Joe Paterno go out the way Joe Paterno did. And I'm talking about independent of all the off the field stuff, just Joe Paterno, the football coach, hanging on well past his prime and, walking around without a headset. And I remember they came, what was it, like 2010, 2011, when they had that home and home with Bama. I bought a ticket to go to the game in Tuscaloosa just because I knew probably one of my last shots to be able to say I saw Joe Paterno coach a game. But Joe Paterno wasn't running that program at that point. That had long since become a figurehead position, and the coordinators and down the line, they're running the program. Dude, anyone who said that was what Bama was had no earthly idea what they were talking about. I did wonder, if you got me on the record, I never would have said this is going to be it. This is the year for him. And then to hear the stories about him being on the SEC head coaches teleconference earlier today, interviewing guys for positions as recently as this week, his coaching staff not having a clue until right up until the announcement today. That's a surprise for everyone. And you guys are well sourced. I got a couple of folks I can talk to as well. I don't think many people in his inner circle really had much of an idea this was coming. And I'm talking about family as well now. So, here's what history will do. History will remember it as, well, we all saw it coming, this, that, and the other. And it'll all be anecdotal because almost no one knew what was coming and when it was coming. But I will say this, and Dunaway pointed it out, you get emotional and you go retrospective for about 10 or 15 seconds, and then your mind shifts to, oh, wait, the Bama job's open. I haven't said that since 2006.
Yep.
What are they about to do? What's going to happen to the roster? And look, I've probably learned more about coaching searches in the past year than I knew my entire life combined before that. And what I've learned most of the time is searches don't really happen the way that the public thinks they happen. I don't think a coaching search is happening here either. I think 95% of that legwork is done. And whether Greg Byrne knew this a month ago, a week ago, or a day ago, they are well down the road in what they're going to do. And I think you guys have already talked about that a lot tonight. I mean, I'd be interested because I've been doing my own show, Brown and Dunaway. Like, what have you guys said on air? What have you heard?
Well, first, let me say that someone inside the program who was in the meeting, I had texted about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and I said, we're starting to hear from the agent side of this that, this could be going down today. And he was like, dude, we've been interviewing candidates to replace, holes on the coaching staff. That's what we've been doing today with Nick Saban. I mean, so the guy worked up until it was closing time. He put his pen down on his desk and he went to that 4 o'clock meeting and told his players before this leaked out. So, I mean, that is, to me, I get chills telling that story that, he is going to work for his employer for the good of the program and of those kids and his assistants until it is time for me to go to this 4 o'clock meeting where I'm going to walk in and surprise the hell out of everybody and tell them that's it for me. I'm done. And so that, like you, that was the reaction by people that was on that coaching staff today. As far as the search, I agree with you that there is a plan in place. I think personally it has to go fast because we are in an era of college football that, and I remember telling a Michigan fan this about, oh, you guys are lucky you got Caleb Downs at Alabama for the next 2 years. And I was like, dude, Caleb Downs is like any other player. It's a year-to-year deal. Hopefully he's at Alabama 2 more years. So from Caleb Downs to Jalen Milroe to anybody in between, that roster is wide open right now. So I don't think you can go as long as the search for Nick Saban went on back in the day.
Yeah, it's funny. The more you learn about the mechanisms involved in coaching searches, Jimmy Sexton and CAA, obviously a power player here, and that even if they're locked in, let's just say for the sake of argument, they were locked in on Dan Lanning, and let's say that thing was agreed to in principle 5 hours ago. Normally, the way that would work is they'd say, all right, now hold on. And we need to leak this here. We need to let that simmer over there because I got a list of clients that I need to get raises right quick. And then 72 hours, give me 72 hours and let's float some things here and there. And then let's hand this to this reporter and that to that talk show host. But then we'll cement this in writing 72 hours from now. I agree with you. I don't know that that's the way this is going to work right now because Greg Byrne nor anyone at the University of Alabama is interested in saying, all right, we'll do you the favor. They don't care about the rest of his clients. They know that's not the way we're thinking right now. And so, I mean, I don't know if we're talking about tomorrow morning or the next morning. I'd be very surprised if this thing goes 48, 72 hours. If it does, that means no has been said. That's the only path that I see that going.
So let's just, again, for those that mentioned it in the chat and people that were texting us and tweeting us, you've not said, well, let's just clarify exactly what you said on your show earlier that led people to tell us you were saying you knew who the coach is and he's already been hired or whatever they said.
Yeah. I can't believe you weren't watching, Brown. That's terrible. So have you guys been doing something?
I was watching. I just couldn't turn it up because we were on the show, but I was watching. Probably
the best way to consume my content.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
So let me give you a little backstory. So in Pasadena, when we were at the Rose Bowl, even in Atlanta, when we were at the SEC championship game, there were some murmurs about this. In Pasadena, the murmurs were a little bit louder. In Houston this past weekend, there were about 3 or 4 people who were pretty reputable who told me, be on the lookout for this. And I'll just stop there. So be on the lookout for it.
Yeah.
At that point, if I'm hearing it and it's valid, then people who are going to be involved in the decision making know about it and they're already putting those wheels in motion. Okay. So whatever you call a search is already happening. So what I said on the show tonight was informed by a lot of the conversations I had this past weekend. And what I said is, you're going to see a lot of articles about coaching searches because those click very well. That's like cocaine and chum in the water combined from a search engine optimization perspective right now. So you're going to hear a lot about coaching searches. I said, this will not be a coaching search. It won't be much of a search at all. It'll be hey, you're our guy. Here's the piece of paper, sign it, it's done. And a lot of that may have already been done because you got to understand how this stuff works, man. It's about who represents you. And the same guy that represents Nick Saban represents a lot of other big names. And that's how assistant coaching searches go now, much less head coaching searches. So it would be my belief that if Greg Byrne and Alabama have zeroed in who you and me both think that they've probably zeroed in on, that's take 24 hours to sleep on it. We need an answer, and let's get this thing rolling. That's not much of a coaching search to me.
So let's take Dan Lanning. Why would he work, and what concerns you about him working at Alabama?
Just lack of longevity as a head coach is the only thing that would concern me. I think the potential for Dan Lanning is sky high.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a big believer in Dan Lanning.
Me too.
And know him fairly well. I'm telling you, you probably see it on TV, but when you're around him, that's one of the more intense guys in the profession. That's a Kirby Smart level of intensity. That is a Nick Saban level of intensity. And it's funny, Saban used to give the quotes. I've been around him a few times, and he said, passion can look like aggression to someone who's not motivated. And when I'm around folks like Lanning, he rubs some people in media the wrong way because of his intensity. And he's the same way Nick Saban is. Kirby's not as much this way. Saban was this way. You've seen him take the heads off reporters before, but when you really dive into why, it's normally because a stupid question got asked. And you got taught there are no stupid questions, and that's a lie. Teachers lied to you. There are plenty of stupid questions. And Manning's the same way. Like, he's got a very hot and cold relationship with a lot of the media in the Pacific Northwest. But I've sat there one-on-one with him and I have no problem whatsoever. It's just you have to ask substantive questions, and you'll get a very substantive and thoughtful response. But he does not fit. He did not fit in the Pac-12 paradigm. There are a lot of jokes to be made about how they went 0-2 against Washington this year. What's his best win? That dude's 2 years into his head coaching career as well. Okay, so the mistake a lot of people make in this sport because of guys like Nick Saban is they hold you to a standard of someone who's a 30 or 35-year industry veteran, and you're 2 or 3 years in, you're still learning which way is up. You're still learning how to run an organization, how to put together your own rubric. And the fact of the matter is, Dan Lanning's probably going to be a winner in this game for a long time, whether he's at Oregon or Alabama or anywhere in between. The part of it that I guess would work, well, there are several parts that I think would work. He eats, sleeps, and breathes recruiting. He understands the portal. They are so aggressive about that. The part that may not work is the same kind of stuff that may derail any coach. It's the pressure cooker that is the job, which I think he's made for, so I don't worry about that much. But I don't know. I mean, following up a legend and the expectation level being warped, I think could be something that's a pitfall for anyone. But you guys have probably talked about this at some point tonight. There's that adage out there that you don't want to be the guy who follows the legend.
Oh, yeah.
And I've always thought that's BS. For the right person, that's BS. Now, for 99% of the candidates, it's accurate, it's factual. But you're not looking for 99%. You're already looking for a 1%er. And trust me, there are guys out there who are capable of doing the job, and two, are wired the total opposite way as conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom says, I don't want to follow the legend. The right guy says, I'll be better than him. Now, whether you think anyone's going to ever match or exceed what Nick Saban did, that's irrelevant. You want someone who thinks that way because they're wired in the way that's the only way that's going to work at Alabama. So Dan Lanning would be a grand slam hire to me. It'd be also a grand slam if Oregon was able to keep him.
Let me give you some examples of not wanting to follow legends. Paterno at Penn State, Bowden at Florida State. But I would tell you that those coaches fell way off at the end of their career. They
Right.
stayed longer than they should, and those programs were just replicas of what they used to be. I take you to Miami in their heyday when they would change coaches. The recruits were still there, and the next guy would follow another guy who won a national championship and would come in and win another national championship. Why? Because he had great players. And that's why I think this is different than following even Bear Bryant, who after 79, it slipped a little in 80, it slipped a little in 81, it slipped a little in 82, and you had to rebuild Alabama a little bit. Right now, if you could do it quick, this isn't a rebuild job. And you are following the legend of all time, but you're doing it with arguably the best roster in college football. You don't get that often.
Yeah, so we don't know what the next chapter looks like yet, but when you tell the story of Nick Saban 20 years down the road, I think we may be glossing over one. Well, we're not glossing over it. We're talking about one of the most important chapters, and that is when you hit the exit door on top, you do such a service to whoever's coming after you. You do such a service to the fan base because you don't have to wander in the wilderness if you make the right hire. And if you don't make the right hire, that's a total different can of worms. But I mean, think about telling the story of the biggest icon, the most feared entity in the history of this game at the coaching position, just running roughshod over the sport for a decade and a half, 15 more first-round draft picks than losses, and he hit the exit door at or very near his prime. And the next guy, whoever it is, was able to come in and take those keys and rev the engine, and it was as seamless a transition as you could have. That would be one of the most important chapters for the longevity of Alabama football.
Yep.
That's a great point. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he looks like in retirement. I don't know that Nick Saban, to a certain extent, if Dan Lanning or Mike Norvell or whoever gets that job, the best service Nick Saban could be to them is kind of disappear and not look like. I'll tell you who you don't want is you don't want Barry Alvarez. You don't want Barry Alvarez. Barry Alvarez retired from coaching at Wisconsin, but never could get away from it.
Pat died to some degree.
Yeah, he kept his parking spot.
Yeah, he kept his parking spot. Now, by the way, anytime a coach would leave because they couldn't get along with Barry Alvarez, who coached the bowl game?
Barry Alvarez. Yeah.
So, I mean, you do not want that. That's what you do not want for the next Alabama coach. That's a tough spot for Nick Saban because you love the program. You want to show your love for the program, but to be fair to the next guy, you can't be the vulture hanging over, looking over the program. You kind of have to disappear a little bit.
Yeah, but you got to be
supportive.
You got to be Clinton to Bush. If the president calls you up, the former president, you take the call. You give him all the information he needs to help him out, but you don't get in the way.
See, and Pate, you grew up in this area down in Columbus. I mean, close enough to know that Pat Dye would go on Paul Feinbaum's show every week and break down Auburn football, and that was completely unfair to Terry Bowden and Tommy Tuberville and Gus Malzahn and Gene Chizik. I mean, it was just the coach that had been successful breaking down what the next coach did. That was so unfair to those guys.
I remember Pat Dye going on one time, and this was when Charlie Weiss was the OC at Florida, I want to say.
Okay.
And there were those shots where occasionally Charlie Weiss would just sit on a cooler or sit on a bucket.
Yeah.
And Pat Dye said, Paul, the only thing I felt worse for than those players on that team was that poor cooler. That cooler got the biggest workout of the day Saturday. Yeah, I remember that. I had forgotten all about that entire era. Man, Feinbaum, he threaded a little needle there for a little while with the guest interviews. But I think, I think his future, like Nick Saban, is not stepping away from football, I don't think. He's got media if he wants it. Look, man, he could have all kind of business ventures that involve like minority ownership in teams at the NFL level. He can do anything he wants to. But I also was thinking about this on air earlier tonight. You know as well as I do, because you guys have been very close to the program and in that market for a long time. You've got stories about him you've never told. Many people who cover the program have got stories you've never told. And many people who have worked for him and played for him have got stories they've never told. Some of those will never see the light of day. But you know as well as I do, there's this little satchel that everyone carries around who's been close to him of stories that they've just saved for when he retires. I cannot tell this story until he retires. But once he retires, I'll be able to tell this story, that story. And I think over the coming weeks, we may hear some of the most interesting Nick Saban-related content that we've ever heard in his entire time at Alabama because of this.
We used to joke, and it actually ended when Nick Saban started winning in Tuscaloosa. But every summer in our radio days, we would get roughly 2 to 3 brown packets that would show up on each of our desks when we'd get there. And before we would open them, we would look at each other and we'd like, wonder who wrote this Bear Bryant book. And it was that way all the way until 2008. Every summer there was 1, 2, 3 Bear Bryant books years after he was done.
Oh, yeah. And it was one of Dunaway's funniest lines ever. I opened one of them and I was like, oh, this is great quotes from Bear Bryant. Dunaway said, are they all written in red? It's a good line. If you know your biblical, if you know your Bible, that's
if you're a Southern Christian, that means a lot to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, I mean, he's got to thread the needle of being publicly supportive, but not demonstrative, not overlooking. That could be a tough needle to thread, especially if he's on College Game Day or something like that. I think Alabama's probably going to be a topic on College Game Day at some point. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. But here's why I think he'll handle it well. Think about the characters he's had come through there, both as players and as coaches. Some of them are current head coaches elsewhere. And think of all the garbage he's dealt with behind the scenes and the opportunities that he could have rightly thrown people under the bus and yet still spoke glowingly of them and was very above board respectful about it. I highly doubt we'd see Nick Saban overly critical of an Alabama head coach down the road if he's on game day or, whatever the case may be. I think he'll do it pretty gracefully. But the one thing I wonder about him, and we'll find out now, is I've always wondered, how open is he willing to be when he's not coaching anymore? How critical is he willing to be? What kind of stories is he willing to tell? What does that Nick Saban authorized book look like? And what does it contain? And how many stories that never saw the light of day because he put the clamp on it do we all of a sudden find out? Is there a side of Nick Saban? Are there more hard and fast thoughts that he's had for a long time that he's just kept to himself because it wouldn't serve the greater good of Alabama football if he shared them? All that stuff's on the table now.
Yeah, that is fascinating. All right, he is Josh Pate. You guys know him from our show. We love having Josh on at 24/7 Sports at Late Kick Josh. At Late Kick Josh is where you go. Find him on YouTube. Give him a thumbs up. Subscribe. Set your alerts. Follow him on social media everywhere at Late Kick Josh. Thank you very much for the time, Josh. It's twice this week. That's still not enough.
Yeah, I'll probably see you guys by Friday.
Yeah, we'll talk to you Friday. Thank you. Every other day with Pate. See you, Pate. Thank you very much.
Come back on when we have a new head coach.
Yeah,
right?
Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, we've been doing this now since just after 4 o'clock. Tyler and Lunsford are going to queue up for me Terrion Arnold. We want to give you Terrion, who jumped on very early in the show. You guys will let me know when you have it, Tyler. We have it already? You rolling it from back there, Lunsford? Okay. So Terrion Arnold, for those of you that are joining us now, our coverage continues live after the Terrion Arnold interview. But we just wanted you to get the reaction and some of the stories of the final days of Nick Saban and Terry Saban in Tuscaloosa from a guy who was so close to both of them. Here's Terrion Arnold earlier tonight here on our bonus coverage of the next round.
Greatest gambles in a way that I've ever made was the fact that Alabama was very.
Okay, little Barrett Jones there. We're going to get to the Terrion Arnold interview here in
doing
just
this
a second.
If Nick Saban wouldn't have taken the Alabama job.
Alabama's Terrion Arnold is with us now, the defensive back.
I was just reading his tweet and getting emotional.
Oh,
and
really?
He popped up on the screen here.
That's weird timing. First of all, Terrion, I hope you're doing okay.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm dealing with it, but I'm fine.
Yeah, I am, and I apologize for this. I'm not sure where you are. Were you in the meeting, or are you elsewhere getting ready for the draft?
Nah, I'm elsewhere getting ready for the draft.
Yeah, so word got back to you, and just your reaction when word got back to you. Did this catch you by surprise? Is this kind of something you expected?
If I'm being honest, I told y'all that he was going to die coaching, and when I said that, obviously it's just one of those things. He's been in it for so long, but I just remember him saying a long time ago, if I ever feel like a liability or my health when it comes to the game and different things like that, then I'll be done with it. But I think what people can't really fathom is the fact that he's retiring. But at the end of the day, he's 72 years old. Like Coach Saban is 72 years old, and being a head coach is stressful, it's hard, it's gruesome, and he just makes it look easy. And it's hard to obviously see him let go. But at the end of the day, man, that man got to live, man. He got to take care of him and Miss Terry, enjoy his family. You only got so much life to live, so.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to work till 72, but he was never a liability. I mean, you guys were one of the best teams, obviously, in college football. But one of the reasons I kind of leaned that this was going to happen was just watching. He seemed a little different, just the way he reacted to certain things, the way his family was all in all of the time this season. But you were around him for years. You played under him. Did he seem different at all as a coach?
As a coach, he was more personable this year. I'll even share a story, as far as having team meetings or having team settings with him. It was always, man, this team is very special to me, which we were very special. I mean, great group of guys. And you can just tell he enjoyed all the little things. versus kind of like last year. And even with us, like our relationship and different things like that, Coach Saban and I, we've always been pretty tight and things like that. But I mean, he smiled more. He cared more, as they would say. But I mean, that's not a testament to knowing that he's retiring. That's just a testament to just knowing like the bond and the relationship that was there. And I feel like even this year, looking at like the way like he handled the media and stuff as far as it came to us, like the whole thing with Lane, man, you know, a testament in life. Let all naysayers know, like him just being supportive among that, man, Miss Terry, different things like that. Like I don't think it's a testament to like knowing that he was going to retire, but just him carrying it and like connecting the dots, looking backwards, you would say, nah, that's not normal for him doing that.
I've said a couple of times throughout the year that Terry and Kristen seem to have enjoyed every game experience a little bit more this year than they have in the past. And you've said it on our show before. But just the influence. Yeah, just the influence of what Terry Saban has meant to this program as well.
Miss Terry, it's crazy because when I went in there, obviously I was telling y'all how I had my team meeting. I had my team meeting, not my team meeting, but I had my meeting with him before I was deciding about the draft and different things like that. So when I had my meeting, obviously we talked about what we talked about and stuff. And after that, Miss Terry called me. So she calls me. When she calls me, she says that she had a surprise for me. So I go over to their house. When I go over to their house, Miss Terry, she's right there. She hands me a book, and it's a book that her and Coach Saban read on the daily. It's kind of like Greek mythology, and it's just a quote for every day. And this is just a testament to her. And nobody knows this, but I'll just share it. When she gave me the book, she said you can start reading it. It began at the beginning of the year, but I couldn't read my book because it was ripped out all the way until January 19th. So I'm like, Miss T, why is it ripped out all the way to January 19th? Miss Terry said I had to rip out some of the pages and I had to send it to Henry Ruggs because when you're incarcerated, she said you can't send books in, so you have to do it by pages. So she took out some of my books, some of other books, and different things like that. And that's just a testament to how she is. Like Miss Terry has really, really been there. Former Bama players, current Bama players, and just been that heartbeat. And I really mean it a lot when I say, man, she's like a best friend to me, like a true friend. Like even when I left their house, she said, thank you for everything you've done. You've done more than enough, and just thank you for being a great person and a great friend. And it's kind of crazy because I told her about Pro Day. She was like, I've never came to Pro Day while Nikki, she called him Nikki, while Nikki has been coaching. But I consider you one of my best friends, and I'm going to come to yours. So I'm like, hey, Miss T, you come to my Pro Day, I'm going to show out. Like, hey, I'm going to show out. So, I mean, I don't know as far as everything retiring with all that going on, but you know, I'm that type of person. If you tell me you're gonna do something, I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna still call Miss T like, hey, Miss T, you know, Coach Saban's not gonna he's not coaching anymore, so you definitely can come. So
Terrion Arnold is with us, the Alabama defensive back. I asked Barrett Jones. Barrett played a long time ago, like when he goes on the speaking circuit, and they asked for give me your best Nick Saban story. Now, years down the road, when people know you play for Nick Saban, what's going to be the best story?
Obviously, the one that everybody's seen, Mississippi State, that one right there. But I mean, that's just a testament to itself. I don't think that's my best one. As far as stories, I would say it's man, it's a lot of them. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot of Coach Saban stories. But I mean, I just share one off the top of my head. Last year, get ready to play Tennessee, and Not last year. I'm sorry, not last year. My freshman year, actually, we were ready to play Tennessee. He comes in. He says, you know, guys, we're going to take control of it. And one thing about it, when people come in, you can't let people take over your territory or piss on your grass. I'm like, what does that have anything to do with us going out here and being Tennessee? But anyways, he says that. When he says that, he's like, you know, I'm gonna actually like, cause one thing about me, you can ask on my team, when I tell stories, I want to make it feel like you're actually there. So I'm gonna tap into character and become him for a second. I'm not Terrion, Coach Saban. Here you go. How's everybody going? Good. Okay. You know, guys, we got a tough challenge amongst ourselves. We got to go out here. We got to execute. And we got to take the game over. You know, me and Miss Terry, we got this dog. We got a little dog, little Chihuahua. I mean, I don't know what kind of dog it was, but he said little Chihuahua. It's a little dog. He says, you know, we always had this German Shepherd come in our backyard. And when the German Shepherd came in the backyard, he would knock over Miss Terry's plants. He would knock over the flowers, piss on our grass. And that little Chihuahua used to be in the house going crazy. Miss Terry, her being the loving, nice person she is, she'd always say, "Oh, Nikki, it's okay, it's okay." Well, anyways, one day, this German Shepherd continues to come in the yard. And when he comes in the yard and does what he does, the little dog is going crazy. And Miss Terry isn't at home. I'm at home. So I let that son of a gun out. And when I tell you, when that little 3-pound dog went and pounced on that German Shepherd, bit it in the neck, German Shepherd crying, went away, never saw it again. More of the story is, guys, you don't let them come in and piss on our grass. We gonna bring the fight to them. I mean, that one right there. And then, I mean, Coach Saban even got one as far as like just him going back, like talking about, I never actually really thought I was going to be a head coach. The only reason I became a head coach is because me and Miss Terry, we wanted to get married. And since we wanted to get married, she had another year of school left. And I had to find something to do because I had already graduated. So I just took the little GA coaching job. But I really just took the job because I wanted to be with Miss Terry. And her dad and her mom, they were going to accept the fact that she was just with a nobody. So, I mean, that's why I took the GA coaching job. And now we're here. Like, I could literally come on here. But I mean, even if you talk to anybody like my teammates and stuff, I like to say it like, I remember everything. Like, I got a really, really good memory. And it's just one of those things I was blessed with. And when, like, people tell stories and stuff, but I always say, like, as far as acting and stuff, I feel like when I tell you this story, I need to make it feel like you were there in the setting. Like, even the fans and stuff watching. Like, maybe I might just come on the show one day and just tell you about 3 Coach Saban stories. I mean, we're still kind of dealing with the emotion and stuff and different things like that. But I got to be able to tell y'all like a unfiltered version of his story. I mean, Coach, how Coach Saban.
You give us the day. You give us the day. We'll clear the schedule.
Would love it. With your great memory, though, and it's been a while, what was the first thing you remember, the first meeting ever with Nick Saban, one-on-one, when he was recruiting you?
A one-on-one meeting? Coach Saban, it's two encounters. The first one, we was on Zoom. So we're on Zoom or whatever. He was just talking to me about as far as I'm going to John Paul. I'm at a little high school. My high school, we don't really run much. We run cover 2, we run man-to-man, and we ran something just called funnel the ball to Terrion. He in the middle of the field. That was the school I was at. So Coach Saban, he in here, he breaking down cover 7 to me. Obviously, it's Coach Saban. He's telling me like, hey man, to the front side, we play a form of clamp. We're gonna play clamp. You read 2 to 1. If 2 comes out in the first 5 yards, then boom, you're gonna trap the flat. It's gonna turn into cut. That's basically cover 2. If he doesn't come out, then it's like quarters. So it's quarter, half. So with that being said, I'm a little 16-year-old. I'm like, oh yeah, coach. Like, yeah. He's like, and you get what I'm saying, man? Because you could come in and play the star position and you could play the corner position. Like we got Pat Surtain right now. He's not really familiar with the star position, but normally your best cover guy plays star. And I'm like, yeah, coach, I got it. In my head, man, I ain't know what he was talking about. Like I did not know anything. And he's like, I just like talking to people like this who really can understand. I feel like you can come in and contribute. So boom, Coach Saban, he ends up coming to my school because obviously, in high school, all the recruits and stuff come. Man, when he came to my school, I'm Christian. Like I believe in Jesus. That I was going to a Catholic school. So when Coach Saban comes to the school, I'm in mass. So I'm in mass. Man, just imagine like you being at a school, boom, you in mass. Next thing you know, you feel a tap on your shoulder and you look back. Coach Saban is in mass with you because he's Catholic. Like Coach Saban, before the games on Saturdays, we got pregame. We're going to the Christian service. He'll be in the Catholic service. After the Catholic service is over, he'll come into the Christian service. So, I mean, he do a little bit of both. But like that right there just caught me off guard. Like everybody in the school, like, dude, like Coach Saban was just in mass with us. Like, that's crazy. And I'm like, hey, man, like, yeah, it is crazy. Like, it's wild. So then when I get to Alabama, man, I'll never forget it, man. He came to us as freshman. He said, and I just want to let you guys know, You guys have been superstars everywhere you've been. I know you guys are used to being the guy, but you at Alabama. Everybody's good. And this is like a testament to how humble he is. He said, at the end of the day, if I leave the school right now after everything I've done, they still gonna bring in somebody to replace me. Alabama doesn't need you. You need Alabama. I'm like, dang, coach, like, hey, that's a pretty tough pill to swallow. And actually, I had just graduated the next day, so I had got there a little late. Man, I'm sitting in there, he talking, I'm like this. Trying to fight my sleep. I'm trying to wake back up. Coach Kelly, who was still there, Coach Kelly came to me, he said, man, Coach Saban really does like you. I said, why you say that? He said, he was talking about how you was asleep the whole time and he didn't want to get on to you because he didn't want to embarrass you. I was like, dang, he really said that? Like, that's crazy. So, man, he a legend though, man. They would say, like, he just made it look so easy, made it look so effortless. And like I say, we didn't come out victorious, but at the end of the day, he blew out his last candle with us. And, you know, I entered the draft and stuff and I walked out, man. You walked out too. So we walked out together. So, I mean, hey.
And this is what you wrote. The waves of your influence will be felt for years to come. That's Terrion Arnold. Perfectly said by you, man. You're one of a kind.
Man, it will. Yes, sir. It will.
Yep.
So if I would have anything to say, I would say, I mean, you know, for the people who are believers and stuff, I would just say, you know, just keep like the guys in your prayers and stuff. Like even as far as talking to like Caleb Downs, Jalen Miro, different guys like that, man. Like, you know, this really does like hurt. Because obviously, I just think about it like if I was there in that situation right now, like, man, your head coach gone. This is like Alabama. This is all we know. Like people saying we should celebrate, we should do this, which we obviously should. But at the end of the day, man, this is a sad day in Alabama. Like it's a sad day. And I mean, just the respect for him. Like, cause I was talking to Jalen earlier today. Coach Saban, they were supposed to have a team meeting yesterday, but it got canceled for the storm. And I'm actually still in the group chat. It's crazy. I can't leave the group chat. They're my brothers. I'm like, they're gonna have to kick me out. So with that being said, they were supposed to do that, and so they were supposed to do that. It got canceled, and they had it today. So while all this was going on in my head, I'm calling. I'm like, dang, what's all this going on? Because my first thought, I'm like, let me call Jalen. And they not answering. So when they not answering, I put two and two together. I'm like, so if we seeing these sources about him retiring, he must be telling the guys right now, because that's the type of person he is. And, you know, after getting confirmation and stuff, while all the sources were saying Nick Saban possibly is retiring and stuff like that, it was going on. So he had told the guys. He was in the middle of telling the guys.
Yeah,
so.
I don't want to open the door, but if you really do want to help out the guys in Tuscaloosa, it's not too late. I think you can resend that paperwork and go back and lean on the brothers.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You know, once you enter the draft and you sign like the NFL thing and they put your name in, it is actually too late. So I mean, as bad as and you know me, like with that being said, me like I can't tell y'all like what went on in my exit meeting and stuff like that as far as talking to him and stuff, but I wouldn't say like I knew he was retiring, but the stuff that was said and like the stuff that we discussed, I was like, yeah, okay. Like, yeah. So, I mean, with that being said, like, I can't, like, as bad as I want to, because I'm tied into Bama. Like, man, I'm from Florida, but my relationship with Miss Terry, my teammates, my guys, like, we had an iconic season. Like, I always used to tell Caleb, like, even if they made a movie on this, they wouldn't even be able to reenact this. Like, they wouldn't be able to because the stuff that went on this season. Like, we need to come out with a 30 for 30 on Bama 2023 because we had a lot, like, based on the Texas game. That you end up playing Michigan, like, hey, man, it's crazy. It's been surreal, but it's been a blessing at the same time. And we learned a lot of life lessons that have carried on. So, man, I just thank him.
Yeah. Well said. Terrion, thank you, man, for jumping on short notice. We really do appreciate it. You've been fantastic with us. We wish you all the best in the NFL. Cannot wait to watch you on Sundays.
Man, I appreciate you guys too, man. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Terrion Arnold. The departing Alabama defensive back headed to the NFL on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with his thoughts on playing in Nick Saban's final game. I mean, you heard him say it. We walked off the field together for the last time.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to disagree with you, and I think most people will disagree with me. Like, you don't have to immediately tomorrow name a successor. Because as Terrion said, Nick Saban told them, Alabama doesn't need you, you need Alabama. This isn't Texas A&M, where when Jimbo gets fired, they're flushing to the portal.
Listen, we can sit there and discuss that as long as you want to. But in this day and age, since 4 o'clock, how many times do you think Caleb Downs' phone has
Oh,
longer been
nonstop.
texted?
Some of these guys are going to leave, but if you get, as Aaron Settle said, like a T-Rob, call a team meeting immediately. Look, you guys know you're in a great spot. This is Alabama. We're going to hire the right guy for you. I mean, look, a lot of these guys are already being paid. They're going to get solicited. There is no doubt. But I just think Nick Saban gets his moment or longer than you hire, because you need to hire the right guy.
Yeah, but see, Nick Saban is going to be celebrated forever.
I get that.
So the fifth hour of our continuous coverage, 4 hours strong. And we want to go back and bring in Emily Grace McWhorter, who is on her way back now from Tuscaloosa, or at least is in a car over in Tuscaloosa. I don't know if you're on your way back yet or not, but EG, we wanted to ask you, you instantly went over there. You were there as the news was breaking. Let's just recap what emotions you've seen, reaction you've gotten, and on our social media platform you've been seeing and sending out reaction from students and fans in T-Town. Tell us what you know.
So when I got here, it was very quiet, almost a little too quiet. And it was me and two other members in the media. And the only indication that we had that something was going on were the gates, if you will, those dividers previously set up in front of Malmore Athletic Facility. So I'm kind of asking around, trying to figure out what's going on. And while I was driving, guys, the news broke. So I was about 25 minutes away and it officially came out, and I stepped on it to make sure I was there in time. But it turned out I was very early. Players started filing out, and I was there for probably 20, 25 minutes. And a police officer actually told me that Coach Saban was long gone. We were not going to see him. They got him out of the fray as soon as they could. And then from there came to Walk of Champions and have gone downtown and just kind of taken in all the student environment. And it's been really cool to be down here to say, this is where I was when Nick Saban retired.
So how would you describe the crowd that you've encountered? We saw you at the Saban statue outside Bryant-Denny. You've been, I think, down on the Strip some. Am I right about that? So just describe the feeling. What have you encountered?
I feel like the overarching theme is more gratefulness from the students and not necessarily like disappointment or anger that he's retiring. It's more of, I can't believe we've had him for this long. I did, like I said earlier, I saw a lot of girls crying. I'm not sure if it was for the video aspect of it or if it was genuine tears. Either way, I don't blame them. And now I'm finally seeing more adults and alumni potentially come out. So far, it's been strictly college students. This is their first day back. So what a day to be back on campus and Coach Saban retires.
Yeah, I would have to say school's back in. Guess what? Your legendary football coach is walking away.
There's got to be obviously a sense of sadness that it has ended, but that day was going to come eventually. Have you heard students or talked to anybody who has a guest, a wish list? Have they started to think yet about who they want to be the coach, EG?
Do I ever? I encourage everyone watching, please go watch the video that Lunsford and Taylor and whoever else have been number 12 have been putting together for us. But Lane Kiffin is beloved.
Oh, wow.
In front of Nick Saban's
Well, of course,
statue.
they all drink together, Lane and the students.
So this is in front of the Saban statue, which was primarily Alabama students. Lane Kiffin was the guy?
Lane Kiffin was the, top choice. Please come. We love you. Dan Lanning was discussed. But other than that, there's a few Steve Sarkisians. Someone's wished for Kirby Smart, knew it wouldn't happen. But they want Lane. They love him.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't.
These kids today, I can't believe we're turning it over to them.
No, I can see why college students would love Lane Kiffin. In a lot of ways, he operates like they do.
Yep.
Except he's a college football coach. So I get it. So Lanning was number 2 behind Lane Kiffin, but Lane was overwhelming choice. Yeah.
Lane Kiffin was a clear number 1. And what was funny, guys, is I look like I am on campus with these kids. I've got my puffy vest on and a bow in my hair. And I had people explain to me who these coaches were. And I said, no, it's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I got
familiar
it.
with these guys.
Yeah. Wow. All right, so you got a ton of video, huh? And they're putting it together, and it's going to be up at Next Round Live.
Yep.
Okay, so EG in Tuscaloosa, she's covered a lot of things for us in the 5 months she's been an employee of ours.
Yeah. Make that an early chapter in your book.
Yeah.
Tell Mikey we said hi. We appreciate him driving you around.
No, guys, seriously, that like changed the game. I have been able to pop in, pop out. Like, I talked to a girl in Publix buying oatmeal cream pies. That was a great little interview.
Yeah.
They are sold out. So if you wanted to get oatmeal cream pies, you have to go to the bottom rack, and they're dwindling by the second.
Okay, those are being put at the base of the Saban statue. That picture and video out as well. Emily Grace McWhorter in Tuscaloosa for us tonight. Thank you so much. Our coverage continues. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. On the show, help me here already. And again, on this platform, it's not gone forever. On this platform, when this show is done or at any time, you can go back and watch the show from its beginning in its entirety. I say cue it forward about 4 minutes right now because early on I was by myself and shaky at best. But we've had Terrion Arnold, who you just saw. We've had Josh Pate. We've had Barrett Jones. We've had Aaron Suttles. We've had Brandon Marcello.
Slade
Bolden.
Jake Coker. My goodness. And hats off.
I'm anything but a team. Well, I am everything, including I'm something, but I'm a team player.
Okay.
Brown has been doing this on the fly, getting these people. So Terrion Arnold, Josh Pate, Barrett Jones, Aaron Suttles, Brandon Marcello, Jake Coker, just so many players and former players of Nick Saban and media people who've covered them one after another here tonight. And that's on this platform if you've missed any of those.
Yeah, and we greatly appreciate their time. A lot of those people having to readjust their schedule to come on with us, and we do greatly appreciate it. And, I found it interesting. We were just talking about, as Terrion was replaying there, just his willingness. He's a guy getting ready for the draft. He didn't have to do that, but
right.
I think it shows you, first of all, the type of person he is, but secondly, his fondness for Nick Saban and Terry Saban. And so I think that says a lot. We got a statement from Greg Sankey. I had not seen this, and I believe it is pretty fresh. I don't think the SEC's had this out very long. In fact, they haven't, only 3 minutes.
Okay.
The contributions Nick Saban has made throughout his career in college football form a legacy without comparison. His focus on excellence, support for the young men on his teams, career opportunities provided to coaches, and championship moments have been achieved through consistency, dedication, and care. I have been privileged to work with Nick and wish the best to the entire Saban family. Excuse me. That is from SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey on the heels of Nick Saban's retirement announcement earlier today. I can remember a lot of coaches coming and going in the SEC. I don't remember Greg Sankey ever releasing another statement about a coach's departure, unless it had something to do with the NCAA.
The passing of Mike Leach.
Yeah, the passing of Mike Leach would be one, but I really can't remember another one. This is fairly, I think, uncommon for the conference commissioner to even acknowledge a coach's retirement with a statement like that, and I think it just shows you the impact that Nick Saban has had on the SEC. I mean, look, Greg Sankey, we talked about, what Nick Saban's success has meant for a lot of things. I think for the SEC, Nick Saban's success is one of the reasons the SEC is the dominant conference of college football.
Again, we may have more guests, so don't go anywhere yet. Could be more people with us tonight before we're done. We'll let you know when we're over with, but we continue live coverage now, 8:09 Central Time. Michael writes in, and he sends a link to the YouTube version of the Rolling Stones' Give Me Shelter. He says, because Nick Saban listened to this after wins, I'd like to think he listened to it on his way home tonight.
It's always been a really interesting, especially when you listen to the lyrics of that song, a really interesting celebration song. I'm not a huge Rolling Stones fan. It is one of their songs that I do like. I never really understood. Now, I asked him one time, I think it was on Hey Coach, when I was one of the media guests, asked him about it, and he kind of danced around the answer. I've never really understood how that became their celebration song. Interesting song for a celebration song.
I will tell you that my buddy James, who's watching and listening in Tampa, he asked, who do you guys think should be the next head coach? Not the fans. Who do you guys think? I wrote back Dan Lanning. You have said Dan Lanning for over a year.
I have, if not longer.
So I assume you think that would, if you were the AD and could get Dan Lanning, that would be your choice.
That would be my hire. Now, I will say this. When I started saying Dan Lanning, it's before I saw some of the decisions, sometimes he makes during the game. And but if you scan the landscape of college football, Dunaway, give me a better candidate that is better than Dan Lanning.
Well, James writes from Tampa, I just don't understand why Dabo is getting the cold shoulder. He's actually won before.
Yeah, he has, but I think when you have a coach that has been so resistant to use the transfer portal and so vocal about his dislike of NIL, that is a bad hire in today's college football. I just cannot hire a guy. I don't care how successful he's been. If he's not willing to embrace name, image, and likeness and the transfer portal, he is playing from behind. So far from behind, I'm not sure you could catch up in the SEC. Could you imagine a coach coming to the SEC saying, you know what, I don't really like the way the transfer portal works and what it's done for college football? Or, to his words, I'll retire the day guys start getting paid. So I just don't know. That's why I would not want Dabo Swinney.
Friends in the coaching circle, just sending some thoughts to them tonight on that coaching staff, because you got to think whether you knew at some point or didn't know, their lives could change instantly when a coach retires. It also impacts everyone else in the organization. So not only are you worried, if you're an Alabama fan, about the current roster, you're also worried a little bit about the coaches who are there in Tuscaloosa, because they're now instantly not only thinking about the roster and the job they got to do, they're also thinking about their family and their future too.
Fresh off the set at the SEC Network is Peter Burns, SEC Network anchor. A little bit of a curveball for Burnsy tonight. You thought you were just going to be doing basketball highlights at the half, and here Nick Saban goes and announces his retirement for you guys. Hey, you're muted, by the way, Burnsy. You're muted. Hang on, Burnsy, you're muted. It's okay. There you go.
It's the first time I've ever done any kind of television or multimedia stuff.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. It's like going to be the easiest day ever. And all of a sudden, people are like, how quick can you get to the studio? I'm like, what do you mean? You're like, what do you mean you don't know? And I'm like, I literally deleted Twitter off my phone after the show today. And I'm like, I'm checking out for a little bit. I don't want to have to deal with anything. And sure enough, we see the news. Nick Saban retires. As you see, I'm sitting here in studio right now. It's been wild, guys. I mean, it was, we've talked to Greg Sankey, we talked to Jordan Rogers, we talked to Greg McElroy, Paul Feinbaum, all of them. And in almost weird way, guys, it felt like, I don't know, like we were giving a eulogy that Coach Saban had passed. Like it was a really somber mood when you think of the greatest coach in the history of the game, calling it a day.
Yeah, I mean, it has felt that way here, too. I mean, there were a lot of times, a couple times of the show that we've been on since 4 o'clock now, going on in our fifth hour. One of us has had to stop and say, it should be pointed out, Nick Saban did not die today. Nick Saban simply retired as the Alabama football coach.
But you think about this, though, and this is the one that really kind of moves me, is over the last couple of years, we lost Coach K. He's out of college hoops. Roy Williams out of college hoops, Nick Saban now. And a lot of these guys, I believe at some point going, do I really want to spend my last couple of waking hours and days grinding on whether or not some 18-year-old kid's going to head to the transfer portal and what kind of NIL deal I can get to them? And I think ultimately, we talk about guys wanting to go out on top with the title. I could argue that Nick Saban in his own mind might think that this was my masterpiece. Like this was the finest job that I have done from a coaching perspective. And maybe that's the reason why, Jim, that he was just like, I'm calling it a day. Yeah, we're good here.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned those guys, and I would include the potential of Jim Harbaugh in this group too. There's probably a common thread as to why these guys are walking away. All of them are a little bit old school in their approach, and this new school way of doing things is just something that was going to be difficult, I think, for them to long-term embrace.
Yeah, and again, I think in a way, and this is something that McElroy talked about earlier when we had him on the show, and I agree with it. I think although he complained about it, I always thought that Nick Saban enjoyed the new challenges as something different. It was almost like playing the same video game every single year, but there was a different level to it that you had to kind of adapt and beat. And more often than not, Saban was a guy that adapted it to the game and ended up beating it. So At some point, I know I joked around about it when we saw the pictures of him in Italy, and I said one of two things is going to happen. One, he's going to look at this and go, man, there's a life outside of football, and this is pretty cool. I want to do this. Or he's going to go out there with Miss Terry and be like, I'm going to coach till I'm 150 years old. There's no way I want to spend summers out in Italy and doing this stuff. And, now we know a little bit of the answer. I was told by several people that he was on the coach's call. He was interviewing people, talking about who the next defensive coach or coordinator was going to be in the last, 24 hours. So this is kind of a wake up, how you feel that day, and just go, you know what? It's time.
It's time. And he has said that once you start thinking about retirement, you're retired. So apparently those thoughts have creeped in for Nick Saban. I did a little math here.
I heard from multiple people too this year that didn't really share this on air, but they said that it was Saban used the word tired a couple of times. Just, how you doing? I'm tired. Yeah. And that was nothing that I had ever heard from him. Even Jeremy Pruitt, who just called it a career too, had said, man, coach still has that energy day in, day out from the first day that I ever worked for him down in Tuscaloosa. And I think at the end of this season, just, seeing him, when he talked about after the loss to Texas, and the way that he talked about that loss was not disappointment about the season or changes they need to make, but more of an appreciation, guys, for the environment that he had the honor to coach in. That's when it first went up on my radar going, oh, there's a new outlook. And I don't know if it was always in his mind, but I think the fact that once, like you said, Jim, once it starts creeping into your mind, it's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, and you can read so much into it, because Lance had said all season long he thought this would be his last year. And so I watched, through that prism. I didn't believe it, but I watched the season and everything on it, including Kristen Saban on social media. And there was just more of Terry and her embracing every second that they were together at games. You got pictures of them, singing along to Dixieland Delight and them doing this and that, just embracing it almost like it was its own. And I mentioned it a couple times in the office, and now it was them embracing every second of the last go around in Alabama. I did some numbers here for you. And I don't know why I'm going into my Joe Tessitore impersonation, but I did some numbers here for you. And if you just take
absolute fantastic. Yeah. I will steal these and order you a nice Prosecco for your hotel room at the Grand Bohemian later today.
And if you just take his SEC championship game wins and his national championship game wins at Alabama and LSU, you guys could do 2 full days and 9 hours of continuous programming of just his championship games at LSU and Alabama that he won, not even factoring in the losses.
I will tell you this. I will go ahead and pitch that idea and give you zero credit for it as soon as we hang up and just go, this is our summer programming, the summer of Saban. And I listen, it's unbelievable, the numbers, right? And, and now you look at who's going to be next. I mean, it's great for our business because it's great for Jimmy Sexton. I guarantee you, while he's upset that Nick's calling it a day, there's going to be a lot of phone calls he's going to be making in the next, probably already made him in the last week or and a half, at least.
It's wild to think about the changing landscape of college football in the SEC today with 2 new teams coming in, the 12-team playoff, and Nick Saban leaving Alabama. I mean, next year is almost going to be, in a lot of ways, unrecognizable in the SEC.
Harbaugh, I think, leaves. I mean, and what happens? Is it Kalen DeBoer that comes down? Is it Dan Lanning? I mean, is it some other name that we don't know about? I mean, it's wild, man. But you know what? College football 3.0 is going to be here, and it starts. And now there's a 30-day. You guys were talking about it when we just joined. A 30-day transfer window for guys to say, "Hey, coach retired." So, all right, I'm getting the wave in that I actually got to do the real job over here.
You're good. So, you're good.
Thanks for the invite, boys.
All right, Peter.
Chaos.
Thank you, Peter Burns, SEC Network, with us. You saw from the studio there, and he's got to go back to work. Halftime coming up on one of the games. Would love to tell you what's going on in those games, but I am not quite certain right now.
I know it is odd that is this the first day we don't have the SEC network on in the show, and
It
they've been
really
in
is,
continuous coverage.
We got Oklahoma TCU that's halfway an SEC game.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I was wondering what they were doing on the SEC network, and I keep looking at our 5 TVs, and it hasn't been up yet, which is better than when the show started back at 4, just after 4 o'clock, when nothing was on the big wall in there, and I didn't even know I was on the air.
Well,
so.
Mississippi State did beat Tennessee, as Lance predicted earlier today, 77-72. So I'll give you that one SEC score.
So we're getting a Ron Slay sweatshirt at some point.
That's right. Slay all day from Ron.
Yeah, so that's good. That was a mybookie.ag parlay I had. I took Tennessee and I took Kansas, and I think they both lost today.
It doesn't really matter if they both did.
Yeah.
But one of them did, yes.
Well, one of them did. But
Kansas did too, by the way, by 5.
I think UCF, the mighty Gus Malzahn's of basketball, beat Kansas too. We're continuing our coverage maybe for a little bit longer. Maybe someone else is going to jump on with us. We add Peter Burns to the long list. But I'm going to pass, for those that have been with us a long time, early on I went through a variety of different cards and different sizes and everything. Brown will tell you this, but I've been with this format for every next round show and for a long time over there. And I've written down on this sheet right here is our lives. We have our lives right here. And then I don't know if we're doing tight shots on this or not, and then right here we have the topics. And I carry over topics from show to show, but that's the way it looks. And I mark off the lives, and here are some topics. And I've got other sheets when I do my show notes. I'm going to pass over to Brown, and it is sitting there at number 2, and it's been on my shot sheet since the post-Pasadena show. And if you would read for the audience, this is like it's a magic trick in Vegas. If you will read for the audience what topic number 2 is on the list there for me to bring up in the show, and I kick myself now for not getting it on the show today.
Last game of an era. You say era. Should have been on era.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Last game of an era.
It's my shorthands.
Yeah, so what was topic 2 about here?
It was about the Rose Bowl and how it felt like the last game of an era. And just because, in part, it was, Alabama losing in a 4-team playoff, and I was thinking not so much of Saban, but a new look SEC and going to 12 teams and how everything, it does seem like it's changing, and it just feels like this was sort of the last year of a certain era of college football, and everything's going to be so new next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I brought up to Peter. In a lot of ways, college football, and I really meant the SEC, but you can include if Harbaugh goes to the NFL, which a lot of people think at this point, by the way, how buried would that story be right now if he took the Chargers job or something like that? I mean, if he wants to fly out and interview for the Chargers job, today's probably a pretty good day for him to do it.
100%, because between Pete Carroll and Nick Saban.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nick Saban beating Pete Carroll on ESPN mentions like 4-1 right now.
Well, I mean, it's going to be hard for anything else to break in a football news cycle the day that Pete Carroll is fired / stepped aside and the day Nick Saban retires. I mean, it's two absolute legends, first ballot Hall of Famers in their sport.
And I just assume Belichick was either waiting for or not waiting for the Nick Saban. If Belichick leaves New England tomorrow.
If that had dropped tonight, could you imagine those three at the same time?
Belichick, Pete Carroll, and Nick Saban on the same cycle.
But just I mean, in a lot of ways, the SEC is not going to be recognizable. It's going to look super weird to see another head coach on the Alabama sideline. Like, do you remember watching, you might have been there, the Iron Bowl when Nick Saban was out with COVID and Steve Sarkisian was the head coach?
I was there, yeah. That was the Bo Nix refusing to stand with his teammates on the sideline game. He was always standing by himself, and people kept saying, and eventually that was his last game at Auburn.
Yeah, okay. All right, I don't remember that part of it. What I was going to remember, the weird look of just Nick Saban not being on the sideline. I mean, and that was, 13 years into his coaching tenure at Alabama? And for 13 years, he's just the constant on the Alabama sideline, and they would show the sideline, and there's Sark, and you're like, this just looks weird. It looks like a spring game. You're about to get that permanently now. And then you add in Texas and Oklahoma coming to the lead. You add in no divisions in the SEC. You add in the 12-team college football playoff. In a lot of ways, this is going to be almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, and more importantly, Brown, and we have said this individually, and we've said it collectively in our time together. More than what he did on the field, and more than recruiting, the first thing Nick Saban had to do, and the late, great Mal Moore was so important with this, Mal Moore stood in the doorway between the Alabama boosters and the Alabama power brokers.
Who had free reign since the Bryant years, basically.
I mean, Auburn gets this rap of meddling boosters.
Yeah.
And you may agree with it or disagree, but Alabama had the same problem post-Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant, what he said was the law, and nobody challenged it. After Bear Bryant, it dwindled under Ray Perkins, and every coach after that never had the autonomy until Mal Moore said enough is enough. We're going to let Nick Saban be Nick Saban, and Mal Moore he had enough in him to keep everyone at bay and let Nick Saban be Nick Saban. And now, for the first time, Alabama is going to be faced with not having a power broker like Bear Bryant or Nick Saban in there to keep all these people that give all this money to the program out of the way. Can Alabama still do that?
Well, one would hope those people have seen the benefit of doing that, and they're like, yeah, it's better if I'm not involved. Now, that's asking a lot of people, but, there are not a lot of people that could have done that. Mal Moore is one of the few, if not the only one that could have done that, because those power brokers respected Bear Bryant so much that they respected Mal Moore.
That's right, because Bear respected Mal.
That's right. Mal was one of Bear's favorites, and they respected Mal Moore. So Mal was one of the few guys that had the gravitas with those people to do that, and it was the only way Nick Saban was taking the job. Nick Saban was not getting run out of Miami. Wayne Huizenga wanted him to continue to be the Dolphins coach.
Yeah, came in according to reports, was tearful about, but let him go, said, I understand.
Yeah.
If it means this much to you and Miss Terry, if you don't like the game, I will let you go.
Yeah, but Wayne Huizenga wanted to keep Nick Saban, so he was not out of a job. He just wanted back at the college game, but Nick Saban also knew he was probably going to have his choice of college jobs, and he was not going to take one he did not have autonomy. So whoever it is, Dan Lanning, Mike Norvell, any other name that has been mentioned tonight, I don't think you could be ultra successful in college football anymore without autonomy.
Yeah.
Like, I think Jim Harbaugh's got a pretty good bit of autonomy, and I think you see that in the way Michigan supported him through that investigation. I think Urban Meyer had it in his stops at Florida and Ohio State. I don't know if Ryan Day has it. If not, he's not going to be long-term successful. I think Dabo has it at Clemson. But, very few coaches have that, but once they get it. Now, this is, I think, in terms of that discussion, a little bit interesting. Mike Rodak, John Talty, and Matt Zenitz of 24/7 Sports are reporting a couple things from the Alabama team meeting. This is from a source inside the Alabama team meeting today. That Nick Saban, with his team, cited his age and health concerns, though he was not specific about any health issues, to his team when announcing his retirement. They said the speech was very short and very direct. However, and that is interesting in and of itself, but I find this most interesting, is according to their reporting, when Saban finally told the team, the room was stunned, they said, and the team was told that Alabama hoped to have its next head coach in place in the next 72 hours.
That is fast-moving, but inside the window of allowing agents to try to milk money out of current employers before the real guy gets the job. The question is, do you have 72 hours to secure that roster?
So 72 hours gets us to what, Saturday night, I guess? I mean, I don't know when you officially start the clock. So, you're Saturday night into Sunday, so the weekend basically. Again, and Aaron Suttles mentioned the importance of a guy like Tavares Robinson, T-Rob, of securing that roster. He's very well thought of. I don't know that you officially name an interim, but you may go tell him, we're just going to pay you like an interim to keep every recruit you can keep. Keep every player you can keep, and assure them that this is in order. We'll make it worth your time, I promise. I would say this kind of goes in line, Jim. I think you would agree with what we have been told by many people, is that this is a little more orchestrated than it appears. If you got a coach in 72 hours, you got a good idea who that coach is right now, if not already agreed to have him.
Yeah, I would like the coach to be named tomorrow, and the news conference to be on Thursday.
No, tomorrow is
That
Thursday.
is tomorrow.
Yeah, Friday.
The news conference to be on Thursday night. And then he's out recruiting for 2025 and filling out a staff on Friday. And then the world watches the NFL on Saturday. Tomorrow is the day. I want it to be tomorrow.
Yeah, I would. And a lot of people in the chat room are like, if it's that quick, who do you think it is? I've thought from the beginning, from going back a couple of years, I've said it's going to be Dan Lanning. I'm probably more confident in that right now than I ever have been.
Yeah, Dan Lanning, Mike Norvell. And I would not think it gets past Mike Norvell.
Yeah, and I know, I see it on Twitter right now with Timmy. So many of you have said it in the chat room. D'Amico Ryans, and that, of course, would be a tremendous hire. I just think, well, first of all, you wouldn't have that done in 72 hours. They play on Saturday and could win the game, by the way. They're only a 2-point dog at home to Cleveland. So that one could really, really get dragged out. But on top of that, he has got a good spot in the NFL. Now, Lance made a good point. Lance made a good point that you could go to him and say, hey, I was just watching that Nick Sirianni is coaching a playoff game, and some people are asking if he's coaching for his job. This guy just won a Super Bowl. It does burn, Jim, a lot quicker in the NFL, and you don't walk away with the same buyouts that you walk away with in college football.
That's right.
And a lot of coaches in college are jumping to the NFL to get that better calendar, but the one thing they leave behind is that beneficial buyout.
Guaranteed money.
Yeah, the guaranteed money you get in college football, because you don't have to guarantee it in the NFL. Now, they do sometimes. I think Matt Rule got it guaranteed, and that was to convince him to jump to the NFL game. But once you're out in the NFL, they don't really have to guarantee you money because they own your rights. Like if D'Amico Ryans has a 3 or 4 year contract, he can't go anywhere. They got to get draft picks in place of him, or he just doesn't coach. So it really, those buyouts just don't exist as much. So the buyouts are far, far more beneficial in the college game. And that'd be one thing to think about if you wanted D'Amico Ryans. I don't think it is likely. I think he's got a pretty good spot, Jim. He is a rookie head coach that is never going to have to address quarterback in all likelihood. They've got such a good rookie quarterback. I mean, imagine being a rookie head coach and my rookie quarterback may be the NFL Rookie of the Year. And I'm already in the playoffs. I mean, why would I leave that if I want to be a coach?
So many of you have opinions. That includes Range Buns, who says it's going to be Dabo. It makes the most sense and it would happen the fastest.
It really does not make the most sense, though.
Yeah.
Like, again, I'll ask, if Dabo Swinney did not play a single snap at Alabama, would he even be mentioned in this conversation?
He is a 2-time national championship winning coach. He lost in 2 other national championship games, or 3.
2 to Alabama, and
one
to Oklahoma.
Beat Alabama twice, lost once to Alabama, lost once to LSU. So he's played in 4 national championship games. There's not a resume out there as good as Dabo Swinney.
But if he didn't play at Alabama, would he be mentioned in this conversation?
I think he would.
I don't think he would.
I think he would be.
And the reason I don't think it makes any sense is what I've talked about. He's not willing to embrace the way college football is run this day and age, and you just can't hand a program like Alabama over to a guy that's like, I think I could still do it the old school way. Trust me, if it could be done the old school way, Nick Saban would have been doing it the old school way. Even Nick Saban, the greatest of all time, said, I've got to find a way to embrace NIL and transfer portal.
And he did it at every turn. People are asking how many coaches went by the wayside while Nick Saban was at Alabama.
My word.
54 head coaches, not counting interim coaches. 54 head coaches were officially hired and then changed while Nick Saban was the head coach at Alabama. 17 consecutive winning seasons. Never had a losing season. I hope I'm right about that, but I think I am. Terrion, you just heard that interview earlier, said in his final meeting with Terry Saban, she, before he left, said, "You've done more than enough. Thank you." Talking about his time at Alabama, and he was off to the NFL. And he told us some great stories, including that one when he was with us. Aaron Suttles wrote, "A legendary became common with Nick Saban as the head coach in Tuscaloosa." And I think that is, that sums it up. Legendary became common.
Well, I mean, we'll spend 3 more hours on it tomorrow. There's a lot that can still be said, and we'll talk to some more people about it.
Right now, the plan is a normal show live 9 a.m. to 12 noon tomorrow.
But anything could happen. I mean, we could have a press conference with Nick Saban addressing the media, or Greg Byrne has said his next public comment will be when a coach is introduced. I mean, that could be tomorrow. There's no guarantee. So there will likely be significant breaking news over the next couple of days.
All right. So 4.5 hours into this ride, are we going to shut it down here, or do you want to keep going?
I think we've said all we can, and we've talked to as many people as we can at this point.
All right. So that's 4.5 hours. If you missed any of it, you can go back early on in the process, and I would start about when Brown joins and play it through.
It's about 20 minutes in.
And the first 20 minutes is just me talking and sort of processing it all in real time with me here on the air. And it's a historic day. And, you know, I'm going to put it up there with, in my career, Brown, Sid Bream's Safe at the Plate. I was there for that one. I was there in Daytona at the track covering the Daytona 500 when Dale Earnhardt died at the track. I've seen some amazing days, and I knew this day would come. And I'm thankful for the national championships I got to cover. I remember we were leaving New Orleans, and we had covered the one in Pasadena in 2009, and Alabama had won the 2011 national championship. And that one bridge where you get one last shot of the New Orleans skyline.
Right.
And the sun is setting behind that skyline. And I told you, I said, look in the mirror, man. It's never guaranteed that you're going to be back at these national championship games. We've gone to 3 straight, counting the Auburn one in 2010. You're never guaranteed to be back here again. So soak that view in of leaving another national championship. Because I had gone, and Jeff Spiegel was with me of 3340 in New Orleans in 1992 when Alabama and Gene Stallings won the championship. And you just thought to yourself, they're going to be better next year. They would be back in 1993. And you don't go back and win another national championship from 1992 to 2009.
Yeah.
And as Aaron Suttle writes, legendary became common. It'll never happen again. An amazing run, Nick Saban. And I'll use the words of his wife. You've done more than enough. Thank you, Nick Saban. We'll be back with you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is The Next Round.